Chapter 1444. Xiao Baiyu was bent on killing Xie Tianyang. At that moment, Xie Tianyang was powerless to resist. Just as he was about to stretch out his neck to be chopped off, he suddenly heard Xiao Baiyu's furious bellow. "Lu Tianping, you want to stop me?" The heart-palpitating sky-rending sword qi was still being annihilated. But this time, it was the sword qi itself that was being annihilated. Lu Ping had used the sword of true spirit to block Xiao Baiyu's sure-kill strike. The resulting turbulence caused the combat space, which had already reached its limit, to explode. Having escaped death, Xie Tianyang could no longer care about the lack of quintessential essence in his body. He forcefully steered the pure yang sword to stand beside Lu Ping and face Xiao Baiyu. Lu Ping's expression was calm as he said, "I've already said that Xie Tianyang is my close friend. Senior, you cannot kill him." If it were any other time, Xiao Baiyu would have already killed anyone who tried to stop him. Even if it was Lu Ping who tried to stop him, Xiao Baiyu would still want to gauge the strength of the North Sea Water Sword Immortal. However, at that moment, even though Xiao Baiyu had used his quintessential essence to wear down the Purple Sun Palace's 6 swords, he had also exhausted himself greatly. Furthermore, Purple Sun Palace's pure Yang Laozu and Wang Xianqing were attacking from behind. The moment Xiao Baiyu was stopped by Lu Ping, he had already lost the opportunity to kill Xie Tianyang. Xiao Baiyu harumphed coldly. Knowing that he could not stay any longer, he turned around and blocked Wang Xuanqing's attack with his sword. However, Wang Xuanqing's strike caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. He turned around and flew into the distance. In the end, Xiao Baiyu was first besieged by 6 swords, then he exchanged blows with Lu Ping, and finally, Wang Xuanqing's sword caused his blood and qi to churn. This was a solid pure yang attack, and Xiao Baiyu could no longer withstand it as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Just as Wang Xianqing was about to give chase, he saw Xiao Baiyu pointing his sword at Tian Buoliang, who was heavily injured after the sword formation was broken. With this sword slash, Tian Buoliang, who was completely defenseless, could only wait for death. Wang Xianqing turned pale with fright. One of the Purple Sun Palace's 6 swords had already been destroyed. If another one died, the heaven-splitting sword formation would probably have no hope of recovering. In desperation, Wang Xianqing had to divert the sword momentum to intercept Xiao Baiyu's heaven-splitting sword qi to save Tian Buoliang. However, Xiao Baiyu took advantage of this time to transform into an escape light. Just as the battle space collapsed and a huge change occurred on the battlefield, the relationship between the cultivators of the various sects seemed to be extremely subtle at this moment. Some were watching from the sidelines, while others were eager to give it a try. However, apart from Lu Ping and Wang Xianqing, no one tried to save any of the 6 swords who were powerless to fight back. Instead, the cultivators of the other sacred lands joined forces to intercept and kill Xiao Baiyu. Unexpectedly, the 7 Fans Laozu, Full Moon Laozu, and Feng Lu Laozu secretly stopped them. Lu Ping killed Xiao Baiyu, but didn't save Lu Jian. But in an instant, he clearly saw the plan in the hearts of all sects on the scene. At this moment, Lu Ping suddenly attacked again. The sword of true spirit pierced through the void. Liang Jianfei, who was about to leave with his granduncle master, suddenly heard an explosion in the void beside him. Liang Jianfei was so frightened that he hurriedly shook his sword to defend himself. However, he saw a tiny flying needle being chopped down from the void by a sword qi. The remaining power was not enough to hurt Liang Jianfei, so he casually cut it down with his sword. Liang Jianfei broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't notice who was sneaking up on him, but he knew that if it weren't for Lu Ping's sword, even if he didn't die, he would probably be seriously injured by this flying needle. Liang Jianfei's eyes swept across the sky above the Feiliang mountain, but he still couldn't find who was sneaking up on him. At this time, the 7 Fans Laozu and the others also noticed that Liang Jianfei was being attacked. They understood Lu Ping's intention, so they hurriedly protected him and retreated together. Liang Jianfei had no choice but to cup his fists towards Lu Ping and follow the cultivators of the Profound Sky Sect, Heavenly Moon Sect, Spirit Beast Sect, and other sects to the east. Xie Tianyang saw that Lu Ping saved him and became enemies with Xiao Baiyu. But in the blink of an eye, He also foiled the plot to kill Liang Jianfei. He couldn't help but ask, "Brother Lu Yu?" Lu Ping smiled and said, "You're my brother, so I naturally have to save you. That Liang Jianfei is an ally of our sect, so I naturally have to save him." Xie Tianyang sighed and said, "There's no need to say thanks between us. It's just that you've offended Xiao Baiyu by saving me this time. I'm afraid you'll be blamed by both your sect and your allies." As he spoke, Wang Xianqing had already gathered the other 4 direct disciples. Xie Tianyang also went to meet up with them. Although Xiao Baiyu was seriously injured, the Purple Sun Palace had lost in the Battle of Swords. Tian Buoyang had died, so the 6 swords of the Purple Sun Palace were now missing one. The heaven-splitting sword formation had been destroyed, but the Purple Sun Palace's losses would come in the future. However, Wang Xianqing was furious that the sects didn't save the scattered 6 swords, allowing them to be hunted down by Xiao Baiyu, which was worse than losing one of the 6 swords. It was clear that although the 6 swords heaven-splitting sword formation had lost to Xiao Baiyu, the sword formation's power still struck fear in the pure Yang sect's hearts. It was inevitable that the various sects Laozi would harbor their own thoughts. It was precisely because of this that Wang Xianqing was even more grateful that Lu Ping had saved Xie Tianyang. However, Lu Ping wasn't willing to stay here any longer. By the time Xie Tianyang went to meet up with Wang Xianqing, he had already left Mount Fei Liang with Qi Lianying. Before leaving, Qi Lianying pointed down and said, "Look." Lu Ping looked down and saw that Mount Fei Liang, the highest peak of West River's cultivation world, had long since collapsed. The huge mountain seemed to have turned into a bloated mound after the collapse, and several other mountains, that were even taller than Mount Fei Liang, had suddenly appeared around it. Lu Ping smiled and said, "The most famous mountain in West River, but after this battle, it will no longer exist in this world." Qi Lianying said regretfully, "Such a grand event has ended just like that." Lu Ping said, "What else can it be? It's already fortunate that there wasn't a large-scale conflict this time. If someone had really tried to kill Xiao Baiyu, I'm afraid the 7 fans Laozu and the other pure Yang sects would have been dragged into the battle. At that time, even I wouldn't have been able to escape. A chaotic battle was inevitable." Qi Lianying asked again, "Then where are we going next?" Lu Ping didn't even think about it and said, "I'm sending you back to the North Sea. Firstly, you still need to consolidate your cultivation. Secondly, the matter between you and Master, Senior Uncle Jiang, and Senior Uncle Mei has to be settled. Thirdly, I have something important to do in the Central Plains." Qi Lianying hesitated when he heard that he was going back to the North Sea. "I still want to go back to the East Sea." Lu Ping smiled and said, "Now that the Jingling Hibernation Island and the Whispering Waves Island have become one, it doesn't matter if you go back to the East Sea or the North Sea. Besides, this matter will eventually have to be faced. Don't worry, I'm here. No one will make you suffer." Qi Lianying giggled and asked, "What you're going to do is very dangerous, right?" Lu Ping hesitated for a moment, but still nodded and said, "It might be another world-shaking event." Qi Lianying stopped smiling and said, "In any case, you just have to be careful." The sword duel at Mount Fei Liang ended with Ziyang Palace's defeat. The spectating cultivators all left. Lu Ping and Qi Lianying headed east, and soon saw the banks of Yulon River in the distance. Once they crossed the Yulon River, they would reach the cultivation world of Hebei. After that, they would reach the Yingshan courtyard, and return to the North Sea through the secret teleportation formation. However, it was at this moment that Lu Ping's light suddenly stopped, and stopped moving forward. Qi Lianying was confused and asked, "Why did you stop? What happened?" Qi Lianying suddenly stopped talking, because she saw that Lu Ping's face was as gloomy as water. Even when he faced Xiao Baiyu that day, Lu Ping did not look like this. Lu Ping ignored Qi Lianying's question, and slowly turned around to look around. He said in a deep voice, "What did I do to deserve such a grand wait from everyone?" Qi Lianying trembled, and hurriedly looked around. At the same time, she also scanned the surroundings with her divine sense. However, the empty surroundings did not give her any clues. However, not only did Qi Lianying not heave a sigh of relief, The shock on her face intensified. Haha, fellow Taoist Yuan Fei. It seems that your sect's numinous treasure is not as magical as you say. A voice came from the void. It seemed that it was not too far from Lu Ping and the others. Humph. That's because this kid's divine sense is very different from ordinary people. If it were you, fellow Taoist Yu Heng, I'm afraid you might not be able to detect it even if we ambushed you from behind. Following that, another voice sounded again. It was obviously the fellow Taoist Yuan Fei, who had spoken earlier. Alright, the two of you. The most important thing now is to kill this kid as soon as possible to prevent the pure yang cultivators from other sects from finding out. Especially Qi Fan, Full Moon, and the others who are currently being held back by the two pure yang cultivators from our sect and the Crystal Palace. This kid has the strength to fight against the pure yang cultivators. Once he deduces it, and the pure yang cultivators realize it, the cultivation world of the Central Plains will be instantaneous for them. As soon as this voice sounded, Lu Ping seemed to suddenly understand and said coldly, Taishan sect's Wuxia? Lu Ping immediately guessed the identity of the person who had come, which seemed to surprise the person hiding in the void. After a moment of silence, the previous voice sounded again. Lu Daoyu is really powerful. I can't believe you can't forget me. It seems that today, Your Excellency must fall here, or we will not be able to sleep and eat in peace. Lu Ping's eyes continued to sweep the void around him. A 3-foot-long cold light flickered in Lu Ping's eyes as he sneered. Who else is there? Come out at once, Yu Heng of the Crystal Palace, Yu Heng of the Wuxing School, Wuxia of the Taishan sect. Who else is there? Just the three of you can't stop me. Lu Tianping. Did you ever think that this day would come? A sinister voice sounded, and Lu Ping's expression suddenly changed. He said, So Senior Dongyi has been hiding in the Central Plains all this time. No wonder I couldn't find any trace of Your Excellency in the North Sea. However, although 4 great practitioners are not weak when they join forces, I'm afraid it will still be difficult for them to keep me here. Ha 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 ha. The North Sea Water Sword Celestial is really heroic. How about we add in the old man? A rough voice sounded in the void, but it sounded quite old. However, Lu Ping could feel from the sudden burst of force in the void that it was also a great practitioner at the peak of the late Dharma Law's stage. Haha. The North Sea Jinling is able to have such a reputation in the world of practitioners. A small part of the reason is because of this one person. If we leave him here today, the Jinling is just a small sect in the North Sea after all. The 6th great practitioner at the late Dharma Law's stage spoke, and Lu Ping could no longer maintain the calm expression on his face. This was because at this moment, Lu Ping's divine will had finally broken through the cover of the spirit treasures that had previously concealed the figures of the people. This time, there were not 6 people waiting to ambush and kill Lu Ping, but 14. Chapter 1445. Lu Ping had originally wanted to find out who had set up such a trap to kill him. However, when he had secretly used his divine will to break through the secret concealment technique of this spirit treasure from the Crystal Palace, he had suddenly discovered that there were as many as 14 adepts who had ambushed him. Just who was it that was able to calculate his path of return and lay down an inescapable net here? At this time, Lu Ping could not care less about this question. He had to break out of the encirclement as soon as possible before these people appeared. At this time, a huge white jade lotus suddenly bloomed under Lu Ping's feet. The space that had originally been locked down suddenly calmed down as the white jade lotus bloomed. Oh no, he's trying to escape. The moment the lotus formation under Lu Ping's feet bloomed, he reached out and grabbed Qi Lianying, who was beside him. The two of them suddenly turned into a cloud of water vapor and dissipated with the wind. Ehe, you think you can escape? The space in the direction that Lu Ping had escaped shook, and the surrounding spiritual qi gathered. A huge pung bird spread its wings and circled around. With a long cry, all the water vapor in the surroundings all gathered into the mouth of the pung bird. At the same time, on the left and right sides of the space, where Lu Ping had previously been standing, 3 Dharma adepts appeared. In the direction that Lu Ping had flown from, there were also 3 streaks of light that appeared in the void. There was a total of 9 Dharma adepts. After Lu Ping had suddenly broken out of the encirclement, no longer able to hide their bodies. And at this time, the huge pung bird that had blocked the path of Lu Ping and the others suddenly let out a frightened cry. When everyone looked over, they saw that the body of the pung bird had suddenly been neatly cut in half from the center. A cloud of water vapor passed through the center of the pung bird that had been cut in half, leaving only a faint blue sword light that flashed before disappearing. Chase, he can't escape. The 9 streaks of light either chased directly or circled around from both sides, only following behind Lu Ping. Although Lu Ping and Qi Lianying had turned into water vapor to escape, Qi Lianying was still a burden to Lu Ping, causing him to be unable to use the full power of the water transformation technique, and unable to escape from the divine will of the others. When Lu Ping had just broken through the obstruction of the spiritual pung bird, a cold sword light had already cut through the void, covering half of the sky where Lu Ping had escaped. However, a sword light suddenly appeared out of nowhere and began to split. In the blink of an eye, it turned into 120,000 sword lights that swam in the void like a swarm of ants devouring an elephant. In the blink of an eye, the sword light was completely wiped out. Lu Ping had already taken the opportunity to break through another cultivator's blockade after the sky full of sword rays. Qi Lianying, who had been dragged behind Lu Ping, sighed and said, "Let me go, or neither of us will be able to escape." "Cut the crap," Lu Ping shouted coldly, and his grip on Qi Lianying tightened. The streaks of light behind them were getting closer and closer, and so were the streaks of light that had circled around them. The 2 great cultivators who had been blocked by Lu Ping were also unwilling to give up and chased closely behind Lu Ping. A skylark and a flying sword broke through the void and chased after them again. At the same time, in the sky above the Yulon River, 3 streams of demonic qi rose into the sky and blocked in front of Lu Ping. One of them shouted, "Lu Tianping, you can't escape death today even if you grow wings." The 4th elder of the Tenma people. Lu Ping's expression changed. He didn't expect that there were 3 demonic qi cultivators hiding in the Yulon River. His expression became even colder and fiercer. Good. Very good. In order to kill me, even the demonic qi cultivators have been mobilized. Lu Ping shouted, but the streaks of light didn't slow down at all. They didn't slow down because of the 3 demonic qi cultivators in front of them. Instead, they sped up. Seeing that Lu Ping wasn't panicking at all and was charging straight at them, the 4th elder of the Tenma people panicked for no reason. He couldn't help but think of how Lu Ping had defeated him when he was only at the mid-Dharma stage and became a great cultivator. Lu Ping had used him as a stepping stone to become famous. But now that the cultivators of various sects had gathered to set up such a killing trap, Ma the Great naturally didn't want his plan to kill Lu Tianping to fail, because he was the last weak point. "Rush up and stop him," Ma the Great roared. He led the two Tenma people cultivators beside him and rushed towards Lu Ping. Idiot, don't rush. A few roars came from the streaks of light behind and beside Lu Ping. At the same time, these streaks of light didn't care if they would expose a flaw in the formation that was surrounding Lu Ping and directly rushed towards Lu Ping. Lu Ping sneered and said, "It's too late." Lu Ping suddenly broke away from the magical power of transforming into water. He then spun around, and the sword of true spirit had already turned into 9 water dragons that rushed in all directions. Among them, there were a total of 6 water dragons that rushed towards Ma the Great. The 6 water dragons didn't wait for Ma the Great and the others to block them. Suddenly, after the 6 water dragons flew out from the sword light in Lu Ping's hand, 3 of them actually connected with each other and instantly devoured each other, forming a complete dragon-shaped sword chi. As it gathered together and opened its mouth, Ma the Great felt as if the entire void was collapsing and condensing. The mouth of the strange water dragon in front of him seemed to be expanding, as if it was going to devour the heavens and the earth. Ma the Great panicked. He stretched his hands to both sides, and in an instant, he grabbed the 2 mid-dharma adepts of the Tenma people who came with him by the back of their necks. The 2 of them instantly couldn't move. The 2 Tenma people cultivators seemed to suddenly understand and cried out in shock. "Elder, what are you doing?" Ma the Great didn't dare to hesitate. He shook his arms, and the 2 Tenma people cultivators flew towards the mouth of the strange water dragon. Midway, the physical bodies of the 2 cultivators suddenly dissipated. 2 Dharma power of the heavenly horses raised their necks and neighed as they rushed towards the strange water dragon. In an instant, it was as if there were tens of thousands of galloping horses. 1 strange water dragon and 2 Dharma power of the 2 Tenma people cultivators fought against each other. The 2 Tenma people cultivators' Dharma power burned the last of their life force to unleash a power that could actually block Lu Ping's sword of opening the heavens. Ma the Great took advantage of the situation and retreated, breaking out of the strange water dragon's mouth. However, at that moment Lu Ping had already rushed over. When Ma the Great saw Lu Ping's twisted and ferocious expression, he became even more flustered and instinctively wanted to dodge. "Damn it, you can't do anything right." The cultivators who were chasing after Lu Ping immediately cursed. Several spells had already broken through the void and were chasing after Lu Ping. Although Lu Ping had been breaking out of the encirclement with ease, Ma the Great was still able to stop Lu Ping for a moment. In just that moment, the cultivators behind Lu Ping had already caught up. A huge bell suddenly rose up above Lu Ping's head. A statue that looked exactly like the strange water dragon's sword energy from before moved gracefully across the surface of the huge bell. In addition to the sharp and auspicious clouds carved on the surface of the bell, the vivid and lifelike strange water dragon looked as though it was riding on the clouds. 7 to 8 spells that were not inferior to great spells, some of them even had the power of peerless spells, smashed towards Lu Ping. Quang! A loud noise suddenly rang out from the sky, spreading hundreds of li away. The weaker cultivators who were chasing after Lu Ping were momentarily stunned. By the time they recovered, they saw that Lu Ping had already broken through Ma the Great's obstruction and had arrived at the Yulon River. Next, they saw Lu Ping suddenly fling Qi Lianying, who had been tightly held by Lu Ping, out from behind Lu Ping, as though he was riding on the clouds. Qi Lianying was flung hundreds of zhang away by Lu Ping. "Hurry up and leave. Staying here will only be a burden." Qi Lianying's beautiful, crimson silhouette was left behind in midair. After that, she fell into the Yulon River, disappearing without a trace. At this time, because Lu Ping paused for a moment after flinging Qi Lianying away, the cultivators behind him had once again caught up to him and surrounded him. He, Yuanfei of the Crystal Palace, Yuheng of the Wuxing School, Shui Jiro, Dongyi of the Blue Sea Sect, Lingxiu of the Spirit Martial Sect, Wuxia of the Taishan Sect, the 4th Elder of the Tenma people, Ru Shan of the Huta Sect, Yun Tian of the Flying Cloud Pavilion, and these 3 should also be cultivators from overseas. But I don't know which sect they are from. 12 great cultivators, what a grand scene. Lu Ping is greatly flattered. But I'm curious. Since all of you are gathered here, I believe that the magnetic stone plot must involve many people. Why didn't you call a few pure young cultivators? Chapter 1446. Haha, the three of us are indeed cultivators from overseas. To be exact, we are cultivators from the East Sea. I am Yuanong from the Crystal Palace. Greetings, North Sea Water Sword Deity. A great cultivator standing beside the slightly plump Yuanfei Laozu said with a smile. Lu Ping replied with an, "Oh," and said to the other two unfamiliar cultivators beside him. Then these two must be fellow cultivators from the Purple Talisman Pavilion and Gale Thunder Island? A purple-browed man beside Yuan Ong Laozu laughed and said, "I am Chung Yuanqi from the Purple Talisman Pavilion. Greetings." A short and stocky cultivator standing beside him said in a low voice, "Feng Zhonglei from Gale Thunder Island." 12 great cultivators had joined forces to kill Lu Ping. However, such a grand plan involved no less than 8 sects, including 2 sacred grounds. Therefore, this plan could be said to have involved many people. Moreover, all of these people had enmity or conflict with Lu Ping or Jinling. However, why were the cultivators who surrounded and killed Lu Ping only at the late Dharma stage? With Lu Ping's current strength, if the Crystal Palace and Wuxia School simply sent a few pure young cultivators to kill him, wouldn't they have a higher chance of success? Although Lu Ping had such doubts, the joint attack of 12 great cultivators still put Lu Ping in an unprecedented life-threatening situation. Fellow cultivators, don't listen to this person's nonsense. This is a rare opportunity. We can take this chance to kill this person. If he becomes a troublemaker in the future, he will be a great threat to us. Moreover, we have already revealed ourselves in front of him today. Even if we let him go today, he will definitely seek revenge in the future. Dongyi Laozu was obviously the most enthusiastic person among these people about killing Lu Ping. Patriarch Dongyi's words clearly gained the approval of these great cultivators from the various sections. They had set up this trap for Lu Tianping precisely because they were afraid of his cultivation and strength. Now that he was able to fight a pure young cultivator despite being only a great cultivator, once he advanced to become a pure young cultivator, no one in the cultivation world would be able to stop him. However, Lu Ping knew the importance of striking first after being surrounded by these people. Just as Dongyi Laozu finished speaking, Lu Ping suddenly shouted and said, "Then let me kill you first." A cold light flashed out before Lu Ping's shout could be heard. The cold light morphed into a roaring Jiao dragon in midair and slammed into Dongyi Grand Ancestor. Dongyi Laozu panicked. He used the sea transfer medallion to absorb the water of the Yulon River and used the vast sea art to transform it into a huge dragon whale, which crashed towards the cold light dragon. Dong Laozu naturally knew that he could not fight against Lu Ping alone. The moment he attacked, he shouted, "Fellow cultivators, please help me." Dong Laozu, Wuxia Laozu, and Yuntian Laozu, who were next to him, hurried to help. In the west, Yuanfei Laozu shouted, "Do it!" Yuanfei, Yuan Ong, Cheng Yuanqi, and Feng Zhonglei clearly had a higher level of teamwork than the others. The four of them attacked first. Above Yuanfei and Yuan Ang's heads, a crystalline pagoda and a jade-white pagoda appeared. 7 of the 8 floors of the pagoda were instantly lit up by the 2 of them, and 2 supreme divine abilities formed and howled out from the 7th floor. At the same time, a palm-sized rainbow-colored talisman appeared in Cheng Yuanqi's hands. The talisman began to light up, and a golden rock emerged from the flames. Its entire body was engulfed by the flames, and with a piercing cry, it charged towards Lu Ping. At the same time, a cyan lightning bolt also attacked. This lightning bolt was hidden behind the rock, and the rock took advantage of Yuanfei and Yuan Ang's supreme divine abilities to charge towards Lu Ping. The moment Lu Ping attacked Dong Laozu, he was already prepared to be attacked. The jade-white lotus under his feet shone brightly, and the 9-dragon bell above his head began to spin with a low buzzing sound. First, petals formed from watery light scattered around Lu Ping's body. Then, the 9-dragon bell released a bluish-purple light, and above this light shield, 9 golden dragon shadows danced. This was not the end. Lu Ping formed a sword technique with both hands, and a pair of flying swords filled the sky. Then, the swords turned into 2 coiling flood dragons, and the 2 flood dragons suddenly exploded. The Sea of 100 Rivers was instantly formed, and a huge whirlpool of sword light instantly swallowed the combined attack of the 4 great cultivators of the Eastern Sea. Just as Lu Ping used all kinds of methods to defend against the combined attack of the 4 great cultivators of the Eastern Sea, Ma the Great had already used the 10,000 horses galloping art and charged towards Lu Ping's back. However, while the Pegasus was still in the middle, Ma the Great let out a cry of surprise and staggered backwards. He saw a blue light flash in front of him, and it almost pierced his long face. Ma the Great's attack did not succeed, and he was almost ambushed by Lu Ping. He was extremely annoyed, and just as he was about to attack again, his long hair suddenly exploded behind him, as if a great danger was about to befall him. Ma the Great could no longer care about his annoyance, and his whole body flipped and fell towards the ground. Then he heard a clear voice of a child shouting, "Kill!" A cold light flashed past, and half of Ma the Great's hair was sliced off, and the hair scattered in the air. Ma the Great could not help but feel a wave of fear in his heart. When he looked up, he saw that the child's facial features were 70% similar to Lu Tianping, and his level of practice had already reached the peak of the middle Dharma stage. After his attack had missed, he was now chasing after Ma the Great, like a tiger watching its prey. Ma the Great's attack had been thwarted, but there were still other people who were attacking Lu Ping with their magical powers. The moment Yu Heng Laozu of Wuxia School made his move, Lu Ping saw through him, and he shouted, "So it turns out that the person who provoked me in the West River area is you. I'm afraid that the reputation of Wuxia School has been completely ruined by you." Yu Heng Laozu's face darkened, and he said in a low voice, "It's useless to say more. Today is the day that you Lu Tianping will die." The spirit treasure in Yu Heng Laozu's hand was replaced by a green, mountain-shaped spirit treasure. The moment it left his hand, it transformed into a 33 feet tall mountain, falling towards Lu Ping's head. The moment Yu Heng Laozu made his move, Rong Mountain Laozu of the Huda School let out a great roar and said, "Yu Heng, my friend, I am here to help you again." Rong Mountain Laozu pushed his hands forward and pressed down. Instantly, the 33 feet tall, green mountain was dyed with a layer of yellow earth. Along with a thunderous rumbling noise, Lu Ping's body had already been restrained by a tremendous downward force, which made it extremely difficult for him to move. The dragon-shaped statue, which was hovering above Lu Ping's head, screamed out in a voice that only Lu Ping could hear, "Think of a way. I don't want to be crushed into pieces." A faint blush flashed across Lu Ping's face. The Zhen Yuan inside his body was like a flood that was blocked by a dam, and was preparing for the last moment of his life. All of a sudden, Lu Ping let out a great roar. 12 beams of multicolored light darted out from Lu Ping's body, and the yellow light that had been filling up the air was instantly shattered by the appearance of the 12 beams of multicolored light. At the same time, the enormous mountain that was falling down suddenly paused in the air. The 12 beams of multicolored light stood in different directions, resonating with the formation pattern of the lotus under Lu Ping's feet, firmly holding the falling mountain in the air. However, at this moment, a violent shaking came from the top of Lu Ping's head. The multicolored light of the 12 gentian beads flickered, and they were almost crushed by the mountain spirit treasure. It turned out that after Lu Ping had just resisted the 2 attacks of Yu Heng Laozu and Rong Shan Laozu, Ling Su Laozu of the spirit martial sect seized the opportunity. While most of the power of the formation pattern of the white feather lotus was used to support the mountain of the gentian beads, Ling Su Laozu of the spirit martial sect broke the refining barrier in one fell swoop. 5 of the 9 dragon shadows on the wall of the 9 dragon bell were annihilated at once before the blow was barely blocked. Lu Ping suddenly suffered a heavy blow. Although he was not hurt, he had fought with 11 great cultivators in succession. Even as strong as Lu Ping was, the Zhen Yuan in his body was in a situation where he could not support it for a while. The blow of Ling Su Laozu made Lu Ping's situation even worse. The situation that he had struggled to maintain was almost ruined by this blow. Lu Ping spat out a mouthful of blood mist, but he took the opportunity to crush a top-grade spirit stone. With his own blood as the guide, he held a golden scissors in his hand. Ling Su of the spirit martial sect, you deserve to die. This blow of Ling Su Laozu almost made Lu Ping fall into a hopeless situation, which naturally made Lu Ping extremely angry. He did not hesitate to use his own blood and profound qi to activate the pure yang spirit treasure. The surging pure yang qi constantly destroyed the soul of Ling Su Laozu, who had rushed to Lu Ping. Even the great cultivators who were besieging Lu Ping exclaimed, "Pure yang spirit treasure! It's pure yang spirit treasure!" Chapter 1447. Just when the practitioners of various sects besieging Lu Ping were still shocked by Lu Ping's sudden pure yang spirit treasure, Ling Shu Laozu, who wanted to severely injure Lu Tianping with one blow and take the first merit, was scared out of his wits. Pure yang spirit treasure, was it something he could withstand? Friends of the Tao, help me! Ling Shu Laozu screamed in horror and struggled to retreat. Lu Ping smiled fiercely and said, "It's too late to escape now." The white jade lotus barrier that had just been broken by Ling Shu Laozu closed in an instant. Ling Shu Laozu rushed out like crazy. This time, he broke through the white jade lotus barrier again, but his figure was slowed down by the barrier. This slight delay was more than enough. The hand holding the pure yang spirit treasure opened and closed, and the 2 blade lights instantly closed. Ling Shu Laozu's figure was still flying out, but suddenly it was cut in the middle. The part below the waist drew a parabola downward, and the part above the waist flew up. In fact, when Ling Shu Laozu was flying away, he had tried his best to use the first tribulation spirit treasure in his hand to block the attack. However, now you understand the power of the plan of the Wuxia treasure was not so much ruined by Xiao Baiyu treasure in his hand. I'm afraid it was better to say that Lu Tianping when the raging blade of it cut Ling Shu Laozu in two. A small part of the water source, pure yang qi, no wonder this person's cultivation improved so fast along his blood vessels. Wait, this person can cut off a small part of the water source. Did not even have time to escape. This person has a spirit treasure imitation similar to the cauldron of heaven and earth. Ling Shu Laozu was known as treasure boy in the North Sea. In today's battle, however, he showed 4 or 5 spirit treasures. Not only did this person must die today, these spirit treasures should be ours. The greed of these people. Although Lu Ping suddenly took out the pure yang spiritual treasure to kill Ling Shu Laozu, even sacred land cultivators like Yuan Fei did not alert the 11 grand practitioners found it hard to control themselves in the face of so many spirit treasures. It intensified their greed. And now, Element Fatty Laozu shouted, "Pure yang spiritual treasure! How dare you!" The greed of the various sects old and the Northern Alliance was attacked and died. This spirit treasure was actually has a pure yang spiritual treasure. So it was all you're doing? This pair of scissors looks familiar. At that time, the 2 halves of the Northern Alliance besieging the Phantom Island. that
Did
was
you
originally in
Mara's
Chui's
army?
possession?
Or did you
Isn't that a
have
second
some secret
tribulation
plot?
spirit treasure?
Lu Ping
After
snorted
Chui
coldly.
fell, the
That
sword of
spirit
true
treasure
spirit
disappeared.
suddenly collapsed.
This one is
and turned
obviously
into
a
pure
pure
yang
yang,
dragons.
and the color
Once
doesn't
again,
seem right.
Element Fatty
That's
Laozi was
nothing.
caught off guard.
Have you forgotten
Yuan
the great
Ong,
battle at
Cheng
the
Yuan
foot of
Qi,
Luo
and Feng
Xan Mountain
Zhonglei
years
hurried
ago?
to help him.
The thunder
If you want
tribulation
to blame
of the pure
someone,
yang
you can always
spiritual
find a
treasure struck.
pretext. The Wuxing
Today,
school
you
failed
want
in
to
the
kill
end.
Lu Ping.
Even
Have
half
you
of the
thought
water
about who you
source
want to
that was
bury with you?
connected to the school
Lu
was
Ping
cut
held
off.
the pure yang spiritual
Could it be
treasure
that
in
the
his
thunder
hand?
tribulation
His
of the
eyes
pure
swept
yang
across the
was
Laozi
caused
who
by the
besieged
pair of
him.
scissors in
For a
Lu
moment,
Qianping's hand.
no one dared to look at Lu Ping in the eye.
12 grand practitioners besieged Lu Ping. If they could really work together, Lu Ping would not have been able to resist until now. It was precisely because Lu Ping knew that these people had their own plans. They were waiting for others to die so they could reap the benefits. That was why Lu Ping was able to fend off so many people's encirclement. And after Lu Ping suddenly cast out a pure yang spirit treasure and killed Spirit Su ancestor, not only did it not arouse the other great cultivators' common hatred, but it also made them even more greedy. As a result, they were even more determined to let Lu Ping and the others die, while they followed behind to reap the benefits. Lu Ping shouted to make these people even more afraid. With Lu Ping's strength comparable to that of a pure yang, and now that he had the pure yang spiritual treasure, it would not be easy to kill Lu Ping without leaving a few lives. But the key was whose life should be left, and who should be the last one to reap the benefits. Wuxing School's Yuheng Laozu seemed to understand something at this moment. He asked loudly, Lu Tianping, the person hiding in the water vein at the foot of Luo Xan Mountain was you. Did you kill our formation Great Master Jinshan Laozu? Did you get this pure yang spiritual treasure because you stole half of our water transformation talisman? Also, did you kill the water transformation ape? In fact, when Lu Ping used the pure yang spiritual treasure, the unsolved cases that had been left in the cultivation world over the years had come to light. The battle at the foot of Luo Xan Mountain could be said to be a contest of power between all the pure yang forces in the cultivation world. Everyone present naturally knew about such a big event. Yuheng Laozu's question was meaningless to them. It was just a kind of righteous venting. Only the water transformation ape at the end made them somewhat puzzled. However, when Yuheng Laozu mentioned the water transformation ape, Lu Ping already understood that he was referring to the water ape weapon spirit of the cauldron of heaven and earth. In reality, whether it was the Linglong wine cauldron, the sword of true spirit, or the two pieces of pure yang spiritual treasure, the reason why they could become second tribulation spiritual treasures so quickly was because even if Lu Ping wholeheartedly nurtured them with his own vital energy, he might not be able to improve their quality so quickly. The most important reason was that during the battle at the foot of Luo Xan Mountain, Lu Ping had used all kinds of spiritual treasures to kill the water ape weapon spirit in the water vein. His subordinates had all swallowed the water ape weapon spirit source, which caused their quality to improve so quickly. It should be known that the water ape weapon spirit was one of the 5 great weapon spirits of the cauldron of heaven and earth. Lu Ping said mockingly, "You are really slow to realize." Yuheng Laozu said angrily, "Outrageous, then go die." Yuheng Laozu suddenly rose into the sky and landed on the 33-meter-tall emerald green mountain. Lu Ping felt an unparalleled force descend from the sky. The white jade lotus formation spirit's light flickered, and the 12 gentian beads that held up the giant mountain kept falling. Ring, ring, ring. Seeing her martial uncle going all out, Shui Jiro naturally did not want to fall behind. She kept ringing the rain bell in her hand, like a soul-summoning bell. Every ringing sound penetrated Lu Ping's divine sense, trying to interfere with Lu Ping's control over the spiritual treasures in his hand. "You still haven't made any progress." Lu Ping sneered. A blue sky curtain suddenly fell from above Lu Ping's head. Above the clouds, a golden pung kept circling around the 9-dragon bell. Seeing this, Shui Jiro snorted coldly. The watery mist in the air condensed into a gigantic sky eagle, which clawed towards the golden pung. However, before the sky eagle could approach, Lu Ping pointed his finger at the sky eagle with a taunting look. Instantly the sky eagle, which was condensed from watery mist, exploded into a puff of watery mist once again. Your water-controlling skill is still too weak. Before he could enjoy Shuijiro's angry and humiliated look, Lu Ping raised his hand and waved his hand. Ain Water Divine Thunder descended and merged with the Water Darkness Sword, transforming into the Thundershocking Sword spell. Rong Mountain Laozu, who was trying to help Laozu again, was forced back. At the same time, Lu Ping threw out a purple jade bracelet. The bracelet expanded and encircled Lu Ping in the middle. After that, an enormous purple jade bracelet was pushed outwards, forcing Yun Tian, Wuxia, Dong Yi and the others, who were trying to attack Lu Ping, back. However, at this time, Yu Heng Laozu, who was already at the top of the Emerald Peak, shouted, "Fall!" The entire peak suddenly sank again above Lu Ping's head. At this time, Lu Ping was using many spirit treasures to resist the siege of 11 great cultivators. This attack from Yu Heng Laozu made Lu Ping feel as if his heart was suddenly hit by a hammer. His whole body sank down, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. Bean-sized beads of sweat seeped from Lu Ping's temples and quickly covered his forehead. Lu Ping smiled coldly. He looked up at the emerald peak that covered the sky above him and said, "Since you are so eager to die, I will fulfill your wish." Great Gentian Formation Suppressing Mountain. Following Lu Ping's shout, the 100 Origin Lotus Formation under his feet suddenly shone brightly. The white jade lotus flowers in the surroundings bloomed one after another, and dense formation runes flashed on the formation. The 12 gentian pearls that originally supported the emerald peak shone with a brilliant 5-colored light. At the same time, the sword whirlpool formed by the thin water-flowing sword suddenly collapsed. Countless sword lights crisscrossed, causing Laozu and the others to be thrown into confusion. The pure yang spirit treasure that had been expanding and contracting outside was suddenly opened and closed several times by Lu Ping, causing the great cultivators to jump up and down in fright. The flood dragon formed by the sword of true spirit instantly shrank back around Lu Ping's body and firmly protected him. The sword of true spirit once again disappeared into the void. Not good. This Lu Tianping is trying to escape. No, he's not escaping. Quickly attack. This kid is putting up a turtle shell. A 5-colored space immediately formed. Yu Heng Laozu, who was sitting cross-legged on the top of the emerald peak, panicked and suddenly felt the giant peak he was sitting on collapse. Chapter 1448. The natal gentian formation was formed in an instant. Before Yu Heng and Laozu could react, they fell into the gentian formation together with the emerald peak. Lu Ping felt it was a pity. He had secretly set up the gentian formation to attract more people to come close, and then catch them all in one fell swoop. However, none of these great cultivators were fools. Especially after Lu Ping released the pure yang spirit treasure and killed Lingshu Laozu with a thunderous blow. These Laozu all had their own thoughts. No one was willing to take the lead to kill Lu Ping. Even Yu Heng and Laozu were sure that the spirit treasure under them had suppressed Lu Ping in advance, and they were confident that the spirit treasure was strong enough. That was why they dared to combine the spirit treasure with themselves and tried to completely defeat Lu Ping. Unexpectedly, they fell into Lu Ping's trap in the end. As the most important natal formation of Lu Ping, the 13 formation treasures had been nurtured by Lu Ping's Jinqi for the longest time. The most important one, the White Feather Lotus Formation, was already a first tribulation spirit treasure. But in order to hide his strength, Lu Ping had always used it as a defensive spirit treasure. Unfortunately, the 12 gentian beads were one. If Lu Ping couldn't use them to pass the thunder test one by one, he could only use the 12 gentian beads to summon the thunder test at the same time and distribute the power of the first spirit treasure thunder test on the 12 gentian beads. In this way, each gentian bead could not compete with the spirit treasure alone. But if the 12 gentian beads gathered together, its power was even stronger than a second tribulation spirit treasure. And when the 12 gentian beads combined with the White Feather Lotus Formation and operated the gentian formation, Lu Ping was even confident that the power of the gentian formation was not weaker than the pure yang spirit treasure. At least the mantis in 2 parts asserted that unless the pure yang Laozu controlled it, it was impossible to break the siege of the gentian formation. Naturally, Aliaf Laozu could not compare to the pure yang spirit treasure. Although the Emerald Peak was an excellent spirit treasure, it was still a first tribulation spirit treasure. Therefore, when Aliaf Laozu fell into Lu Ping's trap, although Lu Ping had to withstand the fierce attacks of the 10 great cultivators outside the Gentian Formation, inside the Gentian Formation, Aliaf Laozu's Emerald Peak collapsed under the suppressing mountain magical power of the Gentian Formation. Even Aliaf Laozu, a great cultivator, could not last longer than this spirit treasure, and was directly crushed into a pile of bloody mud in the formation. However, at this moment, Lu Ping did not have it easy either. Although the Gentian Formation had the power comparable to the pure Yang spirit treasure that was within the formation, outside the formation, he was besieged by the 10 great cultivators. Even if Lu Ping operated the formation to continuously dissolve and weaken the cultivators' besiegement, he did not have the strength to use other methods to resist. Fortunately, Aliaf Laozu's death was only in the blink of an eye. In the natal Gentian Formation, 12 rays of colorful light suddenly appeared and shot in all directions. At the same time, the Gentian Formation suddenly dissipated as if it had collapsed. At this moment, Lu Ping was suspended on the white feather lotus formation under his feet. However, he looked extremely disheveled. Dongyi Laozu's expression lit up and he shouted loudly, "The formation is broken. This Lu Tianping is at his wit's end. Fellow Taoists, kill the enemy in an instant." After saying that, he took the lead and rushed towards Lu Ping. There were a few others who had the same idea as Dongyi Laozu. Wuxia Laozu, Rongshan Laozu, Massive Great Group, Feng Zhonglei, and the Crystal Palace's Yuanong all rushed towards Lu Ping at the same time. At this moment, Shuizhiro suddenly screamed, "Lu Tianping, where's my martial uncle Yu Heng? Did you kill him?" At this moment, everyone suddenly realized that Yu Heng Laozu of Wuxing School, who had been trapped in Lu Ping's formation, was nowhere to be seen. The few great cultivators present couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. The few great cultivators who were rushing towards Lu Ping also had a hint of hesitation on their faces. Only Dongyi Laozu still clenched his teeth and resolutely rushed towards Lu Ping. If Lu Tianping didn't die today, then Songhai sect would definitely be destroyed by Jinling. In this battle, everyone could retreat, but he couldn't. After the spiritual treasure Emerald Peak destroyed by Lu Ping shattered, it was still a decent refining spiritual material. As for Yu Heng Laozu, who had turned into a pool of blood, it had been casually buried by Lu Ping under the spirit tree in the House of Gold. In any case, it was the essence of a great cultivator's flesh and blood. Lu Ping didn't mind being a bit more cruel to his enemies. However, at this moment Yuanfei Laozu, who was in the Crystal Palace, suddenly realized that the 12 Gentian pearls that had flown out from the Yuan transfer formation had not collapsed because of the formation's collapse. After the 12 pearls had flown out of the encirclement formed by the 10 great cultivators, they had strangely floated in midair. The 12 Gentian pearls were distributed in different directions, forming a counter-encirclement around the crowd of cultivators. With more than 1,000 years of experience, Yuanfei Laozu instinctively sensed that something was wrong. The formation just now had not collapsed because of the crowd's encirclement, but because Lu Tianping had purposely dispelled the formation. This was to set up an even larger formation to trap everyone inside. Could it be that he alone could trap an arrogant Lu Tianping of the North Sea? Yuanfei Laozu was shocked and angry at first, but then he felt that a huge crisis was about to befall him. In a panic, Yuanfei Laozu grabbed Cheng Yuanqi, who was about to join the crowd in attacking Lu Ping. He shouted, "Retreat quickly, this is a trap set by Lu Tianping." As Yuanfei Laozu spoke, his fat body turned into a beam of light. Like a fat fish swimming in the sea, he instantly rushed out of the encirclement formed by the 12 Gentian pearls. Cheng Yuanqi seemed to have a lot of trust in Yuanfei Laozu. He followed closely behind Yuanfei Laozu, and also rushed out of the encirclement. At the same time, Yun Tian Laozu also rushed out. This made Yuanfei Laozu, who was the first to come out, take a good look at them. Just as Yuanfei Laozu felt that something was wrong, Lu Ping, who was floating in the middle of the lotus formation, suddenly laughed. "You only realized it now? It's too late." The white feather lotus formation, which had originally been like a dead object under Lu Ping's feet, suddenly flashed with light again. The 12 gentian pearls also shone brightly in the air a few hundred feet away. It was as if 12 full moons had appeared in the sky. The multicolored light from the 12 pearls interwove in the air to form a huge multicolored space that began to slowly close. After Yuanfei Laozu disappeared without a trace, Shui Jiro screamed and questioned him. However, most of it was not because of anger, but because of fear. Dongyi Laozu and the others rushed towards Lu Ping. Just as Shui Jiro was about to follow them, she suddenly heard Yuanfei Laozu shout. For some reason, Shui Jiro felt a chill in her heart. She immediately gained the upper hand against the terror of Lu Ping. Without thinking, she turned around and rushed out of the area covered by the 12 gentian pearls. At this moment, the multicolored space of the gentian Great Formation was slowly forming. The fifth one to dash out was Feng Zhonglei. As a peak cultivator who was born on the Wind and Thunder Island, it was obvious that he had an extremely high attainment in the art of escaping. Just as Patriarch Elemental Fei reminded them, other than Dong Yi, Wuxia and Rongshan, Yuanong, Elder Ma Si, and Feng Zhonglei all turned around and fled at the same time. However, it was not easy for Lu Ping to set up such a killing trap. How could he let them escape so easily? In the end, only Feng Zhonglei escaped from the multicolored space, one step ahead, by relying on his Wind and Thunder secret technique. Then with a loud bang, the multicolored space instantly formed. The area within a few hundred feet was completely covered. Immediately after, two loud noises came from the space. Yuanong and Ma the Great, who followed behind Feng Zhonglei, saw that they could not break out of the encirclement, so they used their divine abilities to bombard the space of the formation. However, it was obviously of no use. Only Lu Ping's mocking voice filled with killing intent and exhaustion came from the void. Gentian Great Formation, suppress mountains, overturn the earth, overturn the sky. When the 5 great cultivators who escaped from the formation heard Lu Ping's voice, they felt a lingering fear in their hearts. Yuanfei Laozu was experienced and astute. He saw that Yun Tian, Shui Jiro, and even Qing Yuanqi and Feng Zhonglei beside him all had the intention to retreat. Yuanfei Laozu secretly cursed these people in his heart. If they were a little more united, perhaps Lu Tianping would have been beaten to death by them. However, he couldn't retreat at this time. Not to mention that there were still 10 great cultivators at this time. And if they joined forces, they might not be able to do anything to Lu Tianping. Just the fact that ancestor Dan Yuanong was also trapped in the Yuan Chun Grand Formation, ancestor Elemental Fei couldn't ignore it. He must make these people stay and help him. Everyone, let's quickly join forces and coordinate with the fellow cultivators who are trapped in the formation. Once we break this strange formation, Lu Tianping will definitely die. In fact, everyone knew that Lu Tianping was not their match at all when they joined forces. However, it was impossible to kill Lu Tianping without sacrificing a few lives. Now that someone was trapped in the formation, they were naturally candidates who were prepared to sacrifice their lives. Therefore, these people would definitely fight with their lives in the formation. Since there were already people who were trapped, they would not directly face Lu Tianping, since they were outside the formation. Since they did not have to worry about dying, they naturally did not mind staying to help. If the person trapped in the formation fought with Lu Tianping, and both of them were injured, they would benefit from it. Naturally, the old ancestor of Elemental Fei knew what these people were thinking. Even so, it was enough that these people could stay. Moreover, the old ancestor of Elemental Fei also had the same thoughts. The combined attack of the 5 great cultivators was naturally shocking. For a moment, the huge colorful space shook as if it was going to collapse at any time. However, the strange thing was that ever since the formation closed, Yuanong Laozu and Ma Si the Great were unable to escape and attacked the protective cover of the formation once. After Lu Tianping's voice sounded, there was no more sound coming from the colorful formation. Only the 5 great cultivators outside the formation continued to attack the gentian formation. Seeing that Lu Tianping was hanging in the air in an extremely embarrassing manner, it was obvious that killing Yuheng Laozu had also caused serious damage to Lu Ping. Dongyi Laozu, Rongshan Laozu, and Wuxia Laozu took the lead and rushed towards Lu Ping. Dongyi Laozu's expression was even more ferocious as he roared, "Lu Tianping, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death." However, when Lu Ping suddenly raised his head and looked at Lu Ping Laozu, he saw a trace of mockery and disdain in Lu Ping's eyes. At this moment, Dongyi Laozu heard Element Fatty Laozu's reminder from behind. However, at this moment, the three of them had already rushed in front of Lu Ping, and there was no turning back. They could only hope that the three of them could join forces and restrain Lu Ping. Then, when Element Fatty Laozu and the others broke this formation, it would still be the death of the person in front of them. However, looking at Lu Ping's gaze, Dongyi Laozu panicked for no reason. Then he heard Lu Ping shout coldly, "Genshin formation activate." Suppressing mountain. The entire colorful space was filled with a huge force. Dongyi Laozu felt as if a huge mountain had suddenly fallen on his back. Dongyi Laozu had no choice but to slow down and began to resist the huge force pressing down on him. However, even though these corsets were a considerable hindrance to the three great cultivators, and it was clear that they were struggling to move forward, they were still able to maintain their stance. They knew very well that all these methods came from Lu Ping. As long as they could restrain him, these strange formations could be easily solved. However, Lu Ping shouted again, "Overturn the earth!" Once again, several strange forces were born in the colorful space. Some of these forces were squeezing, and some were pulling. The forces from all directions were strange and abnormal. Each of them directly landed on the cultivators' bodies, causing them unspeakable pain. At this moment, although these great cultivators' bodies were restrained, they still had the power to fight back. Then, following Lu Ping's shout, the space in the colorful formation immediately flipped. In the chaos, the five great cultivators who were trapped in the formation didn't even know where they were. Dongyi Laozu and the other two, who were about to rush to Lu Ping, instantly lost track of Lu Ping. Their bodies were restricted, their divine senses were restricted, and even their true essence was beginning to be restricted. The five great cultivators were finally terrified, and they unleashed all of their divine abilities, Dharma treasures, and Dharma artifacts to attack wildly in all directions. However, besides the noise around them, they couldn't hear the slightest sound from anywhere else. A golden light flashed. Dongyi Laozu, who was beginning to panic, suddenly felt a chill. When he looked down, he saw that his legs had already been separated from his body. Dongyi Laozu finally realized what had happened, and he immediately let out a scream. However, a sigh suddenly came from behind. "Don't worry, the Songhai sect will soon be buried with you." Dongyi Laozu used all his strength to throw the sea-transferring token in his hand backward, but he suddenly heard a disdainful snort coming from his side. Then, Dongyi Laozu felt a chill on his neck, and then he fell into endless darkness. The sea-transferring token, which was struggling in the void, was pinched by Lu Ping with one hand. He said coldly, "Stop." The sea-transferring token immediately calmed down in Lu Ping's hand. Looking at this 1-foot-long black iron plate-shaped spiritual treasure, Lu Ping thought for a while and said, "When I go back, I can borrow Elder Xiang Lu's Songhai bell and see what's so special about the three treasures of the sea." A golden praying mantis lying on Lu Ping's shoulder was very disdainful and said, "It's just a first disaster spiritual treasure. What's so special about it?" Lu Ping shook his head and said, "That's not necessarily true. Maybe the people of the Songhai sect know something. It's a pity that Dongyi is dead." At this moment, Lu Ping's face suddenly turned pale. He suddenly coughed, and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. "I'm afraid the tactical matrix can't hold for long. This time, I underestimated the people of the Crystal Palace. I have to finish the battle quickly and leave as soon as possible. But before I leave, I must leave everyone an unforgettable lesson." The Genshin tactical matrix shook more and more violently. Even elemental fertilizer Laozu could see that the colorful rays of the tactical matrix were constantly breaking under the siege of the people. The tactical matrix is about to break. My friends, don't relax at the last moment. At this moment, the colorful tactical matrix, which had been calm all this time, suddenly produced a loud noise. Elemental fertilizer Laozu, and the others immediately became alert. Previously, there had been no sound coming from the colorful tactical matrix. Although the few of them had tried their best to attack the protective shield of the tactical matrix, they were still very nervous. This tactical matrix was so strange that it was frightening. However, now that there was a loud noise coming from the tactical matrix, it at least proved that the people trapped in the tactical matrix were still alive. In this way, in order to deal with the people trapped in the tactical matrix, Lu Tianping would not attack the people outside. Even the great practitioners of the various sects who were attacking the tactical matrix did not realize that their fear of Lu Ping had reached such an extent. In the loud noise, the colorful tactical matrix finally began to collapse. The violent fluctuations in the space could even easily tear a mid-dharma adept to pieces. A flowing light covered in the color of blood flew out from the moment the Genshin tactical matrix collapsed, flying quickly towards the Yulon River in the east. Shui Jiro screamed, "It's Lu Tianping, he's injured, he's trying to escape." Elemental Fertilizer Laozu and the others had already roared and chased after him, when Shui Jiro had warned them. Feng Zhonglei's attack was the fastest. His whole body rode on the wind and lightning, and instantly caught up with Lu Ping. A green bolt of lightning landed on the flowing light. There was a muffled sound. Feng Zhonglei's lightning magic did not stop Lu Ping. The blood color in the flowing light became even more intense, but its speed became even faster. "Where do you think you're going?" Elemental Fertilizer Laozu yelled and attacked from the side. The glazed pagoda above his head lit up 8 levels in a row, and everything within a radius of more than 100 feet was plunged into chaos. All the practitioners within the chaos were affected, and every movement they made seemed to be covered in glue. However, the flowing light was not affected at all. It made a slight turn in midair, and a purple circle of light flashed and disappeared. Elemental Fertilizer Laozu was startled and yelled, "Watch out!" As soon as he said this, he heard Shui Jiro, who had just rushed over and was about to intercept the flowing light, suddenly let out a scream. The purple circle of light had already landed on Shui Jiro's body. The circle of light contracted, and a purple jade bracelet firmly bound Shui Jiro. The flowing light flashed by, and Shui Jiro's head flew high into the air. Lu Ping's bone-chilling voice rang out from afar. "Who's chasing who?" Elemental Fertilizer Laozu was startled. He knew that Lu Tianping was now an arrow at the end of its flight, but the ruthlessness of killing Shui Jiro and the warning filled with killing intent made him lose the courage to chase after him. Not just him, even Feng Zhonglei, Cheng Yuanqi and Patriarch Cloud Sky, who had yet to make a move, could only stand there in the cold wind, watching from afar as that streak of light disappeared into the Yulon River. Cough cough. Everyone shuddered. When they turned around, they saw Rong Mountain Laozu, who had lost his left arm and was covered in blood like a ferocious ghost, smiled brightly and said, "He still escaped." Standing beside the great ancestor of the Rong Mountain clan was Ma Si, the elder of the Heavenly Horse clan, who was on the verge of death. Yuanong, Wu Jie and Dong Yi, the other 3 powerful cultivators, had all fallen. Chapter 1449. After Xiang Palace was defeated in the sword duel in West River, and Xiao Baiyu left with serious injuries, before the cultivation world could talk about the process of this sword duel with relish, a more shocking event swept the entire cultivation world with lightning speed. After the duel, 11 great cultivators from the 9 sects, led by the Crystal Palace and Wuxia School, as well as the 4th elder of the Tenma people, joined forces to ambush the North Sea Water Sword Immortal. Even the Hushi sword duel paled in comparison. However, what was even more unbelievable and shocking was that the 12 great cultivators failed to ambush Lu Tianping. Instead, Lu Tianping killed 6 of them, and severely injured 2, before breaking out of the encirclement. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Just when the entire world of cultivation was at a loss for words, because of this incident, more accurate news came. Lu Ping's status in the world of cultivation soared so much that even Xiao Baiyu paled in comparison. For a whole month, the entire world of cultivation was filled with all kinds of news about the North Sea Water Sword Immortal. The process of Lu Ping's battle with the 12 great cultivators was also gradually discovered. First, there were not 12 but 14 cultivators besieging the North Sea water sword immortal. Among them, 2 of the mid-Dharma Timma people were easily killed by Lu Tianping at the beginning. Domineering. This kind of small fry deserved to be cannon fodder. A mid-Dharma adept, who could summon the wind and summon the rain in the North Sea in the past, could only be used as cannon fodder to boast about the might of the North Sea Sword Immortal. After that, the North Sea Sword Immortal brought a beauty with him. After discovering that they were ambushed, he resolutely left the best opportunity to break out of the encirclement to his confidant. He stayed behind to cover the rear, which was why he was surrounded by everyone. A true man. In the world of cultivation, where everyone was deceitful and hypocritical, this kind of true love was especially precious. After that, Lingshu Laozu of the Lingwu sect was killed by the North Sea Sword Immortal with a pure Yang spirit treasure. Tragedy. The dream of the Lingwu sect as a large sect was once again far away. Wait, pure Yang spirit treasure? Where did Jinling get the pure Yang spiritual treasure? A sect that had just been promoted to a large-scale sect actually possessed a pure Yang spiritual treasure. Clearly, there was a need to re-evaluate the sect's strength. A pure Yang spiritual treasure was a treasure that could change the state of the cultivation world. What? A scissor-shaped pure Yang spiritual treasure? Wait, isn't the North Sea water sword immortal a sword cultivator? Why would he use a pair of scissors? However, the crux of the problem was not whether Lu Ping was a sword cultivator or not. The crux of the problem was the scissor-shaped pure Yang spiritual treasure. Speaking of scissor-shaped spirit treasures, the most famous one in the cultivation world was naturally the Two Tribulation spirit treasure, controlled by Yi Laozu, which was lost in the Wuxia school and later obtained by the Northern Alliance. The Northern Alliance even destroyed the school for this thing. If that was the case, the person who stole the treasure from Chui Laozu, who was seriously injured during the assassination attempt in Phantom City, was the North Sea water sword deity, who was only at the early Dharma stage at that time. With his tyrannical strength, which had been used to challenge those of a higher level than him, it did not seem impossible to assassinate a seriously injured grand cultivator. However, this did not seem right. Back then, someone had clearly seen the formation master of the Yuan family, Wen Yuan, holding the treasure and fighting in the South Sea. After Wen Yuan broke out of the encirclement, he disappeared without a trace. If that was the case, the death of Chui Laozu seemed to have nothing to do with Lu Tianping. In that case, did Lu Tianping obtain this treasure from Wen Yuan? And when did he obtain this treasure? Could it be that Lu Tianping killed Wen Yuan and took the spirit treasure from him and broke it into two? Was it Lu Tianping or Wen Yuan who cut off the water vein of the Five Elements sect at the foot of Luo Xan Mountain and stole half of the water transformation talisman? Also, there seemed to be more and more questions about who trapped the nameless Grand Cultivator with a formation and let the other 5 Grand Cultivators escape. More and more people hoped that Lu Tianping would come forward and answer. However, after the battle by the Yulon River and West River, no one knew whether Lu Tianping was dead or alive after he broke out of the encirclement with serious injuries. There was no news of him in the world of cultivation for a whole year. Even Jinling did not know where he was at this time. The only thing that could be confirmed was that in Jinling's soul hall, Lu Tianping's soul fire was still jumping happily. Lu Tianping was not dead, so he should be looking for a place to heal now? However, now that Jinling, as a large sect, had opened an ultra-long distance transmission array connected to the Tianxian sect, he could totally seek help from the Tianxian sect, and then return to the North Sea to heal. Why was there no news of him until now? In fact, not long after this incident, 7 Fan Laozu, who rushed over after hearing the news, was instantly furious. 7 Fan Laozu sent out the entire Tianxian sect to search for the North Sea water sword celestial, but to no avail. It's better not to return to the North Sea at this time. I'm afraid that I won't be returning to the North Sea for a while. In the lush jade swamp, Lu Ping, who had recovered most of his injuries, shook his head and said to Qi Lianying. Qi Lianying was puzzled and asked, "Why?" Lu Ping chuckled and said, "It's just like how Xiao Baiyu didn't dare to return to the East Sea after killing LV Taiqing. Now I'm even worse." Xiao Baiyu only offended the Xiang Palace back then, but I disgraced the 9 sections. They all wanted to eat me alive. If I show up now, I don't know how many people will plot against me. Therefore, it's better for me to lie low for the time being. Then aren't you afraid that these sects will cause trouble in the North Sea? The North Sea? That's my sect's territory. Besides, although what happened is similar to what happened to LV Taiqing, the nature is completely different. Xiao Baiyu and LV Taiqing had a grudge between sections. It was Xiao Baiyu who used a trick and didn't have much reason. On the other hand, I was innocently besieged and killed by the cultivators of various sections. Although the strong are respected in this world, when one's strength is equal, there's still a need to be reasonable. Now that the 5 sects have formed an alliance, even the Crystal Palace can't do anything about it. How many sects would dare to go to the North Sea to cause trouble? Do you really think that my precious sword is useless? Qi Lianying chuckled and said, To put it bluntly, I'm afraid of you. Lu Ping didn't deny it. Qi Lianying said again, According to the news from the North Sea, our sect has already taken action against the Blue Sea sect. In fact, after the news that you were ambushed by Dongyi Laozu, and the others reached the North Sea, our sect has already begun to prepare for the extermination of the sect. Lu Ping smiled and said, It's about time to take action. In fact, the real extermination of the sect has already begun when Dongyi Laozu fell. Now it's just the last step. Qi Lianying was surprised and said, Are you really not going back? Even if you go back secretly, if something happens to the sect, you'll be there to clean up the mess? Lu Ping shook his head and said, It's precisely because of this that I can't go back. After all, this sect doesn't belong to me alone. Some things still have to be solved by them. If we blindly put our hopes on 1 or 2 people, Zhenling may walk the same path as Laozu 6,000 years ago. Qi Lianying thought about it and said, In the end, I'm still a little worried. Lu Ping smiled and said, The more worried I am, the more I can't go back. If our sect can't even deal with the Blue Sea sect, then dominating the North Sea is just a joke. Then who will the sect send to take charge of the extermination of the Blue Sea sect? Tianxiang Laozu has always been in charge of the sect, while that person is stationed in the North Sea, working with the 4 major sects to resist the Crystal Palace. That person Qi Lianying was talking about was naturally Jiang Tianlin. This time, when Lu Ping was seriously injured, the first person to send the news to the North Sea was Qi Lianying, who had his token. After that, she had been relaying the news from the North Sea to Lu Ping several times. However, Qi Lianying had returned to the North Sea several times. Lu Ping guessed that she should have met his teacher, Lu Tianling, and been carefully questioned by Lu Tianling. However, he didn't know if his teacher had discovered anything. Qi Lianying had never said anything, so naturally Lu Ping didn't ask. However, Lu Ping had told Qi Lianying a lot about the grievances between Jiang Tianlin, Lu Tianling, and Mei Tianqin. He had even privately told Qi Lianying about what Mei Tianqin had told him about Jiang Tianxian. This made Qi Lianying admire her mother more. And at the same time, she felt a little more pity for Mei Tianqin. However, this made her dislike Jiang Tianlin a little more, which made Lu Ping a little dumbfounded. Now that the Blue Sea sect has become a trapped beast, I don't think the great cultivators of the sect will make a move. However, the Blue Sea sect is a sect that has been passed down for 10,000 years, so it's not necessarily that they don't have some trump cards. In this case, there might still be great cultivators of the sect, but they might not show up. Qi Lianying glared at him and said, You only know how to beat around the bush. Then who do you think it will be? Lu Ping smiled and said, That depends on whether there will be any disturbances in the East Sea recently. The Blue Sea sect of the North Sea had now all its territory under Zhenling's control, and those who dared to resist were all killed. Now, the Blue Sea sect could only hide in the sect's territory and rely on the sect protecting formation to resist Zhenling's repeated attacks. However, after more than 10 Dharma adepts gathered by Zhenling had continuously worn down the Blue Sea sect's sect protecting formation for more than 10 consecutive days, the last barrier that the Blue Sea sect relied on was already in danger. However, at this time, the Crystal Palace suddenly sent 2 late Dharma adepts to lead several other Dharma adepts towards the old territory of the Northern Alliance. It was said that they were going to consolidate the various powers in the former Northern Alliance's territory, but in reality, they were aggressively heading towards the fallen secret territory. It was obvious that they were coming for Junling. However, not long after the Crystal Palace adepts entered the former Northern Alliance's territory, 2 mid-Dharma adepts from the Crystal Palace were assassinated one after another. As Dharma adepts, they were constantly activating their protective powers and constantly using their divine will to scan their surroundings. However, the 2 men who had died had not even realized that danger was approaching. In fact, their protective powers had been easily broken through, and they had been killed in one blow. This meant that the killer not only had sharp attacks, but he also had an extremely powerful secret technique that was so powerful that even great adepts would have a hard time discovering him. Chapter 1450. Even though the Crystal Palace had taken sufficient precautions, as soon as the group from the Crystal Palace moved forward again, another group of Crystal Palace adepts were killed. This time, 2 people were killed, but the ones who died were 2 early Dharma adepts from the Purple Talisman Pavilion, who had accompanied the Crystal Palace. This time, the 2 great adepts from the Crystal Palace, Yuanfei Laozu and Yuanqi Laozu, finally caught up with the killer. However, all they saw was a young man in his 20s, dressed in black, disappearing in a flash. Just as the 2 great adepts were about to give chase, he disappeared from their divine will. 3 days later, Yuanqi Laozu was seriously injured by the assassin, which shocked the entire East Sea training world. This was because this time, the other Yuanfei Laozu had followed the assassin, only to find out that the assassin was only a mid-Dharma adept. The Patriarch of Elemental Fat and the black-robed cultivator had exchanged blows for a short while. However, the black-robed cultivator, clearly did not want to tangle with the patriarch of elemental fat for too long. At most, the black-robed cultivator retreated after a single clash. Although the patriarch of elemental fat managed to injure the black-robed cultivator, the black-robed cultivator still managed to escape from his pursuit. This time, the group from the Crystal Palace consisted of 2 great adepts, 3 mid-Dharma adepts, and 4 early Dharma adepts. Of the 3 mid-Dharma adepts, 2 were from the Purple Talisman Pavilion, and 1 was from the Wind and Thunder Island. The 4 early Dharma adepts did not have a disciple from the Crystal Palace. This group of people aggressively attacked the old territory of the Northern Alliance. However, before they could reorganize the old territory of the Northern Alliance, they paid the price of losing 4 people and a great adept. In the end, they did not even reach the secret territory of the fallen secret realm before they retreated back to the Crystal Palace. In this battle, the Crystal Palace suffered another heavy blow, and the identity of the cultivator in black was soon confirmed. He was the 3rd-generation disciple of the North Sea Jinling sect, Devil Sword Yin Tianchu, who used to be 1 immortal and 1 demon, with the North Sea Water Sword Fairy. Yin Tianchu had actually made quite a name for himself among the rising stars of the cultivation world after the battle at the 9 Profound Tower. After all, he was able to fight his way into the top 50 of the 9 Profound Tower's battle merit ranking. At that time, all the cultivators who could make it onto the list were outstanding talents of their respective sections. Now they were the pillars of their respective sections. What's more, the monster who ranked first on the list belonged to the same sect as him. Naturally, he would receive more attention. In this way, it would not be too difficult to prove the identity of the person who attacked the cultivators of the Crystal Palace. This battle could also be considered as a battle where Yin Tianchu proved his strength to the entire cultivation world. Because he was once known as the North Sea Water Sword Fairy, Devil Sword Yin Tianchu also became famous in the cultivation world. After that, the 2nd direct disciple of the Crystal Palace, Li Shiqian, announced that he would go to the old territory of the Northern Alliance to seek guidance from the Devil Sword of Jinling. After the news spread back to the Central Plains, Lu Ping smiled and said, "With Brother Tianchu threatening the fallen secret realm and the old territory of the Northern Alliance, and with the help of the Carefree Pavilion in Skyrend, it seems that the person who presided over the Battle of the Blue Sea Sect was Uncle Jiang Tianlin." Qi Lianing was shocked. "Aren't you worried? After all, Yin Tianchu is only a mid-Dharma adept. That Li Shiqian is the 2nd direct disciple of the Crystal Palace, a true late Dharma adept. Will Yin Tianchu be a match for him?" Lu Ping smiled and said, "If Brother Tianchu doesn't want to show his face, it will be difficult for me to find him. Although Li Shiqian is strong, he may not be ridiculously strong. Between the 2 of them, one in the open and the other in the dark, Brother Tianchu originally had the advantage of being in the dark. Coupled with his calm and ruthless nature, he may not be at a disadvantage. At most, the 2 of them will be evenly matched, and Brother Tianchu will just be at a slight disadvantage." Just as Yin Tianchu was making a name for himself in the East Sea, Jinling sent out a treasure ship with 17 Dharma adepts, including 7 mid-Dharma adepts. They led 500 core forging adepts to attack the Blue Sea Sect's training hall. In this battle, Jinling had gathered almost 60 to 70% of the entire sect's combat power. After breaking through the protective formation of the Blue Sea Sect, they began the final battle with the stubborn remnants of the Blue Sea Sect. At this time, the Blue Sea Sect's Dharma adepts were down to 6 under Jinling's continuous attacks. Against Jinling's 17 Dharma adepts, Laozu naturally had no chance of winning, and all 6 Dharma adepts were killed. The Blue Sea Sect finally intended to follow the example of the Fei Ling sect, activating the sect's protective formation to perish together with Jinling. Unexpectedly, in the end, because of the series of preparations Jinling had made before the final battle, the sect's protective formation was finally suppressed by Jiang Tianlin's treasure ship. After this battle, the Blue Sea Sect, which had been passed down for tens of thousands of years in the North Sea cultivation world, and was once famous, was destroyed by Jinling. However, In the end, Zhenling also paid the price of 1 Dharma adept dead and 3 seriously injured. Of the 500 core forging adepts, only about 400 were left. The losses were heavy. However, all of this was not worth mentioning compared to the final harvest. The Blue Sea sect was destroyed. In the entire North Sea, including Xianling's sect, no one dared to question Zhenling's current position in the slightest. After the annihilation of the Blue Sea sect, the actual control of Zhenling's sect in the North Sea cultivation world increased by nearly 40%. The original 36 medium-sized islands under its jurisdiction had now increased to 49. In addition to the 2 large islands where the Blue Sea sect's dojo was located, the actual number of medium-sized islands under Zhenling's sect's control had reached 51. And these increased number of islands and the expansion of his sphere of influence would undoubtedly provide more abundant cultivation resources for Zhenling in the future, supporting more cultivators to cultivate. After the fall of the Blue Sea sect, although the last cultivators of the Blue Sea sect tried to destroy the last heritage left by the Blue Sea sect, in the end, most of it was rescued by Zhenling and transported back to Tianling Mountain. These things could be said to be all-encompassing. After all, the Blue Sea sect was a sect with more than 10,000 years of heritage. If it were not for the 3,000 years of division during this period, the heritage of the sect would even be stronger than that of Zhenling before it became a large sect. Spirit materials, spirit herbs, mineral veins, spirit gardens, treasures, elixirs, talismans, cultivation methods, supernatural powers, secret skills, grotto heavens, and so on. The harvest of Zhenling from this battle was enough to increase their heritage for 100 years. In particular, the few large spirit veins that were drawn from the dojo of the Blue Sea sect caused a huge change in the spirit veins of Tianling Mountain. Dense pillars of spiritual light shot straight into the sky from the top of Tianling Mountain, as if they were tangible. In the end, they collided with the sky curtain of the sect-protecting formation, causing layers of ripples to spread in all directions of Tianling Mountain. The density of the spiritual qi in the entire Tianling Mountain reached a whole new level. Ever since the destruction of the Feiling sect and the sinking of Feiling Island, no sect in the North Sea had a large spirit vein for the past 3,000 to 4,000 years. Now Zhenling finally had a large spirit vein again. No matter when, a sect extermination battle could be regarded as a major event in the cultivation world. Moreover, as a medium-sized sect, the Blue Sea sect was somewhat famous even in the North Sea. The extermination battle of the Blue Sea sect could be regarded as a battle that Zhenling had planned for a long time. After this battle, Zhenling's strength in the North Sea would rise to a new level. Lu Tianping had never participated in this battle, which allowed the entire cultivation world to clearly see the strength that Zhenling had displayed in the sect extermination battle. The process of Zhenling's sect extermination battle had not been smooth sailing. Whether it was the Crystal Palace, the Taishan sect, or the Wuxia school, they had all tried to interfere. However, with the support of the Taishan sect, the Heavenly Moon sect, and Skyrend, their attempts were resolved one by one. Even the Purple Sun Palace had supported Lu Tianping. After all, in the sword duel at Mount Liangshan, Lu Tianping had taken on Xiao Baiyu's attack head-on and saved Xie Tianyang, who had the greatest talent and potential among the third-generation cultivators of the Purple Sun Palace. The Purple Sun Palace had to acknowledge and return this favor. After this battle, Zhenling's strength and status in the entire cultivation world will no longer be questioned. In that case, Zhenling will also enter a period of rapid growth. Qi Lianying's beautiful eyes flickered as she said. Aunt Qin went into seclusion after returning from the Eastern Sea to participate in the battle against the Songhai sect. Does this mean that our sect will soon have another great cultivator? Lu Ping was startled. He said, that is indeed possible. Now that Uncle Master Tian Qin has gained control of that item and obtained its recognition, she will definitely be able to comprehend something from it. With this foundation, it is indeed time to prepare to summon the second lightning tribulation. Qi Lianying blinked and asked, what is it exactly? Lu Ping smiled and said, the item that opens the sky. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ping had stayed in the lush jade swamp for another year. On this day, he suddenly received a secret message through the secret technique of space. After reading it, Lu Ping, who had disappeared from the cultivation world for 2 years, finally left the lush jade swamp and headed south. Junior has offended Senior greatly during the sword duel at Mount Liangshan. I hope Senior won't take offense. May I ask if Senior's injuries have healed? In the Jiushuan mountain outside the Jiushuan Tower, Lu Ping met Xiao Baiyu, Qi Fan, and Full Moon, the 3 pure young cultivators. Xiao Baiyu waved his hand and said, "Back then, you said that you might help. If you hadn't secretly helped Skyrend escape, I'm afraid Skyrend would have lost an heir disciple. After that, don't mention it again. The old man's injuries can be considered healed, but now we have to see how your injuries are. TSK. To be able to attract so much hatred at once, even the old man has to admit his inferiority." Full Moon Laozu said, "Every time, we have overestimated you, but every time, you are able to display astonishing strength. Little friend, your current strength and status are still above ordinary pure young cultivators." Lu Ping repeatedly said that he didn't dare. He smiled and said, "Senior must be joking. This junior has been recovering from my injuries for 2 whole years." Qi Fan Laozu smiled and said, "All right, since the 2 of you are fine, then the matter of the Jiushuan Tower should be settled as soon as possible." Lu Ping was stunned and said, "Why? This is not a small matter. This junior suggests that we should be cautious. At this moment, the matter is of great importance, so it is better to be safe." After Lu Ping said this, the other 3 became silent. Lu Ping smiled awkwardly and said, "Is there anything that Junior has not considered yet? Seniors, please enlighten me." "I don't dare to enlighten you. They are just envious of you, envious of your youth. Back then, they also envied this Xiao. But now, this Xiao might even leave this world before them." Chapter 1451. Hearing Xiao Baiyu's words, Lu Ping did not know whether he should be envious or surprised. Or perhaps he was pleasantly surprised. In short, his feelings were extremely complicated. Xiao Baiyu said sullenly, "I have been trying my best to suppress my cultivation, but I don't think it will be more than 200 years at most. If there is an accident, I may even leave this world in just over 100 years." Lu Ping was shocked, then immediately said with joy, "Senior is going to advance to true spirit? This is a good thing." Xiao Baiyu shook his head and said, "In less than 200 years, what can I leave behind for Skyrend? Only by obtaining the inheritance of the 9 profound tower can I leave behind enough resources for Skyrend after I leave. Of course, if I can obtain the method to form a small 1,000 world from the 9 profound tower, that would naturally be the best." Lu Ping then looked at 7 Fans Laozu and Full Moon Laozu. Full Moon Laozu smiled and said, "Don't look at me like that. It is not so easy to become a true spirit. Among the 3 of us, I am the weakest. Fellow Xiao has already become a true spirit, and Brother 7 Fans also has a glimmer of hope. That is why the 2 of them are so passionate about the 9 profound tower. As for me, even if I obtain the secret inheritance of the 9 profound tower, I will no longer have the possibility of becoming a true spirit. What I am doing is only for the future of Heavenly Moon Sect, to have more true spirit cultivators." For Xiao Baiyu, a small 1,000 world that could allow him to hide was even more important than the inheritance to become a true spirit. For 7 Fans Laozu, in order to grasp the last glimmer of hope to become a true spirit, the 9 profound towers' true spirit inheritance was more important. As for Full Moon Laozu, she had already lost all hope of becoming a true spirit. What she is doing is only for the future of Heavenly Moon Sect. Then what about the other pure young Laozu? Why are they doing this? Especially Yuan Pokong and Yang Shouchang, the 2 demon clan cultivators. How did they win the trust of the pure young seniors and believe that they wouldn't reveal this matter to their respective tribes? Lu Ping looked at Xiao Baiyu, but the one who didn't want to answer was 7 Fans Laozu. Fellow Taoist Feng Lu is the same as the old man. He also has a glimmer of hope of becoming a true spirit. The 9 profound tower is undoubtedly the best opportunity to obtain this glimmer of hope. Taoist 3 Chun and Taoist Lin Yu's thoughts are probably mainly on the legacies of their respective sections. The 7 prominent sects' younger generation disciples are lacking, and the Luo Xan sect that Taoist Lin Yu established in the East Sea is also full of problems and is in urgent need of strengthening. Furthermore, we have saved Taoist Lin Yu's life before. As for Gu Yu and Shi Hua, they should be somewhat dissatisfied. It's just that they still have the intention of becoming a true spirit, but in reality, they have already exhausted their potential. However, our surprise attack on the 9 Profound Tower this time is no small matter, and we are in urgent need of such manpower. Of course, in the end, we will not lose out on the 2 of them. As for the 2 demon race pure young masters, 7 fans Laozu looked at Xiao Baiyu and said, "They are sworn brothers with fellow Taoist Xiao, and they have been through life and death together. Fellow Taoist Xiao once did them a favor, and the 2 of them have also made a vow about this matter." Lu Ping frowned and interrupted. "Forgive me for being blunt, but do you really believe these things, seniors?" Xiao Baiyu laughed involuntarily, as if he wasn't surprised by Lu Ping's suspicion. He said, "It's just that Lu Xiaoyu has never befriended them before. Although the 2 of them are absurd in the cultivation world, they are actually very interesting people. If Lu Xiaoyu interacts with them for a long time in the future, you will understand their true character." Lu Ping said in surprise. Did Senior Xiao use these words to convince the other pure young masters back then? Xiao Baiyu smiled bitterly at 7 fans in Full Moon, and made a helpless gesture. Full Moon Laozu said, "Even if the Great Ape Wise and the Peacock Royalty also covet the 9 Mystical Towers' treasures, they can't launch a surprise attack on the 9 Mystical Tower in the hinterland of Middle-earth. Otherwise, I'm afraid that before they can even go deep into Middle-earth, they will attract the joint forces of the entire Middle-earth's cultivation world to kill them. The successive incidents in West Wilderness, Endless Mountain, and South Sea have long made all the sects of Middle-earth jittery. Moreover, we are really short on manpower in this battle, so we have no choice but to use these 2 people." Full Moon Laozu's words made Lu Ping feel much more at ease. The 3 pure young masters looked at each other helplessly and bitterly, but there was some relief in their bitter smiles. It seemed that their attitude towards Lu Ping's continuous questioning was extremely complicated. This cultivation world was originally such a world of mutual deception and deception. The 3 pure young masters did not know how long they had existed in this world, so they originally did not have absolute faith in oaths or sworn brotherhood. It was just that when they reached their age, they more or less began to value these sentiments more. However, their last fantasy was mercilessly shattered by a junior. It was just that when this high-spirited water sword immortal in front of them had a status like theirs in the future, where he could decide the world's situation with a single word, would he also miss the warmth of sentiments even more, because he was lonely at the top? But where did their gratification come from? Lu Ping's heart skipped a beat. Although the pure young masters of the various sects had come to attack the 9 Mystical Tower, this time for the sake of their sect's inheritance, if he thought about it carefully, it was most likely for him. Lu Ping also coveted the 9 Mystical Tower's secret inheritance, the mini Kiliacosm, and the sect's treasure, the 7 Feather Fan. However, Lu Ping had only coveted the treasures in the beginning, and wanted to take them for himself. Moreover, these things were obviously not something that could be enjoyed by one person. In the end, they still had to be used by the sect. However, when Lu Ping heard Xiao Baiyu's reason, Lu Ping felt a little nervous instead. When it came to the speed of cultivation, how could Lu Ping lose to Xiao Baiyu? Xiao Baiyu would at most advance to the pure young level in 200 years. But with Lu Ping's current speed of cultivation, how long would it take? Lu Ping had cultivated for less than 300 years, but he was still a late Dharma adept. Before he entered the pure yang stage, he had relied on his own luck and hard work to achieve his current cultivation level. But after he passed the second thunder calamity, Lu Ping found a small bottle of Jiao Jiao's blood essence in the space grotto heaven, beneath the volcanic mountain lake on Scarlet Mist Island. With that, Lu Ping's cultivation level skyrocketed even after he entered the late Dharma adept stage. Every time Lu Ping trained, He could feel that this small bottle of the essence of the flood dragon was very compatible with his own bloodline. Every time he trained, the huge amount of essence in the blood of the flood dragon would obviously improve and transform Lu Ping's level of cultivation and body. In addition, Lu Ping had the support of the water vein and a huge amount of top-grade spirit stones. This allowed Lu Ping's level of cultivation to increase rapidly no matter where he was. Before this, not only did Lu Ping not worry about the rapid growth of his level of cultivation, but he was also very happy about it. However, after hearing what Xiao Baiyu said, Lu Ping finally realized that even if he tried his best to suppress his level of cultivation, he would only be able to delay it for another 100 years before he advanced to the pure yang level. And after he advanced to the pure yang level, he would probably need at most 200 years to welcome the final moment of the 9 spirit transformations. 300 years was only 100 years later than Xiao Baiyu. In 300 years, even if Zhenling obtained the secret of the small kiliocosm from the 9 Xian Tower, he might not be able to transform the cave into a small kiliocosm in such a short period of time. In terms of the sect's resources, although Zhenling had made a lot of money, it might not be able to compete with the 3 sections. To transform a cave into a small kiliocosm within 300 years was also not possible. If Zhenling's small kiliocosm did not take shape in time, wouldn't that mean that Lu Ping would most likely end up like Laozu, a comet in Zhenling, or a jinx? Once he left, Zhenling would most likely fall into decline, and might even be besieged by the various sections. As for the 9 Xian Tower's small kiliocosm, Lu Ping did not even need to think to know that it would belong to Xiao Baiyu. Only he was in the most urgent situation right now. Furthermore, he was the one who initiated the battle at the 9 Xian Tower. Unless Lu Ping was prepared to risk breaking the alliance of the 5 sects to snatch it, there would absolutely be no objections to the ownership of the small kiliocosm. Furthermore, Xiao Baiyu was the strongest among the 11, so no one would dare to offend him. In other words, if Xiao Baiyu could successfully obtain the small kiliocosm after the battle at the 9 Xian Tower, then Lu Ping might even leave this world before he did. As his thoughts raced, even Lu Ping began to feel a little uneasy. However, the 3 pure yang experts in front of him clearly did not notice the change in Lu Ping. Instead, they communicated with each other through their eyes, as if they were considering something. And Lu Ping also knew that this time, the 3 of them had not asked him to come out just for the matter at hand, so he just waited for them to explain to him. In the end, 7 Fan Laozu was the first to speak. He said, "Lu Xiaoyu, when fellow Taoist Xiao introduced you to our Pure Yang Alliance, he must have talked to you about some things in the future." Lu Ping nodded. Xiao Baiyu had indeed told him that the alliance's initial opponents were the Holy Lands and sects, and Lu Ping was the first non-pure yang member that they had introduced. In that case, how about becoming the leader of the alliance in the future? Lu Ping was a little stunned, but looking at the expressions of the 3 people, it did not seem like they were joking. This matter was obviously beyond Lu Ping's expectations. Lu Ping had no choice but to bite the bullet and ask, "Leader?" 7 Fan Laozu nodded and said, "Of course, I don't want you to do it now, but in the future. The old man means that if we are all gone in the future, or if we no longer have the energy, can Lu Xiaoyu lead the latecomers to continue to maintain this alliance, so that our sects do not have to struggle at death's door under the attacks of the Holy Lands?" Full Moon Laozu also said, "Starting from Haoran faction 25,000 years ago, Blue Parasol faction and Chu faction 20,000 years ago, Shang Mountain faction 18,000 years ago, Luoyu faction 15,000 years ago, Baron Jade Sword faction 11,000 years ago, Zhengxian faction 9,000 years ago, Slow Wind faction 7,000 years ago, Jade Bone faction 4,000 years ago, Yingtian faction and Fei Ling faction 4,000 years ago, and now the Northern Alliance. The 6 Holy Lands can be seen behind the fall of these large sections. 200 years ago, if fellow Xiao had not come to us one by one to propose this alliance of pure sun, I'm afraid that Tianxian sect's territory would have been occupied by the Taishan sect 200 years ago. Even if the Crystal Palace did not surrender, they would have already dragged down Tianxian sect. The Eastern Sea would not have risen before the fall of the Northern Alliance. The blood feud between fellow Feng Lu of the Spirit Beast Tamer sect has spread all over the world. The 6 Holy Lands almost searched the entire cultivation world for every generation's Empyrean wayfarer of the Spirit Beast Tamer sect, and so on and so forth. There are many similar incidents. Although there has never been any news in the cultivation world, if not for the alliance of Pure Sun, all the large sects in the cultivation world would have suffered a lot in the hands of the 6 Holy Lands. Xiao Baiyu said, the alliance of Pure Sun is just helping each other out. With Lu Xiaoyou's current potential, it's almost certain that he will advance to Pure Sunday. Perhaps your sect doesn't think so now, but once he does, I'm afraid that the pressure from the 6 Holy Lands will come rolling in. In order to maintain the special status of the 6 Holy Lands in the cultivation world, they usually try to eliminate as many factors that might cause accidents as possible. 7 Fan Laozu also said, Lu Xiaoyou's future achievements will not be lower than fellow Zhao's. If he can take over the alliance of Pure Sun after fellow Xiao, he can at least keep the 6 Holy Lands in check, so that they won't dare to act recklessly against our respective sections. Chapter 1452. Yin Tianqu's rise to fame in the East Sea attracted the attention of the second heir of the Crystal Palace, Li Shiqian. The two continued to fight in the East Sea and the North Sea. Although Li Shiqian had an absolute advantage in terms of strength, Yin Tianqu's strange concealment method, fast escape speed, and unexpected attack methods always made him invincible in a fight with Li Shiqian. The two encountered each other 5 times in the northern part of the East Sea. Every time Yin Tianqiu missed his attack, he would retreat 1,000 miles. However, although the fight between the two was very short, they were always able to put on an exciting fight between sneak attacks and pursuit. In the 5 fights, Li Shiqian was injured by Yin Tianqiu twice, and Li Shiqian successfully avoided Yin Tianqiu's sneak attacks 3 times. Yin Tianqiu was also injured by Li Shiqian twice. One time, Li Shiqian took advantage of Yin Tianqiu's eagerness to attack him and almost killed him. Li Shiqian's performance was fierce enough that no one in the East Sea doubted his strength. However, the more this was so, the more it showed Yin Tianqiu's strength. The fight between the two was enough to attract attention. Naturally, there were many people in the East Sea world who paid attention to it. In just half a year, Yin Tianqiu, the demon sword of the North Sea, became more and more famous. At this time, Jinling's all-out attack on the Blue Sea sect in the North Sea was coming to an end. The Crystal Palace, which had been beaten back by Jinling, once again gathered the Purple Talisman Court and Wind and Thunder Island. They directly sent the Pure Yang practitioner, Yuani Laozu, with 2 grand practitioners and a total of 11 practitioners above the Dharma stage to the fallen secret land. After Jinling connected Jingjia Island and Hearing Wave Island, within this area of control, Jinling's strength had firmly controlled the southwest of the fallen secret land, directly threatening the passage between the Crystal Palace and Phantom Island. Although the Crystal Palace and the Phantom Island were connected by a transmission formation, the passage on the sea route was still of great importance. Once there was an emergency, Jinling could even directly cut off the sea passage between the Crystal Palace and the Phantom Island. At the same time, he could set up a large formation to interfere with the transmission formation between the Crystal Palace and the Phantom Island, completely cutting off the supply of spiritual stones to the Crystal Palace from the Phantom 5 Islands. Therefore, the Crystal Palace's integration of the forces in the old land of the Northern Alliance was actually a preparation to expel Jinling from occupying the southern sea of the Fallen Land. Such a big move of the Crystal Palace naturally could not be hidden from the Carefree Pavilion and the Sky-Splitting Sword sect. Xiao Baiyu quickly responded and joined the Tianxian sect and the Tianyue sect to launch an attack on the Crystal Palace's sphere of influence, trying to rescue the besieged by besieging 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 the besieged. The Water Crystal Palace, on the other hand, relied on the Purple Talisman Pavilion and Wind Thunder Island to send out a treasured ship to the north and south respectively, confronting the forces of the Free and Unfettered Pavilion and the Heaven Fisher Sword sect respectively. Especially the treasured ship that went south to confront the Heaven Fisher Sword sect. There were even pure young cultivators of the Water Crystal Palace personally overseeing it. However, just when the training world thought that Jinling might be at a disadvantage this time, the North Sea Water Sword deity, who had disappeared from the training world for more than 2 years, suddenly appeared in the East Sea. Along with the Water Sword deity was a pure young practitioner of the North Sea, Lin Yu Laozu. In the face of the combined forces of Lu Ping and Lin Yu Laozu, Yuan Yi Laozu was defeated and eventually retreated with serious injuries. The practitioners of the 3 sects, including the Crystal Palace, also fled in panic like stray dogs. Once again, the whole training world was shocked. Not long after, the famous 5 sects alliance in the training world became a 6 sects alliance to fight against the Crystal Palace. The new sect was the medium-sized Luoxin sect, which had been destroyed by the Wuxia school in the Central Plains. Soon, everything related to the Luoxin sect spread in the training world. This sect could barely be considered a medium-sized sect now. The founders were the 2 third-generation disciples of the Luoxin sect of the Central Plains. They were also a pair of brothers called Qin Yu and Qin Gang. They had only just entered the mid-Dharma stage. Although the Luoxin sect of the East Sea had 2 mid-Dharma adepts, other than that, there were only a few people in the sect. Other than a few practitioners of the core forging stage, who were originally from the lone practitioners, the rest were only second-generation disciples, who had just entered the blood condensation stage. No matter how one looked at it, this sect was just a newly established sect. Although it had inherited the heritage of the Luoxin sect of the Central Plains, it could barely be considered a medium-sized sect. No matter what, it did not have the right to be on the same level as the 5 sects. However, this sect had the backing of a pure young adept like Lin Yu Laozu. Based on this alone, the status of the Luoxin sect in the training world would definitely rise, as the 5 sects tried to recruit a pure young adept to their side to fight against the Crystal Palace. In reality, if it were not for the support of Lin Yu Laozu, the brothers Qin Yu and Qin Gang would not have been able to enter the mid-Dharma stage so quickly and establish a force in the East Sea so easily. Of course, this was also because of Jinling's support from the beginning. The Luoxin sect had just been established, and there were many things that needed to be done. Just the training of disciples alone required a large amount of low-level training resources. There were alchemists, craftsmen, talisman masters, and so on. There were so many things that even if the 2 brothers had 3 heads and 6 arms, they would not be able to handle everything in an orderly manner. This was all because of Jinling's support. The sudden appearance of Lu Tianping and Lin Yu Laozu in the fallen mystery land immediately shocked the entire training world of the East Sea. The 3 sects, including the Crystal Palace, were forced to stop encroaching on the old lands of the Northern Alliance. On the other hand, Jinling and Luoxin sect took the opportunity to head south. The Luoxin sect took the opportunity to swallow up some of the smaller forces in the old lands of the Northern Alliance to strengthen their own foundation. After Jinling and Luoxin sect headed south, they could help each other with the Xiaoyao Pavilion, which had been suppressed by the Crystal Palace. Then they could work together with Skyrend in the southern seas, coupled with the strong support of the Tianxian sect and the Tianyue sect. The Crystal Palace was once again at a disadvantage in this round of confrontation. "Uncle, how is the situation in the North Sea now?" When Lu Ping saw Jiang Tianlin again, and saw his excited expression, he knew that Jinling must have gained a lot from the battle to exterminate the Songhai sect. The cultivators of Jinling were all happy to see Lu Ping. Jiang Tianlin said, "Regardless of how the Songhai sect is doing, it was really dangerous this time. It's the first time in hundreds of years that I've seen your master so angry. If something had really happened to you, the Songhai sect would not have been able to compare." Lu Ping handed a storage instrument to Jiang Tianlin and smiled. "Although it was dangerous, we gained a lot. These are things that the disciples don't need. Please give them to the master, uncle." This time, the strength of our sect has skyrocketed, so we should focus on recuperating for a while. On one hand, we can prevent the chaos caused by the destruction of the Songhai sect in the North Sea. On the other hand, we can digest the gains of the Songhai sect and strengthen the foundation of our sect. Jiang Tianlin smiled and said, "What you said is similar to what Tianling said, but let's forget about these things. They were all obtained by you in a bloody battle. The sect cannot take advantage of you." Lu Ping smiled and explained, "Most of the things inside are things that I don't need, but for the other Dharma adepts of the sect, many of them are urgently needed. Other than that, there are indeed 4 spirit treasures, but 2 of them are my cloud sail, and the other is a sea transfer order." When the cultivators of Jinling heard that Lu Ping had taken out 4 spirit treasures, they were already shocked. But when they thought about the battle at the Yulon River, where Lu Ping had killed 6 late Dharma adepts in one go and seriously injured 2 great adepts, it seemed reasonable that he had obtained these things. However, after hearing what Lu Ping said, Jiang Tianlin's expression froze. He said, "You mean that you want to use the other 2 spirit treasures to exchange for Elder Xiang Lu's Bell of the Vast Sea?" Lu Ping nodded and said, "That's right. If Elder Xiang Lu is not willing to do this, we can add another spirit treasure and exchange it for 3. Elder Xiang Lu should be able to understand the sect's intentions. He won't refuse." Years ago, when Lao Tzu of the Vast Sea obtained the 7-star cave inheritance, there has always been a legend in the North Sea training world that he forged the 3 treasures of the Vast Sea in order to open the 7-star cave inheritance. Regardless of whether this is true or not, the 7-star cave inheritance must be part of our sect's plan. Jiang Tianlin Laozu also nodded solemnly. He took the storage ritual implement and said, "This is no small matter. Uncle Tianxiang has been planning this for all these years, and he already has a lot of clues in his hands. This time, with the help of the 3 treasures of the Vast Sea, things will definitely be much easier. However, in order for this to succeed, we still need your help when you return to the North Sea." Lu Ping nodded and said, "This is an important matter. I understand." Just as the Crystal Palace's power was being forced to retreat, they did not know that Lu Ping, Lin Yu, Xiao Baiyu, and the other pure Yang adepts had already quietly left the East Sea and snuck into the East Sea to meet up near the 9 Mystery Tower. Chapter 1453. Yin Tianchu followed Lu Ping to Middle-earth. Although he did not know why Lu Ping brought him to Middle-earth, he could sense that Lu Ping was involved in something extremely important, something that even Lu Ping felt pressured about. Upstream of Jishuan Mountain, in the mountains beside the Qingming River, Lu Ping handed the House of Gold to Yin Tianchu. Yin Tianchu did not take it. Instead, he asked with a gloomy face, "What are you planning to do?" Yin Tianchu knew how important the House of Gold was to Lu Ping. It could be said that most of Lu Ping's wealth was in the House of Gold. Now Lu Ping was handing the House of Gold to Yin Tianchu. This was something that would only happen when a cultivator was about to go through a lightning tribulation. This meant that the thing that Lu Ping was involved in this time was extremely dangerous. There was even a risk that he might die. Doing this was to leave a backup plan. Also, if he died, his enemies would not take all his wealth. Of course, for Lu Ping to entrust these people with this meant that Lu Ping had absolute trust in Yin Tianchu. Lu Ping smiled and said, "Indeed, we are going to do something crazy. For ourselves and for the sect. Once we succeed, our sect will at least have the same status as the Tianxian sect in the cultivation world." Yin Tianchu was naturally aware that if he couldn't accomplish it, only death awaited him. Holding the house of gold, Yin Tianchu suddenly asked, "If we really want to bring this back, who should we give it to?" Lu Ping smiled and said, "Give it to Master. We can't protect the Sky Fox." Yin Tianchu said coldly, "She is already in seclusion. When she comes out, she might become a Sky Fox. She can't protect it either." Lu Ping's expression did not change. He continued, "Even with the help of friends like you, she won't be able to protect it. Instead, she might be harmed." Lu Ping looked at Yin Tianchu's cold expression and sighed. "This is the truth, and it's for her own good. Plus, she doesn't have the ability to inherit everything I have." Lu Ping then took out an interspatial ring and said, "This ring is for her. The items inside should be enough for her to survive the first lightning tribulation, and then face the second lightning tribulation. However, whether she can survive the second lightning tribulation will depend on her luck." Yin Tianchu scoffed and took the storage ring. Lu Ping hesitated for a moment before saying to Yin Tianchu, "If something really happens to me, junior brother, you need to go into seclusion and practice. You must not walk around the world of practitioners until you have passed the second lightning tribulation." Seeing the doubt in Yin Tianchu's eyes, Lu Ping explained, "The path that junior brother is taking is now feared by others. After the battle in the East Sea, everyone has already seen your abilities. If I die, you will definitely become a thorn in the side of those with ulterior motives. Only when you advance to the late Dharma stage will you be feared and feared. Plus, if I die, the sect will need someone to rise up and take over my position. In the sect, not counting the third and fourth generation disciples, only junior brother can take on such a heavy responsibility." This time, Yin Tianchu nodded seriously and said, "Understood." Yin Tianchu chose a secluded place in the mountains to set up a temporary cave. In the cave there was a lit lamp on a stone platform. However, there was no oil in the lamp. This was a soul lamp that Lu Ping had left for Yin Tianchu. Once the soul lamp was extinguished, Yin Tianchu would immediately return to the North Sea with the items that Lu Ping had left behind. In the light, Lu Ping patted the spiritual beast bag on his waist and said with a smile, "I didn't think that Debeo would take the initiative to follow me to the 9 mystical tower. Aren't you afraid that you will be turned into rat meat soup?" Debeo shouted from within the spiritual beast bag, "I'm scared to death. The 6 holy lands have stood strong since the beginning of time. Who knows if you will die this time? But when I think of the treasures in the 9 mystical tower, it will be worth it even if I, Debeo, die." Lu Ping laughed heartily and said, "Don't worry, even if I fail this time, it won't be easy for the 9 mystical tower to kill me." 3 rainbow-colored lights flickered in Lu Ping's hands. These were the 3 rainbow-colored tail feathers of the Luan Taoist. Each of these tail feathers contained the heaven-splitting divine ability that the Luan Taoist had personally sealed. This was the reason why Lu Ping dared to face the 9 mystical tower and the heaven-splitting divine weapon. At the foot of the 9 mystical mountain, the 10 pure yang experts and Lu Tianping were all present. Xiao Baiyu smiled when he saw that everyone had gathered. "Looks like everyone has settled their affairs. Now it's time to talk about how to divide the spoils." Everyone ignored the inauspicious tone of Xiao Baiyu's words. Their expressions turned serious. Although they had come in an alliance, they were facing a colossus like the 9 mystical tower. Even though this colossus was currently at its weakest, the 11 cultivators who stood at the peak of the cultivation world did not have absolute confidence that they would be able to escape unscathed from the 9 mystical tower. However, the reason why they had taken such a huge risk was because they wanted to fight for the great benefits within the 9 mystical tower. Even blood brothers had to settle their debts clearly. If they did not make things clear in advance, they would become a laughing stock if they were killed for their treasures due to unfairness in the distribution. Xiao Baiyu was the one who had initiated this operation and was also the strongest amongst the 11. Naturally, he was in charge of this matter. None of us dare to say that we can escape unscathed. The 9 mystical towers' inheritance, as well as the secret techniques that have been passed down from generation to generation, must be shared no matter who obtains them. I believe that no one has any objections to this. Guyu Laozu and Shihua Laozu, The two pure young cultivators smiled and said, "This is what we are after. As long as we obtain it, we can even give in to the others appropriately." Guyu Laozu and Shihua Laozu were not bound by a sect, and did not value the 9 mystical towers' cultivation resources as much as the others. However, they did not have to give in to the others. If they really needed something, they would naturally do it. Lin Yu Laozu originally belonged to this group as well. However, he was now the Luo Xian sect's supreme elder. Luo Xian sect had many things to do in the East Sea, and he naturally could not be as carefree as Guyu and Shihua Laozu. Yuan Pokong and Yang Shouchang glanced at each other and said, "It's fine as long as we obtain that inherited secret technique. We don't care about those cultivation resources. The two of us are only doing this for the sake of returning Brother Zhao's favor." Qi Fan Laozu looked at the quiet Lu Ping and asked with a smile, "What do you think, Lu Xiaoyu?" If it was before, although everyone acknowledged that Lu Ping had the right to join the Pure Yang Alliance, they might not necessarily acknowledge his position. However, it was different now. Not only did Lu Ping bring 6 7-colored restriction-breaking talismans with him, he also had to bear the heavy responsibility of temporarily shaking the entire Qingming River. Of course, the most important thing was the shocking battle at the Yulon River. Lu Ping thought for a moment and said, "The cultivation resources are easy to deal with. When the time comes, we can either split them equally, or according to our contributions. Even if we encounter some rare items, we can use other items to make up for it. The only thing to worry about are the spiritual treasures and rare treasures. These items are rare and often unique in the world. They can't be replicated. If we get into a dispute over these items, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to decide." Xiao Baiyu was the first to reply, "I'm only after the spiritual inheritance and the Kiliacosm. I, Skyren, believe in destroying all techniques with a single sword. I'm not too concerned about the spiritual treasures. As long as the Kiliacosm of the 9 mystical tower belongs to me, everything else can be discussed." No one objected to this point. As the organizer of the Pure Yang Alliance and the strongest person, the Kiliacosm had been Xiao Baiyu's goal from the very beginning. It was also one of the reasons why he established the Pure Yang Alliance. Furthermore, Xiao Baiyu was about to take the final step of becoming a spiritual treasure. Even if someone took the Kiliacosm from him now, how could they keep it in the future? 7 Fan Laozu muttered, "It's been stated from the beginning that the Kiliacosm belongs to fellow Taoist Xiao. However, it would be best if the 9 mystical tower has a secret technique to create a Kiliacosm. If there isn't, I hope fellow Taoist Xiao can open the Kiliacosm, so that everyone can have the opportunity to explore the mysteries of the Kiliacosm." Xiao Baiyu was startled and immediately said, "Of course." At this time, Full Moon Laozu suggested, "How about this? I'll take turns picking up the spiritual treasures and unique treasures one by one. Then the cycle will repeat. In this way, whether the spiritual treasures you get will depend on the order and luck. What do you think?" Sanchen Laozu also opened his mouth and said, "This is also a good idea. However, after determining the order of picking up, it's better to pick up the spiritual treasures twice in a round." Lu Ping understood what he meant. In other words, if the order of picking up was determined for the 11 cultivators, after picking up the spiritual treasures from the first to the last, then from the 11th to the first, it would be considered a round. This way, the gap between them could be narrowed even more. Sanchen Laozu's suggestion was approved by Guyu, Shihua, and Lin Yu Laozu. Yuan Pokong laughed and said, "In that case, how should we arrange the order?" 7 Fan Laozu's expression didn't change. He said, "No matter what, this conference was initiated by fellow Taoist Xiao, so the order of first place should be given to fellow Taoist Xiao. There wouldn't be too many objections to this. However, it was hard to say how the order should be arranged after that." At this time, Feng Lu Laozu suddenly opened his mouth and said, "The order after the battle will be based on everyone's ability." At this time, Xiao Baiyu also said, "This is fair. However, I have already obtained the Kiliacosm, so I give up on the first 2 rounds." Chapter 1454. Deep into the night, The full moon hung high in the sky. The Qingming River seemed to flow peacefully under the moonlight, but in reality, one could still hear the sound of the river crashing against the shore in the distance. As the wind blew gently, one could see a figure hovering above the wide surface of the river from afar. Lu Ping was at the point where the Qingming River suddenly turned from east to west, and just a few miles behind Lu Ping was where the 9 mystical tower was located. Suddenly, a clear and distant sound of a flute pierced through the air, filling the surging river surface. Lu Ping, who was hovering in mid-air, heard the sound of the flute, and his entire body sank into the river. 138 feet below the surface of the Qingming River, Lu Ping could clearly sense the main water vein of the Qingming River. As the water vein was close to where the 9 mystical tower was located, and a considerable portion of the water vein was used by the 9 mystical tower, the turbulence of the water vein here was exceptionally intense. Under such circumstances, if it had been Lu Ping back at the foot of Luo Xen Mountain, he would not have even had the right to enter the water vein. Now, although the water vein seemed to be turbulent, Lu Ping could enter and leave at will. Even so, when Lu Ping entered the water vein, he could still feel how small he was. To put it bluntly, this water vein was personally opened by Peng Daran back then. Now, even though Lu Ping's strength was comparable to that of a pure young expert, it would still be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot if he wanted to shake the entire water vein, at least in the eyes of others. Perhaps some people would believe it if it was destruction. After all, the fact that Lu Ping had a pure young spiritual treasure in his possession had long been known to the world. That was a water-dissolving talisman personally made by Daoist Chan. If it was really cut with a pair of scissors, even if it could not cut off the entire water vein, it would still cause serious damage to it. But if that happened, the mountains and rivers would definitely collapse, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Even Lu Ping himself might not be able to survive the backlash of the water vein. Within the water vein, Lu Ping could clearly sense that although the water vein of the Qingming River was turbulent, there was a unique rhythm to it. This was due to the unique turbulence caused by the 9 mystical towers' use of the water vein. The closer he got to the 9 mystical tower, the more obvious the turbulence became. Although the sound of Lin Yu Laozu's flute could be heard, it was clear that Laozu had not yet activated the formation to restrict the 9 mystical towers' spiritual vein through the earth vein. He had only informed Lu Ping to start preparing. Lu Ping flipped his hands and made several hand seals. The Linglong wine cauldron was already floating above Lu Ping's head and slowly rotating in the water vein. Although it would only take a moment to block the water vein of the Qingming River, the danger involved was no less than that of Feng Lu and Xiao Baiyu's attack on the 9 mystical towers formation. However, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. Among the 11 practitioners participating in the plan, only Lu Ping was proficient in water-based techniques and had the most experience and confidence in controlling the water vein. Moreover, in the process of blocking the Qingming River's water vein, Lu Ping could also legitimately collect the essence of the water vein. This was what Lu Ping truly valued. Previously, Lu Ping had relied on the essence contained in half of the Qingming River's water vein to allow his level of training to advance rapidly from the mid-Dharma stage to the late Dharma stage in just a few decades. His foundation was stable, and his inner yuan was strong. He did not seem to be lacking in the slightest because of the rapid increase in his level of training. This was only a branch of the Qingming River. This time, he could legitimately collect the essence of the entire Qingming River's water vein. Although the risk was great, to Lu Ping, this was no less than robbing half of the longevity cave. Compared to the risk, it was worth it no matter what. For this, Lu Ping had even given up the opportunity to attack the 9 mystical tower, first to reap the most benefits. Suddenly, a muffled rumble could be heard from the Qingming River. From the bottom of the river, there was a sudden turbidity. The mud and sand were swept up by the water vein and flowed downstream. Very soon, the water vein was filled with turbid water. Laozu had finally begun to activate the earth vein. However, if he wanted to use the earth vein to restrict the supply of the 9 mystical towers' spirit vein, the commotion would naturally be huge. At this time, it was because Lu Ping was in the water vein. If he were in the air above the Qingming River, he would realize that the entire Qingming River, with the 9 mystical tower as the center, was shaking violently. The water of the Qingming River had also begun to churn, and the raging river water was constantly rushing towards the banks. In the Linglong wine cauldron floating above Lu Ping's head, the weapon spirit Linglong leaned against the side of the cauldron and said, "Big brother, it should be starting." Linglong can already feel that the earth vein's movement has stabilized. It should be that those people have already reached the limit of their control over the earth vein. If we act too late, the 9 mystical towers' counterattack will follow. Lu Ping nodded his head and took a deep breath. With a shake of his body, 12 gentian beads suddenly burst out from Lu Ping's body, forming a 5-colored halo around him. Then, a white jade lotus flower bloomed beneath Lu Ping's feet. The refined petals were covered in dense runes that flickered, resonating with the 12 gentian beads. The gentian grand array was formed. Then Lu Ping's divine sense spread out, and the origin time grand array started operating. As the divine sense's fluctuation gradually synchronized with the rhythm of the water vein's fluctuation, the entire origin time grand array suddenly became illusory in the Qingming River's water vein. It was as if the array's defense was about to melt into the water vein. At this moment, Lu Ping stretched out his hand and pointed towards the top of his head. The gentian wine cauldron made a wung sound and began to slowly revolve in the water vein. The essence of the Qingming River was quietly assimilated and condensed by the gentian grand array. Then, it continuously flowed into the Linglong wine cauldron, but it did not cause any disturbances in the entire water vein. In the void outside the 9 profound towers grand array, Sanchen Laozu and Yang Shoucheng stood side by side. Both of their eyes clearly cultivated a special eye technique, as they shone brightly in the night without attracting any attention. Should we make a move? Guyu has clearly used the earth vein's movement to activate the 9 profound towers spirit vein. Moreover, the power of the Qingming River's water vein seems to have weakened. Yang Shoucheng clearly couldn't make up his mind. At this time, the Peacock King brother, who was always teasing and mischievous, also appeared much more serious. Let's wait a little longer. The power of the water vein is extremely weak, but it seems to be gradual. It has not caused any disturbances in the entire Qingming River's water vein. Sanchen Laozu's expression was solemn as he looked at the ground and the river beneath his feet. It was as if he was able to observe some of the minute details. Yang Shoucheng pondered for a moment and said, "You mean to say that this Lu Tianping still has the confidence to continue weakening the water vein?" Sanchen Laozu said in a low voice, "That's right. Although I don't know what method he is using, it is obviously a marvelous technique. No wonder he is known as the Water Sword Immortal. Looks like fellow Zhao's previous suggestion makes a lot of sense." Yang Shoucheng, however, was a little impatient. With such a big movement, I'm afraid the 9 profound tower has already sensed that something is wrong. If we wait for too long, I'm afraid they will counterattack, and it will be troublesome. Sanchen Laozu's eyes flickered. Let's wait a little longer. Let's wait a little longer. At this moment, the Qingming River's water vein was weakened once again. An endless stream of water essence was plagiarized by Lu Ping using the Gentian formation and injected into the Linglong wine cauldron. It even dyed the entire second tribulation spiritual treasure blue. As Lu Ping's stealing of the water essence intensified, even with the protection of the Gentian formation, the Qingming River's water vein could not help but become turbulent. However, the turbulence was not intense at first. As Lu Ping secretly stole the water essence, he also used the Linglong wine cauldron floating above his head to suppress the turbulence caused by the loss of the water essence. However, this process did not last for too long. The turbulence of the Qingming River's water vein became more and more intense, to the point where Lu Ping could no longer suppress it with the Linglong wine cauldron. Not only did the violent turbulence break free from Lu Ping's restraints, it even spread far and wide, directly affecting the 9 profound towers formation that was absorbing the water essence. However, this was not the end. Even though Lu Ping could no longer suppress the turbulence of the water vein, Since he could not steal it secretly, he might as well steal it openly. With the assistance of the Genshin formation, Lu Ping directly activated the Spirit Gathering ability to help the Linglong Wine Cauldron snatch the Qingming River's water essence. The huge amount of water essence even dyed the entire Genshin formation and the Linglong Wine Cauldron into a ball of deep blue light. Because the Linglong Wine Cauldron could not store enough water essence, the ball of deep blue light expanded even more. Lu Ping's actions finally caused the entire Qingming River's water vein to retaliate. The Qingming River's water vein was the first thing Peng Daoren created after he landed in this world, and it contained the heaven and earth energy of this world. Lu Ping's unbridled actions finally caused the entire river to retaliate. In the void outside the 9 mystical towers sect protecting Grand Formation, Patriarch 3 Chen and Yang Shouchang looked at the 9 mystical towers sect protecting Grand Formation flickering. Clearly, it was because the Spirit Vein and Qingming River that supported the sect protecting Grand Formation were being suppressed. Let's do it! The 9 Profound Tower has already reacted. They're trying to use the Spirit Vein and Water Vein to sort out the surrounding Qingming River's Water Vein and Earth Vein. They've obviously realized that someone is targeting them. Yang Shouchang clearly could not hold back his anger at this moment. If we don't act now, I'm afraid that fellow Taoist Xiao and Feng Lu will personally come to question us. Just as Yang Shouchang finished speaking, Sanchen Laozu's eyes suddenly lit up. Pointing to the distance, he exclaimed, "Look!" Yang Shouchang did not know what was going on. Looking in the direction Sanchen Laozu was pointing, he immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. The Qingming River's flood is rising. This is the heaven and earth energy. That brat actually blocked the entire Qingming River's water vein and activated the heaven and earth energy. He must be tired of living. Even true spirit Laozu can't withstand this kind of backlash. Sanchen Laozu's face was filled with admiration. Amazing, amazing. This time, the 9 Profound Towers formation will definitely be broken. Yang Shouchang shouted. Then what about this brat? Sanchen Laozu waved his hand. 36 7-colored restriction-breaking talismans fell from the sky like 36 rainbow-colored stars. Without turning his head, Sanchen Laozu said, "He chose his own path. Let's leave it to the heavens." 36 rainbow-colored stars were arranged in an orderly fashion, directly piercing through the void and landing on the 9 Profound Towers sect protecting formation, forming a mysterious formation. This was one of the most brilliant methods of formation masters, using a formation to break a formation. Yang Shouchang looked at the Qingming River behind him. The flood from upstream had already broken through the embankments on both sides of the Qingming River. The surging flood poured out, turning the plains on the south bank of the Qingming River into a country of water. I hope that brat can escape. Chapter 1455. Back then, Lu Ping had promised the other 10 pure young cultivators to block the Qingming River's water vein. In everyone's eyes, the so-called block was only to weaken the water vein's supply to the 9 mystical tower. As for the degree of weakening, that would depend on Lu Ping's own ability. If he weakened it too much, the attack on the 9 mystical tower would be even more intense. The 9 mystical tower would be able to prepare less, and the chances of success would be higher. However, no one had expected that Lu Ping would be able to block the entire Qingming River's water vein and trigger a backlash from the heaven and earth force. Yang Shouchang's good luck was heard by 3 Chen ancestor, who was in the middle of activating the void-breaking formation. He smiled and said, "If this kid can escape the backlash of the mighty power of heaven and earth, he will definitely be in the top 5 when it comes to picking up the spoils." The 9 mystical towers sect protecting formation has already been weakened by 50%. Most of this is due to him blocking the water vein. Even fellow Guyu is far from being able to match up to him. Yang Shouchang was unconvinced. That will depend on his performance in the 9 mystical towers dojo. Sanchen Laozu's hands formed seals, and one seal after another landed on the 36 7-colored restriction-breaking talismans. Yang Shouchang assisted from the side. Rays of 5-colored light followed Sanchen Laozu's seals, and the 7-colored restriction-breaking talismans became brighter and brighter. The 9 mystical towers sect-protecting formation became weaker and weaker. The two of them chatted as they set up the formation. Clearly, because Lu Ping blocked the entire Qingming River's water vein, the two of them had a much easier time setting up the formation. 3 Dawn Patriarch laughed. Indeed. In the end, it all depends on the battle in the 9 mystical tower. But fellow Taoist Yang, have you forgotten about the battle at the Yulon River? Fellow Taoist, do you think that with your pure Yang energy, you would be able to handle the combined attacks of 12 powerful cultivators better than him? Yang Shouchang's expression changed, and he said with a cold snort, "This kid is truly a monster even more monstrous than old Xiao." Sanchen Laozu suddenly said with a serious expression, "To be honest, if he really escapes this time, the old man thinks that it is only right for him to inherit fellow Taoist Zhao's position as the Pure Sun Alliance leader in the future." Yang Shouchang didn't reply, because the two of them had reached the final critical moment of setting up the formation. A furious roar came from the 9 Profound Towers training ground. Which thief dares to come to the 9 Profound Tower and court death? Yang Shouchang suddenly mocked. It's already like this, and the 9 Profound House is still thinking of using their connections to intimidate others. As soon as he finished speaking, a cracking sound suddenly came from the void. A huge gap appeared in the sect protection formation that was enveloped by the 36 restriction-breaking talismans. The moment the gap in the array was broken, a ball of flame suddenly burst out from within and instantly sealed the entire gap. However, the moment the flames burst out, 3 different tiger roars sounded out. Feng Lu Laozu took the lead, commanding the 3 ferocious tigers to charge into the flames. Feng Lu of the Spirit Taming Beast sect, how dare you? In the void, Feng Lu roared, noisy. Immediately after, the sky was filled with explosions from the gap in the sect protection formation. Although Feng Lu had charged into the formation, he was blocked by someone at the gap, unable to advance an inch. Moreover, from the intense spiritual energy fluctuations in the air, it was clear that Feng Lu was currently surrounded by the 9 Profound Towers cultivators. Moreover, the moment Feng Lu charged into the formation, the gap in the sect protection formation, that had been broken by the void-breaking formation, began to slowly but steadily shrink. At this moment, the sound of a sword resounded through the sky. Before everyone could look in the direction of the sound, a sword light had already split the void and rushed into the gap in the sect protection formation. Xiao Baiyu, the people of the 9 Profound Tower, were clearly panicking because of the owner of the sword light. Right at this moment, the 3 Dawn Ancestors' expression changed, and he said, "Not good. The 9 Profound Pavilion's counterattack is coming. Everyone, quickly charge into the 9 Profound Pavilion sect, or else something unexpected will happen." Yang Shouchang was slightly hesitant. Although Feng Lu and Xiao Baiyu had already rushed into the sect protection formation, they were still surrounded by the 9 Profound Tower. The reason why the other pure Yang cultivators did not rush in immediately was because the 9 Profound Tower had prepared beforehand, had left very little space. At this moment, 2 pure Yang cultivators had already charged in. If one more person went in, not only would he not be able to help, he might even hinder the other 2. Right at this moment, the earthquake that had already calmed down erupted once more. This time, it wasn't centered around the 9 mystical tower, but the 9 mystical tower. The true source of the quake was the 9 mystical mountain, which was several dozen li away from the 9 mystical tower. A giant mountain collapsed with a loud bang, and Yang Shouchang's expression changed. Not good. That's where fellow Guyu and fellow Lin Yu are setting up the formation. Sanchen Laozu and Yang Shouchang immediately looked at the Qingming River several miles upstream from the 9 Profound Towers encampment. The counterattack should be aimed at Lu Tianping, who was blocking the water vein. However, when the two of them looked up, they were shocked to find that Lu Ping had already broken free from the heaven and earth force that was erupting from the Qingming River's water vein. He had already rushed out of the Qingming River and was flying towards the two of them. The Qingming River's flood had already been restrained in the river, and the flood had already subsided. Lu Ping's body was soaked with blood, and his face was pale and exhausted. He staggered a few steps forward, and stood firmly in front of the two pure young martial emperors. He looked up and glanced at the chaotic battle in the sect protection array formation's gap. He said in a hoarse voice, "We've gone too far this time. They're obviously trapped inside and can't get out. What's the situation?" The two of them looked at Lu Ping in a daze. Sanchen Laozu almost forgot to control the space-breaking formation to prevent the sect protection formation from recovering. Yang Shoucheng pulled his right sleeve with his left hand and gave a thumbs up with his right hand. "Amazing, you even dare to block the entire Qingming River's water vein. I don't know if you're stupid, or if you've already planned this beforehand. But no matter what, there aren't many people in my life who admire me, and you're the third." Lu Ping didn't have the time to consider whether Yang Shoucheng's words were filled with mockery or admiration. At this time, because of the backlash from the Qingming River's water vein, Lu Ping barely managed to block it for a moment with the Life Origin Array sea calming. After that, he barely managed to escape from the water vein, with only a few % of his true essence left. Seeing that Yuan Pokong was already the third to rush into the water vein, Lu Ping took out a few medicinal pellets from his interspatial mystic instrument and swallowed them all in one go before sitting down to meditate. Yang Shoucheng was experienced and knowledgeable. When he saw the spirit pellets in Lu Ping's hand, he mumbled, "Damn, this brat even got his hands on the spirit monster fruit. Such a rare treasure is perfect for restoring one's true essence." Sanchen Laozu looked at Yang Shoucheng and said anxiously, "Fellow Yang, don't be distracted. The 9 Profound Towers sect protection formation is coming for us soon." Yang Shoucheng was also anxious at this moment. He shouted, "Old Xiao, old fart phone Yuan monkey, can the three of you fucking make it? If you don't work harder, you'll be like turtles in a jar once the sect protection formation closes." Just as Yang Shoucheng finished speaking, Yuan Pokong's voice came from the gap in the sect protection formation that had shrunk by half. He cursed, "Stupid bird. It's easy for you to say that. Right now the entire 9 Profound Tower is surrounding the three of us. Why don't you fucking come in and try?" Although Yuan Pokong was cursing loudly, the three people inside had clearly realized that the situation had reached the most critical moment. Whether or not they could succeed after plotting for dozens of years would depend on who was the first to break the deadlock. Sword light flashed, and the entire space shook. Tiger roars resounded, and even the miserable howls of a ferocious tiger could be heard from within the formation. It was obvious that Feng Lu's natal ferocious beast had been severely injured during the battle. Yuan Pokong made a big fuss, and the heaven-breaking rod in his hand smashed the entire space upside down. The 9 Profound Towers sect protection formation suddenly glowed, and the entire formation started to condense. It gradually formed a wave of light that shot towards the gap that Sanchen Laozu and Xiao Luo had broken through. Yang Shoucheng stared at the wave of light that was about to rush into the gap and cursed, "If I really go in, I'll really become a fucking turtle like you guys." When the spirit light wave approached the gap, it suddenly sped up. 3 Dawn Patriarch and Yang Shoucheng moved their hands like butterflies flying through flowers. Their true essence poured into the space-breaking array, as if they didn't care about their lives. The wave of light collided with the space-breaking formation. There was no loud bang, only a sudden burst of white light. Even Yang Shoucheng and Sanchen Laozu had to close their eyes for a moment. Amidst the white spirit lights, only Lu Ping's eyes suddenly shot out a 3-foot-long green-red light. He ignored the white spirit lights and stared intently at the battle between the void-breaching array formation and the sect guardian array formation. At the same time, he also paid attention to the battle between the 3 pure young cultivators and the 9 Xian pavilion. At this moment, Lu Ping suddenly shouted, "Senior Shihua, now is the time." Patriarch Shihua was just about to step in, but the explosion of white spiritual light had obscured his vision and spiritual sense, and he didn't dare to hesitate in the slightest. His body suddenly exploded into a ball of yellow light that flew toward the gap in his memories. Lu Ping secretly sighed in his heart. Just when the spiritual light of the sect-protecting Great Array had reduced the gap made by the space-breaking Great Array to 3 feet wide, Xiao Baiyu and the other two, who had entered the sect-protecting Great Array, in advance finally managed to break through the encirclement of 9 mystical tower, at the cost of Yuan Pokong's injury and Feng Lu's natal beast. At this moment, because of Lu Ping's timely reminder, Shihua Laozu, who had crashed into the sect protection formation, came in at the right time. The 4 pure yang cultivators working together suddenly became the last straw to break through the 9 profound towers sect protection formation. The light wave dissipated, and Sanchen Laozu and Yang Shouchang's vision and divine sense recovered. When they looked at the place where the 2 formations clashed, the 9 profound towers sect protection formation was only 1 foot wide. Sanchen Laozu's heart palpitated. That was close. Yang Shouchang also had a lingering fear. That was close, that was close. With a wah sound, Threechin ancestor spat out a mouthful of blood. He could no longer suppress the backlash from the previous clash of formations. Yang Shouchang's face was also pale. It was obvious that he had expended a large amount of his quintessential essence. But he still smiled at Lu Ping and said, "How about it, kid? Do you have the guts to follow me and charge in?" Chapter 1456. Shihua Laozu and Full Moon Laozu charged in one after another, causing 9 profound towers blockade to fall into a state of near collapse. Ancestor Guyue and Ancestor Lin Yu had also rushed over. However, Ancestor Guyue was carried over by Ancestor Lin Yu using a divine ability. Previously, because he had used the Earth Vein to weaken the energy supply of the 9 profound towers Spirit Vein to the array formation, Ancestor Guyue had suffered a strong backlash from the 9 profound towers array formation masters. At this moment he was already unconscious. Clearly, the 9 profound tower would not be able to participate in the final battle within the sect. Although Lin Yu Laozu had rushed over, he was not in a good state either. It seemed as though he had exhausted a great deal of his primary energy. He was in a worse state compared to Lu Ping, who had only just broken free from the water vein. After Shihua Laozu charged into 9 profound tower, the cultivators besieging 9 profound tower were on the verge of collapsing. However, despite the counterattacks from the sect's defensive array, both Yang Shouchang and Sanchen Laozu were seriously wounded. In the end, they were still incapable of completely repairing the passageway opened up by the space break array. After Shihua Laozu charged into the array, the passageway was reduced to a size of 1 qi and stabilized. 7 Laozu waved his hand, and his 7 spiritual fans flew forward to set up a magic array in midair. Next, he utilized his magic skill to forcibly tear open the passageway. However, even though the sect's defensive array was clearly running out of power, 7 Laozu was in a hurry to re-establish the connection with the 4 pure yang cultivators who had entered 9 profound tower. That was not something that could be done quickly. Seeing that, Full Moon Laozu brought out his life-bound spirit treasure, and the 2 of them worked together to tear open the passageway, reducing it to a size of 2 qi. However, that was still not enough. Once all of them charged into 9 profound tower, there was a high chance that the array masters from 9 profound tower would be able to seal off their escape route. Lu Ping consumed several precious true essence recovery medicinal pellets one after another, and his true essence had already recovered about 60% to 70%. If it weren't for his quick reflexes to resist the heaven and earth's force, it wouldn't have been easy for him to recover in such a short time. Let this junior lend the 2 seniors a hand. The sword of the true spirit slashed down. The defensive array that was already on the verge of collapsing under 7 Laozu and Full Moon Laozu could no longer withstand the slash of the sword of the true spirit. After a series of ripping sounds, the sect protective array was torn open by Lu Ping. On the side, Threechin old ancestor saw how Lu Ping easily tore through the sect protecting array formation. Although the 2 pure yang martial emperors had distracted him, he still focused his attention on Emoli, the true spirit sword. Lu Xiaoyu, what a sharp flying sword. If the old man is right, this flying sword seems to be extremely proficient in the art of breaking arrays. Lu Ping was shocked. Before the sword of the true spirit had gone through the thunder tribulation, Its 9 treasured restrictions were actually refined by Lu Ping using the 9 array foundations left behind by Jiao Daoren. If Lu Ping used the sword of the true spirit with all his might, this natal spiritual treasure could be said to be a genuine flying sword that could break arrays. However, Lu Ping was afraid that others would see through the sword of the true spirit, so he had not revealed Mo Li's talent in breaking arrays. Unexpectedly, when he helped 7 Laozu and the others, he had only displayed a little of Mo Li's ability to break arrays, and Sanchen Laozu, an array formation grandmaster, had seen through it. Although Lu Ping was shocked, his expression was calm as he said, "I can't say that I'm proficient, but I do have some ability to break arrays. Otherwise, I would have volunteered to help you." Lu Ping did not know if he had dispelled Sanchen Laozu's suspicions about the sword of the true spirit, but at this time, the gap in the 9 mystical towers' protective array was once again being torn apart by Lu Ping and the others. 7 Laozu was the first to charge in. At this time, the 9 mystical tower had joined forces to block the gap in the array, but because 4 pure young adepts had charged in, they were completely suppressed. When 7 Laozu charged in, he became the last straw that broke the camel's back. The 7 spiritual fans swept across, severely injuring the 2 9 mystical tower great adepts who were in charge of the array. At the same time, the 3 mid-dharma adepts beside them were also killed. The 9 mystical towers Dao soldier array was thrown into chaos, and the other 4 pure yang adepts took the opportunity to attack. At this time, Full Moon Laozu had already joined in, and the 3 pure yang adepts of the 9 mystical tower were finally overwhelmed, and the Dao soldier array completely collapsed. At this time, Xiao Baiyu suddenly shouted, "Be careful of Yang Shi. This person has not appeared, so he must be in seclusion in the spirit space. The 7-feathered fan is most likely in his hands." Before Lu Ping and the others schemed against the 9 mystical tower, he naturally had some understanding of the 9 mystical tower. Before the 9 mystical tower sealed itself, there were only 3 pure yang adepts left in the sect. 8th Sister Zhu was seriously injured, and the other was also injured. At this time, when the group broke through the 9 mystical towers' protective array, there were still 3 9 mystical towers pure yang adepts. However, in addition to 8th Sister Zhu and the other pure yang adepts who were previously injured, there was also an unfamiliar face. Yang Shi Laozu, who had been unscathed during Mara's attack on the 9 mystical tower, had not appeared. In this case, there was only one possibility. Yang Shi Laozu must be in the spirit space, receiving the 9 mystical towers' immortal inheritance. In this case, the 9 mystical towers' sect-guarding treasure, the 7-feathered fan, must be in his hands. Lu Ping flipped over and entered the protective array. With a backhand slap on the protective array shield behind him, he used the force to attack the 9 mystical towers' hinterland. Along with Lu Ping, Yang Shouchang was not to be outdone. Lingyu Laozu was protecting Guyu, while Laozu and Sanchen Laozu were protecting everyone's escape route in the array. However, no one, including the 3 Qin ancestor, saw that when Lu Ping's palm landed on the 9 mystical pavilions' protective array formation, a void underworld essence had already entered the protective array formation. The 3 pure yang adepts of the 9 mystical tower were still trying to block the attacks of Xiao Baiyu and the others. However, faced with the attacks of 7 pure yang adepts, and one who was not yet a pure yang adept, the 9 mystical towers side could only retreat. The 8 of them joined forces to chase after the 3 pure yang adepts of the 9 mystical tower. Although they had the upper hand, they did not split up to take advantage of the opportunity to plunder. Although the group's plan was ultimately to plunder, when faced with a behemoth like the 9 mystical tower, they had to first completely destroy it, so that it would not have the strength to retaliate. Only then could they divide the loot with peace of mind. All of them were top-notch great masters, and naturally, they would not ruin the grand plan for a small profit. Hence, although the 9 mystical tower had been defeated, the group did not waver in the slightest. They continued to chase after the 3 pure yang adepts of the 9 mystical tower. Although the 3 pure yang adepts of the 9 mystical tower could still use the Dharma soldier formation that the various mid and late Dharma adepts of the 9 mystical tower had barely managed to hold on for a while. Amidst the continuous cries of pain, many of the Dharma adepts of the 9 mystical tower were falling one after another. The Dharma soldier formation was also in imminent danger. 8th Sister Zhu screamed. They are trying to destroy the 9 mystical tower. All disciples must remember this hatred. 9 mystical tower, listen up, disperse. 8th Sister Zhu could already see clearly that the 8 great masters in front of her were trying their best to kill as many high-level adepts of the 9 mystical tower as possible. If they continued to fight like this, the mid and late Dharma adepts of the 9 mystical tower would all be killed by them. If that happened, the 9 mystical tower would really be destroyed. At this moment, 8th Sister Zhu suddenly ordered the mid and late Dharma adepts of the 9 mystical tower to disperse. It seemed as if they had given up resisting. The 3 pure yang adepts were facing a siege of 8 adepts of the same level, but they could still preserve the vitality of the 9 mystical tower. The great masters of the pure yang level in front of them could only kill them. It was impossible for them to destroy the 9 mystical tower. At least there was still a chance for them to rise again in the future. Chapter 1457. Without the help of the many Dharma adepts of the 9 Xian Tower, 8th Sister Zhu and the other 2 pure yang adepts were no match for Xiao Baiyu and the rest. Under the repeated attacks of the crowd, they were soon riddled with injuries. It was only because everyone had their own reservations that they did not kill them. At this moment, a long howl rang out, followed by a thunderous roar. Who dares to cause trouble in the 9 Xian Tower? Everyone was shocked at first, but then, as if they had discovered something, they all heaved a sigh of relief. This thunderous roar was accompanied by a powerful aura that seemed to cover the sky and cover the earth. Although it seemed powerful, everyone could clearly sense the cultivation level of the person who had come. He was definitely a pure yang adept, even if his level of cultivation was already at the top of the pure yang level. As long as he had not become a pure yang adept, no one would be afraid of him. The only thing that the 9 Xian Tower feared about the pure yang adept, Yang Lan Laozu, was the heaven-opening divine weapon, the 7-feather fan, which he controlled. There was a ripple in the air, and a towering 9-story tower appeared and floated above the 9 Xian Tower. The tower was 100 feet tall, and one could reach for the stars. Even in the Nine Xian Tower, not many people knew that there was such a tower floating above the sect. This must be the true foundation of the Nine Xian Tower. Xiao Baiyu looked at the plaque hanging above the entrance of the tower. On it were the words Nine Xian Tower. He said, "It seems that this Nine Xian Tower is also a lesser kiliacosm." Lu Ping was puzzled and asked, "Then what should we do? Should we enter or not?" Xiao Baiyu smiled and said, "There is no need to enter. He will come out on his own." Seeing the puzzled look on Lu Ping's face, Qi Fan Laozu explained, "A spirit dimension cannot withstand the might of a heaven-splitting divine weapon. If Yang Lan does not want to be trapped in a spirit dimension by us, he can only come out and fight to the death with us. It can be said that the moment we broke through the Nine Profound Towers sect protecting formation, the Nine Profound Tower had already lost this battle. In the cultivation world, not everyone can catch up to the time when the true spirit inheritance of the Holy Land is temporarily cut off. It is also not easy to gather 11 pure young level cultivators." The portal of the mini kiliacosm floating above the sect opened wide. A green-faced old man, who looked to be in his 50s, walked out of the portal with a feather fan made of 7 different colored feathers. In a trance, he appeared in front of everyone and stood with 8th Sister Zhu and the other 2 pure young disciples of the Nine Profound Tower, facing Xiao Baiyu and the other 8 pure young level cultivators. Yang Lan Laozu was not afraid at all. He looked directly at Xiao Baiyu and said, "Fellow Xiao wants to destroy my Nine Profound Tower? I don't dare, and I can't. I don't want to perish together with you," Xiao Baiyu said seriously. Yang Lan Laozu opened his eyes and shouted, "If you can't destroy my Nine Profound Tower, aren't you afraid of my revenge in the future?" 7 Fans Laozu took a step forward and said coldly, "Fellow Yang Lan, don't tell lies in front of famous people. Although we can't destroy the Nine Profound Tower, we can make it unable to recover from this setback. We came here with a request. If fellow Yang Lan can satisfy our request, we will naturally retreat." Yang Lan said sternly, 7 Fans, how dare you? This time, you have offended the dignity of the Holy Land. If you retreat now, the old man will naturally let bygones be bygones. But if you push your luck, do you really think that the old man has no means to deal with you? Yuan Pokong opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. After breaking the Nine Profound Tower's protective formation, Yuan Pokong's internal organs had been shaken, and he had suffered some injuries. Hearing Yang Lan's words, he laughed and said, "Old man, if you really have the means to deal with us, why do you need to wait until now? It's just activating the Nine Profound Tower's forbidden formation. Now that we are prepared, we naturally won't perish together with you." Yang Lan Laozu raised the heaven-splitting divine weapon in his hand and said coldly, "Humph. The old man at least has the 7-feather fan in his hand. Do you really think that you can defeat the old man? Moreover, even if the old man activates the forbidden formation, even if he can't go up to you, you can forget about getting anything you want from the Nine Profound Tower." Yang Shoucheng looked Yang Lan Laozu up and down, his mouth making clicking sounds, but his mouth was not clean. He said, "Old thing, why don't you activate the forbidden formation? Why don't you do it? Are you afraid of death? If you're afraid of death, why are you boasting? I, Old Yang, am sure that you won't dare to activate it." Yang Lan snorted coldly, ignoring Yang Shoucheng's clamor. Instead, he said to Xiao Baiyu, "You and the others took advantage of the perilous situation to plot against my Nine Profound Tower, and even involved the demon race cultivators in it. You will definitely be despised by the human race cultivators. My Nine Profound Tower may be weak now, but we are still a Holy Land sect. Aren't you afraid of arousing the fear of the other Holy Lands and making a move against your respective sects?" Yuan Pokong scolded, "So what if I am a demon race cultivator? Yang Lan, old man, to think that you are a pure young Holy Land, a grandmaster of a sect, yet your words are as narrow as a marketplace cultivator." Full Moon Laozu said calmly, "Since we dared to plot against the Nine Profound Tower, we are naturally prepared to disappear. As long as the other 5 Holy Lands do not know our whereabouts, which sect would dare to casually make a move against our sects? At most, we can just continue to attack them. Over the years, haven't we, the sects with pure Yang Holy Land, been like this? After Full Moon Laozu finished speaking, everyone fell into an unusual silence. However, Lu Ping and the others were slowly moving to their respective positions, slowly surrounding Yang Lan Laozu and the others. At this time, among the 4 pure Yang Holy Land of the 9 Profound Tower, apart from Yang Lan Laozu, who was unscathed and 8th Sister Zhu's injuries were relatively light, the other 2 pure Yang Holy Land had been seriously injured by Xiao Baiyu and the others. They almost had no strength to fight again. However, at this time, the only thing that everyone was worried about was Yang Lan Laozu's means of mutual destruction. Yang Lan Laozu was the true soul candidate of the 9 Profound Tower of this generation. Previously, he had been in seclusion in the small thousand world of the 9 Profound Tower, trying to become a true soul. The small thousand world and the 7 feather fan were under his control, so the 9 Profound Tower's forbidden isolation formation was definitely under his control. After a long time, Yang Lan Laozu finally opened his mouth and said with a gloomy face, "What do you want?" It's very simple. The small thousand world, the secret of the 9 Profound Tower's true soul inheritance. Yang Lan Laozu flew into a rage and said, "Wishful thinking. Even if the old man opens the forbidden isolation formation, and the entire 9 Profound Tower's inheritance is ruined, it will not benefit you." However, just as Yang Lan Laozu's voice fell, an earth-shattering sound like a thunderclap suddenly came from outside the 9 Profound Towers, sect protection formation behind Xiao Baiyu and the others. 7 Fan Laozu's expression immediately changed, and he said sternly, "Not good. The 9 Profound Tower has reinforcements. Fellow Taoist 3 Chun and the others are in danger." Everyone, including Lu Ping, panicked. A thought suddenly rose in their hearts. Not good. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. We've fallen into a trap. At this time, Xiao Baiyu suddenly said sternly, "Don't panic. If you want to keep us here, unless a true soul cultivator personally makes a move, since fellow Taoist Yang Lan won't give it to us, we can only take it by force. Now we have no way out. Otherwise, all our years of planning will be in vain, and the sects you belong to will suffer tragic revenge." Chapter 1458. Because Sanchen Laozu and Guyu Laozu were in their hands, Lingyu Laozu stayed behind to take care of the 2, so the 3 of them did not participate in the battle. However, when the 3 of them were suddenly attacked outside the sect protecting formation, Xiao Baiyu and the rest, who were confronting the pure young cultivators of the 9 Profound Tower, turned pale with fright. They thought that the 9 Profound Tower had called for reinforcements. Seeing that everyone's decades of planning was about to go down the drain, and that the sect they belonged to was going to suffer a tragic revenge, Xiao Baiyu's stern shout immediately made everyone go all out. They might as well not think about the forbidden formation, or the 9 Profound Tower's inheritance, and kill the pure young cultivators of the 9 Profound Tower in front of them first. Although Lu Ping had doubts in his heart, he saw that after Xiao Baiyu's stern shout, Qi Fan, Feng Lu, and Full Moon Laozu took the lead to attack Yang Lan Laozu. His heart stirred, and he launched a whirling chain kill, the sword of true spirit heading straight for Yang Lan Laozu. The sudden change outside the sect caused Yang Lan Laozu to be stunned for a moment, but he was immediately overjoyed. Although he did not know who was attacking outside the sect, there was no doubt that it was beneficial to the 9 Profound Tower at this time. However, he did not expect that Xiao Baiyu and the rest would be so desperate that they would attack him regardless of anything. This caused Yang Lan Laozu to be even more shocked and furious. "You guys are courting death." The 7 feather fan in Yang Lan Laozu's hand pulsed with spiritual light. Lu Ping looked carefully and saw that only 2 of the 7 feathers on the fan had undergone a strange change. The other 5 feathers did not change much. Even so, Lu Ping's heart tightened. The moment Yang Lan Laozu was about to attack, he already had one of Wan Daoist's life feathers in his hand. The wind surged, and the auspicious clouds rolled on top of Ancestor Yang Lan's head. A colorful phoenix soared in the clouds, and then a feather fan rose in midair. The colorful phoenix slammed into the feather fan. Originally, there were only 2 feathers on the left side of the feather fan. Suddenly, 1 more feather was added. The 7-feather fan suddenly began to expand. In mid-air, half of it was dazzling, and the other half was dim. Although the process of ancestor Yang Lan using the 7-feather fan seemed complicated, in fact, the speed was extremely fast. The 7-feather fan, which had been stimulated by half of its power, had already fallen to the crowd. In front of Xiao Baiyu and the others, there was only a huge feather fan falling from the sky. The spiritual light did not wait for the feather fan to fall, and it had already covered the sky and covered the earth. At this time, Yang Lan Laozu suddenly yelled, and his voice was full of disbelief and anger. The heaven-covering feather fan, that was about to fall on top of everyone's head suddenly collapsed in mid-air. But the power of the spiritual light still rushed toward everyone, and it did not weaken in the slightest. Xiao Baiyu shouted, and the heaven-splitting sword in his hand pointed in the air. A dark crack suddenly appeared in the void, and the spiritual light was suddenly swallowed by the space crack. However, although Xiao Baiyu's heaven-splitting sword qi was wonderful, it was obviously unable to resist such a vast power of heaven and earth. The heaven-splitting sword qi was quickly wiped out by the haze. After Xiao Baiyu, 7-fan Laozu, Feng Lu, and Full Moon Laozu also attacked almost at the same time. Among them, 7-fan Laozu was the strongest. His 7-feather fan spiritual treasure was originally an imitation of the 7-feather fan. If he faced the 7-feather fan at ordinary times, he would be the most restrained one. However, at this time, Yang Lan Laozu did not know what trouble he had encountered. The 7-feather fan was obviously out of control, and 7-fan Laozu became the most successful one in resisting the haze. Each of the 7 fans waved a fan in the air, and for a moment, all kinds of magical abilities such as ice, fire, wind, fog, dust, and so on were unleashed at the same time, forcibly clearing a path through the haze that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Feng Lu Laozu's spirit beast bag shook, and a strange monster was slapped on the head by his palm. Then the monster suddenly opened its mouth and began to swallow the haze. The monster's stomach swelled like a balloon until it became round, and even somewhat transparent. Seeing that it was about to explode, Feng Lu suddenly grabbed the monster and threw it hundreds of feet away. Pa! The sound of something shattering rang out. It was clear that the demon beast's body had already exploded. Immediately after, the miserable cries of the 9 profound towers cultivators rang out. Full Moon Laozu's method was ordinary. A moonlight mirror rose above his head, and the light was like moonlight. Although the surging haze continued to wear down the moonlight, it could not break through the protection of the moonlight mirror. Yang Lan Laozu's heaven-opening artifact was not fully activated. Although its power was still tyrannical, under the joint attack of the 7 top pure yang cultivators, most of its power had been blocked. Although the remaining haze still had good power, it could not do anything to the remaining 4 people: Yuan Pokong, Yang Shouchang, Shihua Laozu, and Lu Ping. Lu Ping flipped his wrist and retracted his natal plume feather. The true spirit sword turned into the Sea of 100 Rivers sword art. 9 sword light vortexes appeared around Lu Ping's body, and the remaining haze was swallowed by the sword light when it rushed in front of him. Yuan Pokong and the others also used their own means to protect themselves. When the haze dissipated, Lu Ping and the others looked at the scene in front of them in surprise. 8th Sister Zhu's 7 flying forks were inserted into Yang Lan Laozu's body. Martial Nephew Zhu, what are you doing? Junior Sister Zhu, what's going on? The 2 pure yang cultivators of the 9 profound tower, who had been severely injured before, originally thought that things would turn for the better. Who would have thought that trouble would come from behind? 8th Sister Zhu suddenly launched a sneak attack on Patriarch Yang Lan. Yang Lan Laozu turned around with the 7-feather fan in his hand, and 8th Sister Zhu was immediately sent flying. At this moment, Xiao Baiyu suddenly attacked Yang Lan Laozu from behind with his sword. The remaining 2 pure yang cultivators of the 9 profound tower, who were seriously injured, were obviously stunned by the scene in front of them. The moment Xiao Baiyu attacked, Laozu and the others also attacked the 2 pure yang cultivators without any explanation. These 2 pure yang cultivators, had already been seriously injured by Lu Ping and the others in the previous battle. At this time, because 8th Sister Zhu suddenly attacked young Lan Laozu, they lost their minds, and their life and death were already at stake. The 7 flying forks on young Lan Laozu's back sprayed a mouthful of blood on the 7-feather fan in his hand. Then, regardless of Xiao Baiyu's heaven-splitting sword qi approaching him, he brushed the 7-feather fan in front of him. The void that was originally shaking, because of the continuous confrontation of magical powers, was immediately erased. Young Lan Laozu plunged into the void without thinking. In the distance, 8th Sister Zhu, who was severely injured by young Lan Laozu, could not care about her severely injured body. She barely supported her upper body and said, "Don't let him return to the 9 profound tower. Otherwise, all our previous efforts will be in vain." Yang Shoucheng hugged the void with both palms, and a ball of 5 elements spiritual light was suddenly born. Then he suddenly pushed it toward the void. The void in front of him, all the way to the front of the 9 profound tower, was in a strange turbulence. Young Lan Laozu was once again unable to control the use of his space magical power. However, he was a top pure young cultivator after all, and he had the 7-feather fan in his hand. Although his space magical power was broken by Yang Shoucheng's strange means, young Lan Laozu himself did not suffer the slightest injury. He just staggered out of the void. However, this was enough. Although the 9 profound tower, which was suspended above the sect, was close at hand, Yuan Pokong broke the sky with his rod and appeared in front of young Lan Laozu again. With the sweep of the spiritual treasure in his hand, young Lan Laozu had no choice but to retreat and was blocked outside the 9 profound tower. After being severely injured by 8th Sister Zhu and forced to use the 7-feather fan, young Lan Laozu had already reached the point of exhaustion. After being forced to retreat by Yuan Pokong, young Lan Laozu could no longer avoid the heaven-splitting sword qi that followed closely behind Xiao Baiyu. In desperation, he could only use the 7-feather fan in his hand to block it. Xiao Baiyu's control of his swordsmanship was marvelous. At the critical moment, he pinched out a sword technique. The heaven-splitting sword qi that seemed to devour the world flashed lightly in midair. Young Lan Laozu cried out in alarm. The hand that was holding the 7-feather fan had been cut off. Then 2 screams rang out in succession. The remaining 2 pure young martial artists of the 9 mystical mansion were also shattered by Lu Ping and 7 Fan's old ancestor. However, the 2 were pure young cultivators after all. Their vitality was strong enough. At the moment of death, they suddenly shouted, "Senior brother Young Lan, quickly activate the forbidden array." Suddenly, a strange wave of spiritual energy rippled out from the 2 dying pure young cultivators. Lu Ping's face changed and he said, "Not good, they're going to self-destruct." "No, that's not right. The heart core space has been destroyed. They're going to sacrifice themselves." At this moment, 8th Sister Zhu, who was in the distance, could not care less about her serious injuries. She forcefully shouted, "Quick, seize the small 1,000 world and leave. The forbidden array is about to be activated." Chapter 1459. The 2 pure young masters of the 9 mystical tower had sacrificed themselves to help young Lan Laozu activate the 9 mystical tower's forbidden formation. 8th Sister Zhu hurriedly shouted for Xiao Baiyu to put away the mini Kiliacosm first. The secret of the 9 mystical tower's immortal inheritance is in the mini Kiliacosm. Young Lan Laozu, who had lost the 7-feather fan because his palm had been chopped off, already knew that the 9 mystical tower's destruction was imminent. He did not even try to snatch the 7-feather fan under his feet. Instead, he took a few steps back and drew a strange hand seal in front of him. It instantly resonated with the strange spiritual energy fluctuations emitted by the 2 pure young masters of the 9 mystical tower before they died. The entire 9 mystical tower's dojo suddenly shook. Lu Ping could clearly see that the 9 mystical tower's protective formation was collapsing. To be more precise, it was not collapsing, but retracting. This way, more of the 9 mystical tower's sect would be exposed outside the protective formation, while the core of the dojo would become more stable due to the retraction of the protective formation. At the same time, The gap that had previously been pierced through would also shrink rapidly due to the retraction of the formation. Once the forbidden formation was completely activated, the entire 9 Mystical Towers dojo would be sucked into the spatial crack. The 9 Mystical Tower had even abandoned part of its base for this. Yanglan Laozu had already been protected by the dojo's follow-up measures because of the activation of the forbidden formation. For a moment, no one could threaten him at all. However, when the forbidden formation was activated, what everyone lacked the most was time. Otherwise, once they were trapped in the forbidden formation, even if Xiao Baiyu and the others slaughtered everyone in the 9 Mystical Tower, they would not be able to break the final measure that had been constantly perfected by the 9 Mystical Towers' immortal Laozu. The instant 8th Sister Zhu reminded Xiao Baiyu. He had already flown towards the 9 Profound Towers' lesser thousand world floating in midair. Yuan Pokong, Yang Shouchong, Full Moon, and the rest flew towards the 9 Profound Towers' lesser thousand world one after another. The 7-fan Laozu was suppressing the 7-feather fan with all his might, and Lu Ping could only stand guard by the side. Then he saw 8th Sister Zhu stumbling over. Lu Ping's heart tightened. He did not let down his guard against 8th Sister Zhu. The tip of the sword of true spirit was still pointed at her. Clearly, he was very wary of this pure young Laozu of the 9 Profound Tower, who had suddenly betrayed him. 8th Sister Zhu felt Lu Ping's hostility. She smiled and did not say anything. Instead, she sat cross-legged on the ground and took out a few jade bottles from her storage artifact. She swallowed all the treasured elixirs in them and began to heal. Obviously, 8th Sister Zhu had suffered from Yang Lan Laozu's counterattack with the 7-feather fan. However, Lu Ping saw a trace of misery and hesitation on the face of 8th Sister Zhu, who was sitting by the side, and began to heal as if no one else was around. Lu Ping secretly speculated that it was not easy for 8th Sister Zhu to make a sudden decision to betray him. The 7-feather fan Laozu obviously did not put all his attention on suppressing the 7-feather fan. Seeing that Lu Ping was so cautious, he smiled and said, "Lu Xiaoyu does not have to be so nervous. Fellow Zhu is fellow Zhao's Dao companion. I did not inform you before because this matter is of great importance. It concerns fellow Zhu's life and death. I hope Lu Xiaoyu will not blame me." Lu Ping nodded. There was no expression on his face. He just kept the sword of true spirit. However, he was still on guard in his heart. As for who he was on guard against, even Lu Ping himself was not sure. At this moment, the 9 Profound Towers' spirit space, suspended above the dojo, suddenly trembled violently. The clear spatial oscillation almost swept through the entire 9 Profound Towers encampment. If Yanglan Laozu had not activated the forbidden formation against the 9 Profound Towers dojo, this wave of spatial oscillation would have caused the 9 Profound Tower to suffer heavy losses. When the 9 Profound Tower returns to the cultivation world, the 9 Profound Tower will definitely pay with blood. In the formation of the forbidden formation, the angry curse of ancestor Yanglan could not stop Xiao Baiyu and several other pure Yang masters from working together to break through the forbidden formation that had not yet been fully formed from the sky of the Taoist rite. With the help of the flaw of the sect protection formation that had been broken before, they moved out of the Taoist rite. Lu Ping and the others also rushed out of the 9 Profound Towers dojo. When Lu Ping retreated from the edge of the spirit space, he also used the force from above to catch up with the pure Yang cultivators in front of him. He saw Lin Yu Laozu riding a crooked escape light towards them. Lu Ping hurriedly used his own escape light to catch up. Lin Yu Laozu was already on the verge of death. His life force was intermittent, and his body was covered with dozens of wounds. Lu Ping looked at the wounds on Lin Yu Laozu's body and frowned. It's a lightning technique. There was no need for Lu Ping to say more. All the pure Yang cultivators present were experienced and knowledgeable. Shi Hua Laozu said directly, "This is the Yuan family's method." Everyone was stunned. The reputation of the number 1 family in the cultivation world was really terrifying. Did their appearance come from the 9 Profound Towers' request for help, or was it premeditated by the Yuan family? Lu Ping fed a healing spirit pill with the Wonder Dew as the main ingredient into Lin Yu Laozu's mouth. hanging on to his life force. Everyone had already rushed out of the 9 Profound Towers encampment and arrived at the entrance of the sect-protecting formation. There was still the aftermath of the battle here. The space was still shaking, and the scattered spirit chi could almost force core-forging cultivators to retreat. However, to everyone present it was like a light breeze. There was nothing left in the sky, but everyone could still discover many things from the aftermath of the battle. Chi Fan Laozu took a deep breath and said, "There is indeed a lightning technique being used here. I'm afraid only the pure young adepts of the Yuan family could have such power." At this time, because of Lu Ping's healing spirit pill, Lin Yu Laozu slowly regained consciousness. Seeing everyone, he smiled bitterly and said, "Someone attacked us from the back." It was the Yuan family. The leader was Yuan Tongtian. There were also 2 pure Yang adepts and a few late Dharma adepts. Fellow Sanshin and Guyue have already. However, the Yuan family obviously did not expect that there would be so many of us, and that we would succeed so quickly. In the end, seeing that they were unable to stop us, they killed the heavily injured Sanshin and Guyue before retreating. The old man was lucky enough to escape. Full Moon Laozu frowned and said, "So you're saying that the Yuan family was not recruited by the 9 Xian Tower?" Full Moon Laozu had actually only said half of what he wanted to say. The rest of the sentence had already been thought of by all the adepts present. If it was not recruited by the 9 Xian Tower, then who was it? The reason why Full Moon Laozu did not say this half of the sentence was because once he said it, he was afraid that it would cause everyone to be suspicious of each other. The pure Yang alliance that they had painstakingly formed might immediately fall apart. At this time, the pure Yang alliance still had to be maintained. At least, before the secret of the spirit space treasure, that everyone had forcefully pushed out of the 9 Xian Towers dojo, was divided among them. This alliance still had to be maintained. Lu Ping looked on coldly from the sidelines. He knew that after everything in the spirit space was shared, it would be difficult for everyone to work together like before. The sudden appearance of the Yuan family was like a thorn in their side, making it difficult for them to trust each other in the future. As for whether there was a need to maintain the pure Yang alliance, Xiao Baiyu, who had obtained the spirit space, was about to become a true spirit. Coupled with the 9 Xian Tower's secret technique that allowed the true spirit to be passed down continuously, there was also the help of 8th Sister Zhu, who was also a pure Yang cultivator and had control over many inheritances of the 9 Xian Tower. After the 9 Xian Tower fell, Skyrim would immediately become a new holy land. So what was the use of the pure Yang alliance? As for the 7 fans, Laozu had obtained the heaven-opening artifact, the 7-feather fan. His cultivation method and the 7 fans that he used were closely related to the 7-feather fan. With the help of the heaven-opening artifact, it was not impossible for him to comprehend some secret technique and divine ability from it to step into the true spirit realm in one fell swoop. If he could obtain the secret of the spirit space treasure in front of him, then the heavenly profound sect would also have the conditions to become a holy land. The 2 most important initiators of the pure Yang alliance were already close to success. Naturally, they had to withdraw from this loose alliance that was originally formed to fight against the Holy Land and maintain the inheritance of their respective sections. The other cultivators would also know the secret of the 9 Xian Tower's true spirit inheritance never being broken. If they could obtain the secret of the spirit space treasure in the form of the spirit space treasure, they would also grasp the method to become a holy land. However, compared to the deep foundation of Skyrend and the heavenly profound sect, there was still a huge gap. Chapter 1460. Lu Ping knew that the arrival of the Yuan clan was not necessarily the work of the remaining 9. But since the seeds of discord had already been planted, it would not be easy to resolve it. The 9 Profound Towers pocket dimension was forcefully pushed out of the 9 Profound Towers dojo. Everyone knew that they could not stay here for long. Their previous sneak attack on the 9 Profound Tower had caused a huge commotion, and the nearby sects must have already found out about it. Coupled with the Yuan clan's random ambush in the Central Plains, it would not take long for the entire cultivation world to know that the 9 Profound Tower had suffered a crushing defeat. The 9 Profound Tower's title as a sacred land would no longer be theirs, and they had even activated a forbidden formation to completely isolate the dojo from the outside world. If the other 5 Holy Land sects were to find out about this, their first thought would be to join forces and kill all of them, to prevent the secret of the Holy Land's inheritance from being leaked, and to prevent similar things from happening to the other 5 Holy Land sects. Therefore, Xiao Baiyu and the rest needed to quickly divide up the spoils and leave. They could not even return to their sections. They had to bide their time and wait for the right time to come out. At that time, even the remaining 5 sacred lands would not be able to do anything to them. The previous incident had been brief, and although everyone had forcefully taken away the pocket dimension that was the carrier of the 9 Profound Tower, it had not been refined by Xiao Baiyu. After that, there had been estrangement among them, so Xiao Baiyu naturally would not refine the spirit space to avoid misunderstanding. As for the mystery of the formation of a minor kiliocosm, everyone had their own conjectures after seeing the soul treasure that looked like a 9-story building. The so-called minor kiliocosm could only be carried by a heavenly abode treasure. The heavenly abode treasure restriction that was passed down in the cultivation world could only allow a heavenly abode treasure to form the 8th restriction. As for the core that formed the 9th rune, it had always been controlled by the 6 Holy Lands. Therefore, only the 6 Holy Lands had their own minor kiliocosm. However, it was not as simple as possessing the 9th barrier to form a pocket dimension. It was extremely difficult to form a Grotto Heaven magic treasure to begin with. There were only a handful of Grotto Heaven magic treasures in the entire cultivation world that could form 8 barriers. Moreover, they had to go through hundreds or even thousands of years of accumulation to reach such a level. Not to mention whether or not these few Grotto Heaven magic treasures had the potential to form the 9th restriction, even if they barely reached the level of a top-notch spirit cultivation Grotto Heaven. Who would dare to use them to summon the Thunder Tribulation? The formation of a small thousand world was like the formation of a true spirit cultivator. It was not easy for this world to form. If one wanted to form a small thousand world, they needed at least one true spirit cultivator to personally protect the cave treasure and summon the tribulation lightning. However, in this way, even if the minor thousand world was formed, this true spirit cultivator would not be able to hide in the minor thousand world in time. He would be rejected by this world, and would have no choice but to leave the northern ice plains. In other words, if he wanted to create a small world, he would need at least one true spirit cultivator to leave his seat, and he might not even succeed. After knowing this, the pure young cultivators present did not look too good, especially the pure young cultivators who had sects backing them. They originally wanted to rely on the power of their sects to refine a minor thousand world, then use the secret of the 9 mystical towers' true spirit inheritance to advance and become the supreme ruler of this world. However, they did not expect that they would not be able to become a ruler and would have to pay the price of leaving their seat. Everyone looked at each other. How could they be reconciled? At the same time, they were also puzzled. Xiao Baiyu was determined to take away the spirit space from the beginning. Could it be that his mistress, 8th Sister Zhu, had already informed him about it? After all, 8th Sister Zhu was one of the actual controllers of Jiushuan Tower. It was normal for her to know such a secret when she intended to leave Jiushuan Tower. Thinking of this, even 7 Fans Laozu and the others looked at Xiao Baiyu and 8th Sister Zhu with a layer of suspicion. However, this was obviously not the time to fall out. Everyone had suffered injuries in this battle. Xiao Baiyu had obviously thought of what everyone was thinking and said with a bitter smile, "I really don't know about this. Please believe me." No one said anything. In the end, it was Lu Ping who suddenly smiled and said, "Senior, we still need to find the secret of the 9 mystical towers' true spirit inheritance. I wonder if Senior Zhu knows where it is hidden in this minor thousand world, so that we don't have to search everywhere." 8th Sister Zhu had been hit by young Lan Laozu's angry counterattack with the 7-feather fan. At this time, her injuries were not weaker than Lin Yu Laozu's, but she was also aware of her situation at this time. Eight
Although
sisters
she had
Zhu
turned the
smiled
tables
slightly
and
and
joined
said,
the crowd as
even
Xiao
in the
Bai's
nine
Taoist
mystical
companion,
tower, other than
everyone
true
was
spirit
still
Lao
somewhat
Tzu,
suspicious of
no
her.
one else can enter the minor thousand world easily. Although I was previously a pure yang of the nine mystical tower, I did not enter the eyes of the previous true spirit Lao Tzu. The number of times I have entered this minor thousand world is also very few. I only know that the center of this minor thousand world is where the foundation of this minor thousand world is. If you want to refine and take this minor thousand world for your own use, the boundary stone to control this minor thousand world is also there. Under 8th Sister Zhu's lead, everyone hurried to the center of the minor thousand world. However, this minor thousand world was worthy of being the most important place in the nine mystical tower. In this minor thousand world, there were spirit herb gardens everywhere. Large tracts of 1,000-year-old spirit herbs could be seen everywhere, and even 3,000-year-old spirit herbs could be found everywhere. Lu Ping even saw many rare treasures that were more than 3,000 years old. In his divine sense, he even noticed many places where the spiritual qi was turbulent. As one of the few alchemy grandmasters in the cultivation world, Lu Ping was able to detect the spirit herbs and the quality of the spirit plants there just by relying on the spiritual qi turbulence. All of the places where the spiritual qi was turbulent were natural treasures that were up to 5,000 years old. Some of them could even strengthen the fleshly body, with effects no weaker than the pure jade fruit. There were also natural treasures that were specifically used to concoct pure yang-grade medicinal pills. There were also a few plants that were close to the level of spiritual demons that were awakening. The entire minor thousand world was a huge treasure trove. Lu Ping even regretted not bringing the amethyst bee swarm with him. With everything in this minor thousand world, Lu Ping estimated that he could collect at least 1,000 drops of amethyst royal jelly. The amethyst queen bee's cultivation base would most likely improve, and the size of the amethyst queen bee swarm would also greatly increase. In Lu Ping's view, the value of the spirit herb garden in this minor thousand world was already unknown. Even the most important spirit herb grotto heaven of the Nine Mysteries Tower, the longevity grotto heaven, could not be compared to it. Lu Ping knew the value of the spirit herbs in this minor thousand world. How could the other sects Lao Tzu not know? They might not be able to observe the spirit herbs as carefully as Lu Ping, but they knew the value of the spirit herbs. Divide it, these spirit herbs must be divided, Feng Lu suddenly said. Looking at the endless spirit herb garden, Sage Shueshou's eyes flashed with a fiery blood-red color. Qi Fan Laozu sighed and said, divide it. This spirit herb garden is invaluable, and it will be of great benefit to our cultivation. Full Moon Laozu hesitated for a moment but finally nodded. Seeing that someone had taken the lead, the other pure yang cultivators naturally agreed. 8th Sister Zhu's eyes flickered, but she did not say anything in the end. Xiao Baiyu laughed loudly and said, of course it must be divided. I have said before that as long as it is a minor thousand world, everything else must be divided. Chapter 1461. In the center of the minor kiliacosm was a gigantic palace. This was the core of this minor kiliacosm, the Nine Mystical Palace. This Nine Mystical Palace was built by the founder of the Nine Mystical Tower, Laozu. Every generation of true spirit Laozu of the Nine Mystical Tower would come here to recuperate. Under most circumstances, they couldn't leave the minor kiliacosm, so they could only spend their time in this minor kiliacosm and compile ancient records. At the same time, because true spirit Laozu is guarding this place, it's actually the safest place in the Nine Mystical Tower. Hence, the Nine Mystical Tower has drawn many cultivation resources into this minor kiliacosm. In any case, these things couldn't be hidden. Because true spirit Laozu was guarding this minor kiliacosm, the Nine Mystical Tower didn't do much to hide the large amount of cultivation resources. In front of these pure yang cultivators, there wasn't the slightest bit of concealment. Hence, they might as well pretend to be generous and tell everyone about it in advance. The vast Nine Mystical Palace was instantly swept clean by the divine sense of the numerous pure yang sovereigns. The number of inheritances, rare treasures, miraculous pills, and miraculous treasures were all accounted for in an instant. After all, the more precious an item was, the lesser the quantity. Even for the inheritances of the Nine Mystical Palace, since the creation of the Nine Mystical Palace, there weren't many that could catch the attention of the true spirit ancestor. In the central hall of the Nine Mystical Palace, a 5 chi tall stone tablet was suspended in the air. It was surrounded by dazzling lights and was densely engraved with words. But when everyone wanted to take a closer look, they suddenly discovered that they couldn't see any of the words clearly. Under the stone tablet, there was a praying mat. Obviously, there was someone who had comprehended the secret of the stone tablet here before. It should be Yang Lan Laozu. Divine Sound Stone? Old Ancestor 7 Fans asked curiously when he saw the stone tablet. Not only 7 Fans Laozu, but even Lu Ping was secretly shocked when he saw this stone tablet. 8 Sister Zhu nodded. That's right, this is the Divine Sound Stone. This stone tablet is the core of this minor kiliacosm. If you refine this stone tablet, you will be able to control this minor kiliacosm. At the same time, you will also be able to obtain the secret of the true spirit inheritance. Even people like Lu Ping and Xiao Baiyu, who were confident in becoming a true spirit on their own, could not help but feel excited when they saw this inheritance. This was because the secret of the Holy Land's true spirit inheritance was actually a shortcut and trick to becoming a true spirit. It could even allow a pure yang cultivator, who had no hope of becoming a true spirit, to become a true spirit. This was the true value of the Holy Land's true spirit inheritance. Sherhua and Laozu were filled with. This was because there was that they could break through to the Ciliocosm, Yang Saint Realm Saints Iacosm, and Yang Saint Stage, and Saint Sect, and in Yang Sect, and Spirit of Spirit, and could it be that only by refining this stone tablet can one obtain the secret method of breaking through to the true spirit realm from the Divine Sound Stone? Full Moon Laozu's question instantly pulled everyone back to reality from their beautiful dreams. Everyone immediately looked at 8th Sister Zhu in an unfriendly manner. 8th Sister Zhu smiled bitterly and said, I really don't know about this. However, it's true that one can obtain the secret method of inheritance after refining the stone tablet. Everyone naturally did not dare to be careless. Each of them used their own techniques to try to decipher the inheritance on the stone tablet. Xiao Baiyu also tactfully did not refine the stone tablet. Instead, he allowed the pure young saints to use their techniques. However, no matter what techniques they used, they could not see any clear words on the stone tablet. The pure young saints from the various sects' faces grew increasingly ugly. At that moment, Xiao Baiyu had no choice but to stand up and say, Everyone, if it really doesn't work, let me refine the stone tablet and tell you the inheritance on it. How about that? All the pure young saints were silent. Only 8th Sister Zhu's eyes flashed with an undetectable glint. 7 Fans Laozu suddenly said, That's not right. In order to ensure that the true spirit inheritance doesn't end, the sacred grounds inheritances will usually choose pure young cultivators as true spirit candidates before the true spirit Laozu leaves this world. Then, they will leave this world only after the next pure yang cultivator becomes a true spirit. Before the next pure yang cultivator becomes a true spirit, the small kiliocosm should still be controlled by the previous true spirit. In that case, there should be other ways for cultivators to obtain the secret method of inheritance. Everyone looked at eighth sister Zhu. Obviously, they were sure that she was hiding something, and they also looked at Xiao Baiyu with more vigilance. Eighth sister Zhu smiled bitterly. I can't do anything if you don't believe me. Anyway, I'm a pure yang that was eliminated by the sect. Even I don't know what the true spirit inheritance should be like. At this moment, Lu Ping's expression changed. He walked forward and reached his hand into the stone tablet that was covered by the dazzling spiritual light under the gaze of all the pure yang saints. The moment Lu Ping's palm touched the stone tablet, Lu Ping's expression changed. Then, he slowly closed his eyes, but his expression was still very solemn. He seemed to be thinking hard about something, and beads of sweat gradually appeared on his face. All the pure yang saints fell silent for a while, and looked at Lu Ping in front of them. Everyone had used all means to try to decipher the words on the stone tablet. Obviously, they were afraid of the dazzling light screen that enveloped the stone tablet, but none of them thought of touching the stone tablet with their own hands. After about half an hour, Lu Ping suddenly opened his eyes, retracted his palm, and took a few steps back, panting heavily. Feng Lu and Laozu asked at this moment, "How is it?" Lu Ping caught his breath and said, "Everyone, you will know once you try it. The inheritance is inside." All the pure young saints seemed to have a tacit understanding. Everyone exchanged glances, and Shi Hua and Laozu took a step forward first, and slowly touched the stone tablet through the light screen. Then, Shi Hua and Laozu were suddenly overjoyed, and they restrained all their thoughts. This way they were much faster than Lu Ping. After about half an hour, Shi Hua and Laozu heaved a long sigh of relief and said, "Wonderful, wonderful! I didn't expect there to be such a secret technique. I didn't expect there to be a glimmer of hope for the old man to become a true spirit, haha." Seeing that Shi Hua and Laozu had also received the inheritance, Full Moon and Laozu went forward. All the pure yang saints seemed to be afraid of each other, and only one pure yang saint went forward to receive the inheritance each time. Lu Ping was standing at the side of the palace at this time, but his mind was not on the contents of the true spirit inheritance secret technique that he had obtained previously. Instead, he was having an intense discussion with the dragon-shaped sculpture in the core space. "You're really confident? Don't worry, many people may have been deceived this time. Eighth Sister Zhu and Xiaobai definitely have no good intentions. You're saying that the secret of the true spirit inheritance is fake? Why should I ponder over the profound meaning of the contents? If I follow it, what's the possibility of me becoming a true spirit?" The dragon-shaped sculpture sneered and said, "How can the inheritance be wrong? What's wrong is that these so-called inheritances can only target everyone who comes into contact with them." Lu Ping was taken aback and said, "You're saying that everyone gets different inheritances, and the inheritances are targeted at each cultivator, and others can't copy them at all?" The dragon-shaped sculpture said solemnly, "That's right. Everyone thinks that they have a chance of becoming a true spirit after receiving the inheritance. However, after they leave this world and leave behind their so-called inheritances, I'm afraid none of their descendants will be able to become a true spirit through this method. In other words, in the future, the Holy Land will still only have Skyrend." The destruction of the 9 mystical tower did not exchange for a few sects with true spirit inheritances. But only Skyrend has a chance of replacing the 9 mystical tower? Do you want to reveal this matter now? The dragon-shaped sculpture suddenly laughed sinisterly and said, "Why should I expose it? You're different from the others anyway." Chapter 1462. Then do you think 8th sister Zhu and Xiao Baiyu know about this? What if I reveal this to them? Anyway, when everyone confronts each other, this little trick will be exposed. However, the dragon-shaped statue laughed sinisterly and said, "What's the point of saying that? You've already received the inheritance anyway. Unlike the others, the inheritance you've received can really be passed on. Do you also hope that in the future, besides the sky-splitting sword sect and the Zhenling sect, there will be a few more sects with the inheritance of the Zhenling sect?" The dragon statue wandered on the surface of the 9-dragon bell, and countless words appeared and disappeared on the surface of the bell. However, these words were different from the blurred words on the stone tablet. These words were abnormally clear, and could be seen at a glance. However, these words were arranged in a messy order, and could not form a secret or cultivation method at all. It was more like a random list of words. "Haha, you dare to play such tricks in front of me? Why don't you take a look at my origins? I am the dragon-shaped statue on the base of the altar that Taoist Jiao sat on when he opened the altar and gave his speech. I was the one who enlightened the spirit of Taoist Jiao's speech. How could an inheritance slate like you, who knows nothing, compare to me?" Lu Ping said thoughtfully. "Who do you think left this inheritance stone tablet? How can an ordinary celestial spirit Laozu have such a trick?" The dragon statue sneered. "If they have such a trick, why are there only these 6 holy lands since the beginning of the world? Then who could it be? Who knows? Maybe it is an unintentional work of one of the sky splitters Laozu, or maybe it is some kind of arrangement left by one or a few of them." The avatar of dragons circled around the 9-dragon bell, and Lu Ping's natal essence seeped out from the avatar of dragons and seeped into the 9-dragon bell. As a result, more copies of himself appeared on the bell, and the words became clearer. The dragon statue on the wall of the bell was suddenly dissatisfied. "I say, boss, can you keep your statue away from me? What is this, always swaying in front of me, showing off?" Lu Ping laughed. "If it weren't for the support of my life essence, would you be able to copy the complete inheritance? The closer my Dharma incarnation is to you, the less life essence it consumes. The current situation is very strange, and I have consumed a lot of my life essence to resist the mighty power of heaven and earth. I should save as much as I can just in case." The dragon-shaped statue was displeased. "Don't you know that your projection's dragon origin aura is stronger? Every time it swings around in front of this dragon is very displeased." Lu Ping simply ignored this guy, and the dragon statue also knew that Lu Ping's words were reasonable. Seeing that Lu Ping was ignoring it, it could not help but complain in a low voice. "I really don't know how this guy got such a pure bloodline. If he wants to become a true spirit, he will directly become a true dragon. His starting point is much higher than Jiao Doran's. I heard that bloodline can sometimes be related to the soul. Could it be that this guy's soul also has some secret?" The dragon-shaped statue shook its head fiercely and said, "Damn, how could this dragon have such a thought? How could this dragon remember these things? It seems that I have really forgotten a lot of things after being in the Taoist altar for a long time. This little bit of sudden emergence is really a little unbearable for this dragon." The so-called true spirit inheritance, according to the explanation given to Lu Ping by the dragon-shaped statue, was that there was actually no inheritance on the stone tablet in front of him. There were only 5,000 different words, and the importance of the stone tablet was that when a cultivator touched it, the stone tablet would arrange these 5,000 words according to different cultivators, forming a secret technique suitable for the cultivator to advance. The pure young cultivators in the mini Kiliacosm all thought that they had obtained a shortcut to advance to the true spirit from the stone tablet, but they never knew that in fact, the secret technique that everyone obtained was different. Although Lu Ping knew, 8th sister Zhu and Xiao Baiyu might have also known. The 3 of them pretended to know nothing. Most of the Laozu of each sect's mind began to comprehend the moment they received the inheritance. Therefore, no one thought of verifying their gains with each other, and this little secret was unexpectedly preserved in such an incredible way. Although all the Laozu had obtained the true spirit inheritance, they did not know that the inheritance they obtained was only suitable for themselves. When they became true spirits in the future, the same method might not be successful for the younger generation cultivators. Therefore, it was naturally impossible for the true spirit inheritance to be eternal like the Holy Land. This little trick could not be hidden from the Laozu of each sect, but it could not be hidden from the 9-dragon bell in Lu Ping's body, which seemed to be of the same origin as the stone tablet. To be exact, it was the dragon-shaped sculpture. This was a pedestal sculpture carved by the chiming sound god stone in the 7th Patriarch's Taoist altar, because of the enlightenment of Jiao Doran's mantra. Even the moment the dragon-shaped sculpture came into contact with the stone tablet through Lu Ping, it completely inherited all the methods of the stone tablet's inheritance. That was to say, if someone wanted to obtain the shortcut to advance to the true spirit in the future, the dragon-shaped sculpture also had the ability to create the secret technique inheritance, according to the person. That was to say, at this time, Lu Ping was actually like Xiao Baiyu, who had also obtained the key to the Holy Land's inheritance. Now, what Jinling lacked was the door of the Holy Land's inheritance. After the pure young Laozu obtained the inheritance, they began to discuss how to divide the cultivation books in the mini Kiliakosm, the few treasures, and the spiritual herbs, spiritual materials, and spiritual mines. All the cultivation manuals were gathered together and handed over to each of the patriarchs to make a copy of. There didn't seem to be a lot of things, especially when compared to the tens of thousands of years of inheritance that the 9 profound tower had accumulated since the beginning of the world. The number and content of these manuals was really not abundant. However, these things recorded the core and most important inheritance and secrets of the 9 mystical tower. It could even be said that each of the things recorded in these books could even cause a great disturbance in the cultivation world. In the mini Kiliakosm, there were several spiritual treasures and magic treasures of the 9 mystical tower. Although they were not too powerful treasures for killing, they all had various wonderful uses. However, they were rarely used, so they were stored in the mini Kiliakosm. According to the previous agreement, Xiao Baiyu would not participate in the first round of treasure distribution because he had obtained the mini Kiliakosm, and 8th sister Zhu was not qualified to participate. Sanchen Laozu and Guyu Laozu had also died, and Qi Laozu, like Xiao Baiyu, had given up 2 opportunities to choose treasures in the first round because he had obtained the 7-feathered fan. Therefore, everyone counted the contributions. Feng Lu, who had lost a natal fierce beast, was ranked first, and Lu Ping, who had blocked the entire Qingming River with his own strength, followed by Feng Lu. Feng Lu Laozu chose a second tribulation spiritual treasure. It was also the only second tribulation spiritual treasure among all the spiritual treasures, magic treasures, and magic weapons found in the mini Kiliakosm. Moreover, this second tribulation spiritual treasure seemed to be the natal spiritual treasure of a great cultivator elder of the spirit beast sect who had gone missing. Unexpectedly, it was found in this mini Kiliakosm. In this way, the death of the great cultivator elder of the spirit beast sect was most likely related to the 9 mystical tower. Lu Ping followed closely behind Feng Lu and chose a first tribulation spiritual treasure. If this spiritual treasure was used to fight, its power would not be too strong. However, Lu Ping had heard spiritual master Xianwei mention a special treasure that was used to assist in searching for ores. The spiritual treasure in front of him seemed to be quite similar to what spiritual master Xianwei had said, so Lu Ping did not hesitate to take this spiritual treasure. After that, Lu Ping also received a magic pill furnace, a spirit-raising rune brush specially used to draw talismans, a spirit-raising rune formation disc used to set up formations, several sets of dozens of high-grade magic weapons for setting up formations, and other strange items. After that, they began to distribute all kinds of training resources. There were natural treasures, precious minerals, rare herbs, spirit materials, and spirit plants. After a round of distribution, except for 8th sister Zhu, everyone could be considered to have a full pot of loot. The entire mini Kiliakosm had been taken away by everyone. By the time everyone had finished distributing, 3 days had already passed. After everyone had received the inheritance from the stone tablet, Xiao Baiyu began to refine the stone tablet. Although he was unable to focus because of the distribution, he was still able to control the mini kiliocosm to hide himself and escape eastward. 3 days had passed. The news that the Ninexian Tower had been attacked, and had no choice but to activate the Forbidden Break formation and hide the dojo in a crack in space, once again shocked the entire training world. The huge Ninexian Tower was only left with a large number of ordinary disciples. Only a small number of elite and true disciples were allowed to enter the dojo to follow the pure yang cultivator of the Ninexian Tower, Laozu, for grand adepts, and more than 10 early and mid-dharma adepts to prepare for a comeback. This kind of loss could be said to have reduced the Ninexian Tower, one of the 6 holy lands, to a large sect. They even had to activate the Forbidden Break formation and hide in the crack in space. This Forbidden Break formation was different from sealing off the mountain. After the Forbidden Break formation was activated, not only could outsiders not enter, but even the Ninexian Tower cultivators, who were inside the Forbidden Break formation, would not be able to come out easily. This was much more powerful than sealing off the mountain. It was as if the sect was cut off from the world. Unless the sect was in a life and death situation, the Forbidden Break formation would definitely not be activated. But even though the Ninexian Tower had suffered heavy losses from Mara's attack, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Moreover, the Ninexian Tower had already sealed off the mountain, who would have the ability to break through the protective formation and completely destroy the Ninexian Tower. The news was quickly leaked by the Ninexian Tower disciples who had stayed behind to guard the sect. The news of 10 pure yang cultivators caused an uproar in the entire world of cultivation. Many people began to suspect that if the 6 holy lands and the demon clans did not make a move, it was unknown whether or not there would be 10 pure yang cultivators in this world. How could so many pure yang cultivators have joined forces to attack the Ninexian Tower? Among those who suspected this, there were many famous great divines in the world of cultivation. Soon after, more concrete news came out. After it was confirmed that there were indeed 10 pure yang cultivators who had joined forces to attack the Ninexian Tower, the entire world of cultivation gasped. Could it be that there were people from the other holy lands and the demon clans involved? It was only when the names of the 10 pure yang cultivators who had joined forces to attack the Ninexian Tower were exposed that the entire world of cultivation realized that there were actually so many unknown great divines in this world. At this time, the people who had joined in the attack on the Ninexian Tower had split up everything in the small 1,000 world of the Ninexian Tower, and then went their separate ways. Chapter 1463, Xiao Baiyu and the other pure yang cultivators, along with the North Sea Water Sword Immortal, had taken down one of the 6 sacred lands, the 9 Mystical Tower, forcing the 9 Mystical Tower to activate the Forbidden Formation to protect itself. This had caused an uproar in the cultivation world. The other 5 sacred lands, and the Yuan family quickly sent pure yang cultivators to the 9 Mystical Tower to investigate. Unfortunately, the 9 Mystical Tower had already activated the Forbidden Formation, so only some ordinary disciples and 9 Mystical Tower cultivators were left behind. Subsequently, these people tried to search for traces of Xiao Baiyu and the others. However, Xiao Baiyu and the others had disappeared after capturing the 9 Mystical Tower and snatching the mini kiliocosm. At the same time, they also learned from the 9 Mystical Tower's disciples that the pure yang cultivator, 8th Sister Zhu, had left with them. Soon, 8th Sister Zhu's betrayal of the 9 Mystical Tower once again shocked the entire cultivation world. Soon, some people determined that the reason why the 9 Mystical Tower was captured was not only because of the terrifying strength gathered by Xiao Baiyu and the others, but also because the 9 Mystical Tower was at its lowest point. The most important reason was probably 8th Sister Zhu's sudden betrayal. Soon, well-informed people unearthed the old story of Xiao Baiyu and 8th Sister Zhu's relationship. It was said that at that time, the 9 Mystical Tower had tried to use 8th Sister Zhu to win over Xiao Baiyu, a rising star who was already famous in the world at that time. However, the honey trap ultimately failed, and the two parted on bad terms. However, it seemed that the two still maintained their relationship. However, it was not 8th Sister Zhu who had captured Xiao Baiyu, but Xiao Baiyu who had taken away 8th Sister Zhu's heart. The cultivation world might not be clear about what the loss of the 9 mystical towers mini-kiliocosm meant to the 9 mystical tower, but the other 5 sacred lands understood it very well. Soon, the entire cultivation world would probably guess what had happened. After all, 11 pure young cultivators had joined forces to capture the 9 mystical tower. It was definitely not as simple as snatching a mini-kiliocosm. So, what else in the 9 mystical tower attracted the 11 pure young cultivators the most? The result was obvious. It was the inheritance of the Holy Land, the secret of the Holy Land's true spirit that would never be broken. Needless to say, this secret was hidden in the 9 profound towers minor thousand world. As a result, the entire cultivation world surged with undercurrents once again. The other 5 holy lands no longer dared to harbor any more thoughts. The destruction of the 9 mystical tower had definitely aroused the vigilance of the 5 holy lands. Naturally, their target would be the 10 pure Yang realm cultivators, who had seized the minor kiliocosm. However, if the 10 of them were to gather together, not even the other 5 sacred lands would dare to provoke them, let alone those from the cultivation world. However, these 10 pure Yang experts each had their own sect background, so they would not gather together. In that case, when they were alone, didn't that mean that everyone had a chance to obtain the sacred land's inheritance? Unfortunately, the 10 pure young cultivators had disappeared without a trace. Although the cultivation world was surging with undercurrents, the 10 pure young cultivators never showed themselves again. If a pure young cultivator wanted to deliberately hide in the cultivation world, it would be almost impossible to find them unless true spirit Laozu took action. At this time, Lu Ping had quietly met up with Yin Tianqiu, who was hiding in a deep mountain along the Qingming River. Amazing, Yin Tianqiu obviously wasn't just waiting in the mountains. He was well aware of what was happening in the cultivation world. Even though Yin Tianqiu was used to Lu Ping's amazing feats, he had to admit that Lu Ping's feats were getting more and more amazing each time he saw Lu Ping and the other pure young cultivators. Yin Tianqiu was used to Lu Ping's amazing feats, but he had to admit that Lu Ping's feats were getting more and more amazing. Lu Ping smiled and said, "I'm just relying on my strength to bully the weak. It's nothing." Yin Tianqiu returned all the things that Lu Ping had left for him and asked, "Will this cause trouble for you and the sect?" Lu Ping nodded and said, "I'm afraid I'll have to hide for a while. As long as they can't find me, then no one will dare to provoke my sect. However, junior brother, you need to return to the sect as soon as possible and inform the sect master to be careful and further strengthen the cooperation between the 5 sect alliances. Also, the beast-taming spirit sect can be considered a public target now. In order to avoid being discovered, the sect's plans will be put on hold until I return to the sect." Yin Tianqiu knew that what Lu Ping and the others had done this time was a huge matter. If they did not keep a low profile and further strengthen the cooperation with the Tianxian sect, Skyrend, and the other 2 sects, it was very likely that they would incur the wrath of the public. At this time, perhaps the cultivation world would be wary of Xiao Baiyu and the others because they were in hiding, but the suppression of the sects that participated in the attack on the 9 profound tower was inevitable. The pure young masters had long been prepared for this before they separated. Under the suppression of almost the entire cultivation world, the sects might be in a more difficult situation. However, compared to obtaining the inheritance of the Holy Land, this kind of loss was completely bearable. In fact, compared to the Tianxian sect, the Heavenly Moon sect, Skyrend, the Beast-Taming Spirit sect, and the Carefree Pavilion, Zhenling's situation was already good enough. After all, Zhenling was alone in the North Sea, and there was not a single sect in the entire North Sea cultivation world that had the strength to resist Zhenling. It could be said that Zhenling's current control over the North Sea cultivation world was even greater than the Crystal Palace's control over the East Sea. Therefore, the impact it received was almost the least. Lu Ping and Yin Tianqiu stayed in the deep mountains for a few more days, mainly waiting for Lu Ping to sort out the harvest from the 9 Profound Towers mini-world. After selecting a small portion that Lu Ping might use, the rest would be handed over to Yin Tianqiu to bring back. Of course, some of the important inheritances that were related to secrets were handed over to Yin Tianqiu to bring back, while the rest were still carried by Lu Ping. Even so, the things that Lu Ping gave him were enough to shock Yin Tianqiu, who had always had a cold expression. Remember, this time, I might disappear without a trace for decades or even longer. These things are used by the sect to recuperate and strengthen during this period of time. Yin Tianqiu nodded and said, "Don't worry." Lu Ping nodded and said, "Directly sneak back to the North Sea from the Yingshan side courtyard. Don't let anyone discover your traces. Don't use the Tianxian sect or the Heavenly Moon sect's super teleportation formation. At this time, your whereabouts might be linked to me." After sending off Yin Tianqiu, Lu Ping simply sank into the Qingming River to recuperate for more than a month. When his strength had recovered to its peak, he followed the Qingming River eastward and headed towards the 9 Profound Tower. After the 9 Profound Tower was attacked, the dojo's disappearance into the void caused a huge uproar in the cultivation world. However, although the undercurrent of the cultivation world surged towards Lu Ping and the 10 Pure Yang Realm cultivators, who had obtained the 9 Profound Towers' true spirit inheritance, the storm on the surface was towards the 9 Profound Towers encampment. Everyone knew that although the 9 Profound Towers still had the Pure Yang Realm cultivators and the 9 Profound Towers dojo, the 9 Profound Towers' decline in the cultivation world was already a foregone conclusion. Since it was already a foregone conclusion, there was nothing to be afraid of. Now that the 9 Profound Towers' true elites had all gone into the void with the dojo, how could the remaining few of them defend the 9 Profound Towers' huge encampment? In addition, the 9 Profound Towers' vast territory and cultivation resources had now become the target of competition between the various sects in the cultivation world. Of course, the 9 Profound Towers' might was still there. Although the various sects wanted a piece of the pie, they still had to cover it up and not be too unsightly. Even so, it had only been slightly more than a month since Lu Ping and the others attacked the 9 Profound Towers encampment. The 9 Profound Towers encampment had already been successively attacked by unknown sects several times. The remaining disciples of the 9 Profound Tower tried to protect the encampment, engaging in a life and death battle with the invading forces. However, they were powerless and suffered heavy casualties. The 9 Profound Towers encampment was plundered again and again. In the end, even the hearts of the remaining 9 Profound Tower cultivators were shattered. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. The remaining 9 Profound Tower cultivators either died or fled. Only the most loyal disciples remained to defend the encampment, waiting for the 9 Profound Towers dojo to return. Lu Ping did not expect that in just a little more than a month, the 9 Profound Tower, one of the 6 great Holy Lands, would fall to such a state. The encampment had become an unguarded wilderness, allowing anyone to come and go as they pleased. And one of the main culprits for all of this was Lu Ping himself. Lu Ping let out a sigh. The 9 Profound Tower had completely fallen apart, and even his heart was shattered. Even if Yang Lan and Laozu returned to the 9 Profound Dojo, they would not be able to stop the 9 Profound Tower from falling apart. Furthermore, Yang Lan and Laozu might not even be able to wait until the day the 9 Profound Dojo returned. Lu Ping calmed himself down and expelled the scene of the 9 Profound Tower from his mind. He was confident that Jinling would not fall to such a state like the 9 Profound Tower in the future. However, the 9 Profound Tower would still serve as a warning to Jinling. Silently, Lu Ping once again returned to the 9 Profound Towers encampment. Holding a spatial essence in his hand, he circulated his spatial divine ability. Following the unique frequency of spatial fluctuations, Lu Ping spent most of the night searching for the traces he had left behind. Yang Lan, Laozu, and the rest of the 9 Profound Towers cultivators, who were hiding in the dojo to recuperate, would never have thought that he would be able to make a comeback. Lu Ping threw away the last trace of pity he had for the Nine Profound Tower. Finding a secluded place, he casually threw the spatial essence in his hand into a pile of rubble. Then, he formed several hand seals, and an invisible ripple caused Lu Ping's entire body to become illusory. Space rippled like water, and when the ripples stopped, Lu Ping's figure disappeared into the rubble. In an unknown space, two specks of light suddenly flashed out of nowhere. Then a spatial door gradually opened, and a small person about a foot tall jumped out and walked around. The small person quietly assassinated two Nine Profound Tower cultivators who had been attracted by the spatial fluctuations. Then, Lu Ping stepped out of the spatial door. After the door behind him disappeared, he looked around and recalled Lu Xiaoping. After dealing with the two corpses, Lu Ping immediately concealed himself and disappeared. Chapter 1464. The moment Lu Ping arrived, he had scanned the spatial rift hidden by the Nine Profound Tower with his divine sense. The spatial fluctuations caused by Lu Ping entering the Nine Profound Tower's dojo could not be hidden from Yonglan Laozu, so Lu Ping did not deliberately hide his tracks. However, what Lu Ping did not expect was that Yonglan Laozu did not notice Lu Ping's arrival at all. This confused Lu Ping. Could it be that the Nine Profound Tower had connected the Nine Profound Dojo to the outside world so quickly? Could Yonglan Laozu have already left? Since his arrival did not attract the attention of the Nine Profound Tower, Lu Ping was naturally happy to hide. After all, it was too shocking for him to suddenly appear in the Nine Profound Tower's dojo at this time. If the news was leaked, people would immediately associate it with the hollow spirit. The thought of shocking made Lu Ping's heart skip a beat. At this time, Lu Ping had already discovered that the Nine Profound Tower's defense was lax. However, this was not surprising. They had already hidden the dojo in the spatial rift. Even the true spirit Laozu might not be able to find traces of them. The previous battle had also caused the Nine Profound Tower to suffer heavy casualties. Now that they were temporarily in the spatial rift, they were naturally very relaxed. Yonglan Laozu had been seriously injured by 8th Sister Zhu's sneak attack, and then his palm was cut off by Xiao Baiyu's sword. After forcibly activating the Forbidden Break formation, he was probably at the end of his flight. No one knew where he was hiding in seclusion. If this was the case, it would explain why Lu Ping had not been discovered when he entered the dojo. There were still 4 great cultivators in the Nine Profound Tower, but Lu Ping only detected the auras of 2 of them. The other 2 were nowhere to be seen. It didn't take long for Lu Ping to sneak around the dojo. Only then did he realize that there were only a small number of 9 mystic cultivators in the dojo. Most of the remaining cultivators were either in closed-door cultivation or recovering from their injuries. It seemed like the 9 mystic pavilion had understood their predicament after the battle that day, and were working hard to improve themselves. In order to stop Xiao Baiyu's invasion, the 9 Profound Tower's high-level cultivators had also suffered heavy casualties. Now that they had finally found a safe place to recuperate, they needed to focus on recuperating from their injuries. This was so that they could work hard to establish the 9 Profound Tower's position in the world of cultivation in the future. However, the more the 9 Profound Tower's cultivators were like this, the more determined Lu Ping was to kill them. In fact, if the void essence was in the hands of Xiao Baiyu, 7 Fan Laozu, and the others, they would still adopt the same strategy as Lu Ping and eliminate the void essence. In fact, they might even be more ruthless than Lu Ping. Of course, the 9 Profound Tower's cultivation resources were still gathered in the 9 Profound Tower. Naturally, Lu Ping would not let others share these benefits. The 2 great cultivators on duty were not together. Additionally, one of them was handling the affairs of the 9 Profound Tower, while the other was giving a lecture to the cultivators within the 9 Profound Tower. That gave Lu Ping an opportunity to take advantage of. In Lu Ping's opinion, the 9 Profound Tower, with the exception of the Great Isolation Array, was like a ferocious tiger that had been imprisoned and was unaware of its existence. It could only wait to be slaughtered. In the 9 Profound Palace, After Yang Mingho finished sorting out the number of cultivators within the 9 profound tower and their respective cultivation bases, he could not help but sigh. The calamity that the 9 profound tower had faced this time was even greater than the 10 years of siege from Mara's army. It could be said to be the greatest crisis the 9 profound tower had faced since its founding. Although there were still nearly 1,000 elites from the 9 profound tower in the 9 profound tower, the number of cultivators in the 9 profound tower had been reduced to 80%. Yang Mingho Laozu himself did not know if the 9 profound tower would be able to restore the former glory of the 9 profound tower when it reappeared in the world of cultivation. After letting out a heavy sigh, Yang Mingho Laozu decided to go out and take a walk around the 9 profound tower. He mainly wanted to relax. Yang Mingho Laozu had incited the cultivators in the 9 profound tower to train hard for the sake of revenge. However, the truth was that Yang Mingho Laozu himself was feeling somewhat lost. Yang Mingho Laozu, who had a heavy heart, did not pay any attention to his surroundings after walking out of the 9 profound palace. Rather, it would be more accurate to say that he did not expect to encounter any danger in the 9 profound tower. When Yang Mingho Laozu realized that the surroundings were a little too quiet, Lu Ping, who had been lying in ambush, suddenly made his move. "Who is it? Who's there?" Yang Mingho Laozu shouted sternly. His voice was like a rolling wave, but it could not travel far. His voice only traveled a few hundred feet before it disappeared. Yang Mingho's heart sank, but he still held on to the slightest bit of hope. He probed, "Is it Uncle Master Yang?" However, a faint 5-colored light suddenly flickered in the quiet space. 12 5-colored pearls circled around Yang Mingho's body, causing him to suddenly recall a major event that had happened in the world of cultivation. That person had used 12 5-colored pearls to set up a formation and killed 3 great cultivators in one fell swoop, while seriously injuring 2 others. "Lu Tianping, how did you get in here?" Yang Mingho was horrified. He reached out and grabbed a spiritual treasure in his hand. He circulated all the strength in his body and unleashed the strongest attack in his life. It was not to break the 5-colored space, but to attract the attention of the entire 9 profound tower when he fought with Lu Tianping. However, a deep shout came from the 5-colored space. "See coming." The patriarch of Yang Mingho's full-force attack did not even have the chance to penetrate the space of the origin quarter grand formation before it vanished like a clay ox entering the sea. The patriarch of Yang Mingho immediately panicked. Just as he was about to make another move, he heard a muffled cry coming from the boundless void once again. "Mountain suppression." Yang Mingho Laozu suddenly felt his body being suppressed by an inexplicable force. He wanted to struggle, but the force became stronger and stronger until Yang Mingho Laozu could not move. Then, he felt a gust of cold wind, and his vision immediately turned upside down. Then he fell into a deep silence. Lu Ping appeared out of nowhere. He casually stowed away Yang Mingho Laozu's storage artifact and the spiritual treasure he had just used. Afterwards, he waved his right hand and buried Yang Mingho's corpse under some spiritual herb garden or spiritual tree in the room of gold. Afterwards, Lu Ping walked into the 9 profound hall in a dignified manner. The cultivators guarding the 9 profound hall had already died to Lu Ping's sword. The 9 profound hall was normally a place where the entire 9 profound hall gathered to discuss the sect's plans. Its status was similar to Jinling's Heaven Spirit Hall, so it obviously contained a rich collection. Very soon, Lu Ping found the location of a treasure in the 9 profound hall. However, just as he was about to use an ability to collect it, his soul suddenly twitched. He discovered that someone was currently heading over. Lu Ping sighed secretly. It seemed that someone had noticed the disturbance from the clash earlier. However, it did not seem to attract the attention of Yang Mingho Laozu or the other 2 great cultivators who were in seclusion. As a result, the person who came would only be sending himself to his death. However, if Lu Ping had tried to collect the treasure hidden in the 9 profound hall earlier, it would probably have caused an even greater disturbance. It might even have alerted Yang Mingho Laozu. Although Lu Ping was not afraid, he would definitely be surrounded, which would be troublesome. Huang Shenxiao Laozu, who was currently giving a lecture to the 9 Profound Hall's cultivators, suddenly sensed a strange ripple of spiritual energy flash by near the 9 Profound Hall. As a result, he interrupted his lecture and made his way over to the 9 Profound Hall. At the same time, Huang Shenxiao Laozu became more cautious. He ordered the disciple who was listening to the lecture to inform the other 2 great cultivators who were in seclusion. The area before the 9 Profound Hall was peaceful. Nothing had happened, but Huang Shenxiao Laozu felt his heart palpitate for no reason when he saw the 9 Profound Hall. He could not help but laugh to himself. Huang Shenxiao Laozu was suddenly shocked. The 9 Profound Hall was just a little too quiet. No, where did the disciples guarding inside and outside the 9 Profound Hall go? Senior Yang Mingho should already know that I've arrived. So why is there still no movement from the 9 Profound Hall? Huang Shenxiao raised his arm, and a beam of light shot into the sky. This was the 9 Profound Hall's warning signal. Once the 9 Profound Hall's cultivators received this signal, they would be ready for battle. However, the beam of light that shot into the sky only illuminated the 5-colored space within a radius of a few dozen feet. Huang Shenxiao Laozu was shocked. He knew that he had fallen into someone else's trap. Immediately after, he felt countless undercurrents flowing in the 5-colored space. Although Huang Shenxiao Laozu tried his best to stabilize his body, these forces were extremely strange. Under the tearing force from all directions, he was no longer able to stabilize his body. Even the true essence in his body was in chaos due to the strange force, and the execution of his divine abilities and Dharma spells was greatly affected. After a moment of stalemate, 2 beams of light shot out from the void, followed by a scissor. Huang Shenxiao Laozu's head shot into the sky with hot blood. At this moment, he finally understood that the person who ambushed him was actually Lu Tianping of the North Sea. The 2 beams of light were extremely similar to the pure yang spiritual treasure that had caused an uproar in the cultivation world. Chapter 1465. Although Lu Ping did not know that Huang Shenxiao Laozu had prepared a backup plan in advance to kill 2 great cultivators in a row, the scene in the dojo made Lu Ping realize that his infiltration into the dojo had probably been discovered. In that case, there was no need to hide. Lu Ping casually put away the storage artifact in Huang Shenxiao Laozu's hand. Unfortunately, the Grade 1 Tribulation spiritual treasure in his hand had chosen to self-destruct at the last moment. It seemed to be this great cultivator's natal spiritual treasure. After putting away the remains of the spiritual treasure, Lu Ping looked at the 9 mystical temple and temporarily gave up on collecting the Grotto Heaven magic treasure in the 9 mystical temple. If he did so, it would definitely alarm the entire 9 mystical dojo. At this time, although there were 9 mystical cultivators who realized that something was wrong, they obviously did not realize the seriousness of the matter. The aura of 2 great cultivators suddenly appeared in Lu Ping's divine sense, but Yanglan Laozu was obviously not alarmed. Since things had reached this point, there was no need for Lu Ping to hide anymore. As long as he killed the 2 great cultivators who had obviously not recovered from their injuries in one fell swoop before Yanglan Laozu could react, then even if Yanglan Laozu came out of seclusion, he would not be able to reverse the situation. Lu Ping could clearly see that 8th Sister Zhu had used all her strength to sneak attack young Lan Laozu from behind. In just over a month, even if there were immortal elixirs in the 9 mystical tower, it would not be able to recover completely. Moreover, Lu Ping had also seen young Lan Laozu's strength at that time. A pure young cultivator who was seriously injured and had lost his heaven-opening artifact was not in Lu Ping's eyes. The ambush on Huang Xinxiao, the other great cultivator, finally managed to evade the invisible water nether swords attack and shouted, "Were stupid." Lu Ping sneered. They would have known something was wrong. Why are you shouting so loudly? They wouldn't fall into now that you've entered my array so easily. You won't make a single sound even if you shout. Lu Ping decided to conceal himself. The 2 great cultivators' expressions immediately changed. The reason why they shouted so loudly was to inform all the cultivators in the dojo. Oncoming great cultivators could react. Of the Northern Sea had already arrived beneath their feet. The only way to match him was to awaken young Lan Laozu. How did you enter my 9 profound dojo? A furious roar shook everyone in the 9 profound dojo would have to face a merciless slaughter with no escape route. The sudden appearance of the water-serene invisible sword shocked the other great cultivator in an instant, caused so much that he swallowed back the words he was about to say. Lu Ping had deliberately concealed the colorful light within the Genshin array changed their shapes. The 2 great cultivators didn't immediately expose and the 2 cultivators, who had yet to fully recover, fell into Lu Ping's trap. He didn't need to hide it from others. Of the Northern Sea. He just needed to hide it from the other cultivators in the dojo. The 2 great cultivators at their peak were no match for the Northern Sea Water Sword Immortal. Now that the 2 of them had yet to recover from their serious injuries, they were even less able to fight back. The 2 great cultivators' faces instantly revealed looks of despair. However, something unexpected happened that Lu Ping didn't expect. Strange spiritual energy fluctuations suddenly appeared on the 2 great cultivators' bodies. Even Lu Ping himself was shocked at this moment. Self-destruct. You're crazy. One of the great cultivators sneered and said, "In any case, we're all going to die at the hands of the Northern Sea Water Sword Immortal. If we can drag the Northern Sea Water Sword Immortal down with us, then it'll be worth it." Lu Ping sneered. Layers of spatial barriers started piling up in front of him, and the 2 9 mystic great cultivators. He said, "Do you really think you can take me down with you just by self-detonating?" The other great cultivator said, "We're all going to die anyway. As long as we can seriously injure you and alarm Uncle Yang Shi, it'll be worth it." Lu Ping cursed in his heart. This time he had failed. He still had fantasies in his heart, and was still unwilling to reveal his identity. Thus, he couldn't remove the Genshin formation, at least not before the 2 of them self-destructed. He simply summoned the 9-dragon bell, which shrouded him in a golden light. At the same time, he wrapped the cloud sail around his body and fled outside the formation. "It's too late to leave now. Lu Tianping, let's all die together." The 2 great cultivators immediately activated their core space. However, in that split second, the nether water sword suddenly appeared behind one of the great cultivators and pierced through his core space, destroying the Dharma idol inside. At the same time, Lu Xiaoping also appeared next to the great cultivator, and with a slash of the azure willow sword, he beheaded the great cultivator. The great cultivator's self-destruction was instantly stopped. However, Lu Ping no longer had a chance to stop the other great cultivator's self-destruction. This was because Lu Ping had used most of the power of the Genshin formation to protect himself. Thus, the moment the great cultivator self-destructed, the Genshin formation began to collapse. The spatial barriers stacked in front of Lu Ping were instantly wiped out by the tyrannical power of the great cultivator's self-destruction. The 9-dragon bell followed with a loud bang, and the golden light hanging down was immediately shattered. At the same time, a series of loud booms exploded in the training ground. The 9 Xian cultivators who came to help felt a sharp pain in their heads. Even a few who had just advanced to the early Dharma stage felt dizzy and fainted. The other low-level cultivators were even worse off. Although Lu Ping still had the protection of the cloud sail and the shield of vigor, he was still powerless under the threat of a great cultivator's self-destruction at close range. In addition, the Genshin formation was instantly broken. Lu Ping's core space also shook violently. Then, he felt a sweetness in his throat, and a mouthful of blood overflowed from his mouth. He had been too careless. As soon as this thought arose in Lu Ping's mind, he felt an extremely strong divine will sweep over from a remote place in the training ground. The strength of this divine will was actually not below that of Lu Ping's. It was Yanglan Laozu. The self-destruction of the 9 Xian cultivators had finally alarmed Yanglan Laozu, who was in the midst of his closed-door training. Lu Ping secretly felt that it was a pity. This time, even if he did not completely destroy the entire 9 Xian Tower, he had planned to destroy all the high-level combat power of the 9 Xian Tower. However, he did not expect that the 2 great cultivators from the 9 Xian Tower would be so decisive and choose to self-destruct as soon as they appeared. Now that Lu Ping was still seriously injured, if he forced himself to fight with Yanglan Laozu, even if he won in the end, it would not be worth it. Forget it, I'll retreat first. In the future, I'm afraid there won't be another chance. He casually collected the scattered things of the 2 great cultivators into the Golden House, because of the self-destruction of the storage artifact. The second sweep of great ancestor Yanglan's spiritual thoughts had come over. Lu Ping did not want to expose his identity, so he could only look at the spatial magic treasure in the 9 Xian Hall close at hand and sigh. Then, he turned into a stream of light, and instantly arrived at the place where he had entered the training ground. The space essence in his hand flashed again, and the moment the spatial door appeared, he plunged into it. Behind him, Yanglan Laozu had already caught up with him. An extremely angry shout was heard. "Scoundrel, where are you going?" "You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.